Oliveira on 31. Snater is in, bowls, and Hose is on 43 because that one from Snater is short of a length outside off stump, and Adam Hose on his toes moved quite sharply off this surface. Rajitha bowls, slightly over pitched, and Oliveira helps himself to runs down the leg side, flicked away to fine leg, and 4 of them, so that's a bonus.
Certainly are. Here he is again. His right arm over. There's a nick and it's taken. I thought it had dropped short. It hasn't. It has been taken at first slip by Paul Walter. Deep square leg back as Rajitha is in once more. He has got him. He has got him. Well, he loves it too. My goodness, a celebration. A finger's gone up. The appeal was immediate. As Rajitha is in once more, plays that, he's got width, and that is another brilliant shot through the offside. 2 boundaries in this over from weight, and they were lovely to watch. Make you purr when you watch them.
A memorable game for Worcestershire.
He's there now and plays another glorious stroke through the covers. Goodness gracious me, don't give weight any width. That's something Rajitha is learning very quickly. 3 boundaries in that over, 14 runs coming from it.
He releases his left hand. He bowls. This is played down to third man, and it's going to run away to the vacant boundary where there is 4. That was played. He's opened the face of the bat, run it down there.
But he's played and missed here a few times against Porter. Last ball of his over, he's in and he punches that through the covers. Yeah. We've seen him play this shot several times. He did it a few times to Rajitha. He's now done it to Porter. Lovely shot through the covers. Just a nice punchy drive.
He comes in again and bowls, and that one a little bit quicker. Nicely played, beautifully timed by Matthew Waite. Absolutely magnificent timing, just short of the length, outside off stump, goes back, maybe got a little bit more room than he had on the first 2 or 3.
Here's Porter. Next ball, oh, and that's high as a given, it is. He had a swish at that weight. He'd been so patient. We haven't seen a lot of short balls, but in the end, it is the short ball that does for him.
Here's Simon Harmer, talking of spin, over the wicket from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Ethan Brooks plays his almost trademark reverse sweep. And yeah, that's right, it was a draw, but I think it was Graham Hick that got a lot of the wickets. Faster, quicker delivery from Harmer, and expertly swept by Brooks. That's a very, very well executed shot. Got right on top of it, I think, to bolster what you can do on the pitch with a good a good atmosphere off it. But on this occasion, I'm afraid this delivery has produced a wicket. Ethan Brooks pushing forward to a full delivery.
Rajitha comes in, bowls, and this is well caught. Snater at backward point. It was a little bit of a slash by the tall Taylor, and he got hold of it, but they also turn.
Yeah.
Fane comes in outside off stump, and there's a nick, and it has carried, and he has nicked it, and Essex on the spot of lunch have bowled Worcestershire out very straight this afternoon.
Allison gets off the mark in fine style with a cut for 4 off a slightly wayward delivery.
Really, and going back in your cricketing development, this is shot. This has got width all over it, and he's come forward as the right-handed Allison, and he's caressed that very powerfully through the offside to the pavilion boundary for 4. Essex 22 against Essex here on the first game of the season, actually. Taylor comes in. This is driven in the gap, quite square of the wicket. It's going to run away. I think it's going to beat the fielders to the pavilion wall, and it does. 4 runs to Walter, 4 runs to Essex, 30 without loss. As Ben Allison comes in, this is cut beautifully, and that's gone for 4. That's raced across the square towards the pavilion balcony, and he'll be chuffed with that. Ben Allison, meanwhile, will be saying...
Yeah, the first book... Sorry.
As Taylor comes in, it's driven powerfully. That's a half volley. It's a little bit of width on it, and it sails across the square to the offside boundary beneath. To Walter, comes down the wicket, and he really lumps it, is the word I would use, as he's played a full swing of the back, and he's dragged it leg side. He's given himself a bit of room, good connection into the seat, and I'll also invite Frank if he's available, if he has no updates. This is an inside edge, and he's been given, and Charlie Allison has to go. He's got a couple of plays and misses where he's played on the inside.
We call a washing up bowl. Round the wicket, Allison bowls Walter off the edge down to third man. That'll be 4. Kept it down, to be fair, but didn't go where he intended. But all runs are valuable on a pitch like this, and Paul Walter.
Small past the umpire, bowls is short of a length. There's a big shout and the finger goes up. There is that breakthrough, and it's weight again. And Wesley, his stay is short. It really is a perfect environment.
In again. Past umpire O'Shaughnessy bowls, and Walter drives on the offside, and that's 4 runs. It was width again, really, more than anything else. All the time. Duffy round the wicket, bowls, Walter drives wide. Bit of a gimme on this pitch, that wide, and Walter with his massive long reach able to just slap it away.
As Tom Taylor turns around, bowls. It's a full delivery, but it's got width on it, and it's played late and really well. Goes all the way down towards long as Taylor is in over the wicket. Oh, he's got a thick outside edge.
I think it's quite a consideration. Over the wicket, Duffy wide again and slashed away by Walter. Duffy is annoyed with himself.
It is. He is coming around the wicket. He's in bowls, and that's just defended behind point. Second slip will go 50. And pick that up, and it brings up the 50 for Paul Walter. He's made the most of the loose deliveries, but Cox on strike now, and talk about positivity. Boy, that is a lovely cover drive. It's just wide of the fielder at mid-off. Taylor's already had one. He's in again. It's whipped away off the toes, and that's going to be another one. It's gone straight down to the deep square leg. Cox on strike. Taylor in, bowls, and that is just beautifully played down towards the deep third boundary. It's now Duffy in, and the first ball, it's short and wide, put away by Walter. Radar for tomorrow. Here's Duffy, oh, down the track, and goodness gracious me, he has gone for that one, Cox, and he has chipped it straight to mid-on.
From the Graham Gooch end, right arm over, ball short, and Walter swivels round and slaps it away through mid-wicket for 4. Worcestershire are just leaking runs at the moment.
Hello, Mel. Good afternoon. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Here's Brooks. Oh, he's top edge this. This should be out. Brooks has got the ball. He had an absolute age to pick that up, and Critchley, who do all that work. It's usually the really quick bowlers who are seen as glamorous, isn't it? Here's Wade. Oh, and that's glamorous. That's glamorous when you rip out the off stump. He'll take that any day. Wait, he has been outstanding. Here's Brooks. Oh, that ball just comes off the outside edge of the bat, but it's going to go for 4.
Chelmsford Waite is on his way in. And this is driven into the offside square of the wicket. It will run away for 4. Wasn't a bad ball. As Waite is in, bowls, and this brings Thane on the front foot to conclude the afternoon session.
He faces now as Taylor comes in round the wicket, and he makes that 5 as he clips this one away. Makes that 8, in fact, because that's his...
In comes Brooks round the wicket to Paul Walter, who caresses it, punch pulls it, and he gets 100. He takes his helmet off. The man with 22 raises bat and helmet to the pavilion and salutes the crowd and even cuddles.
Really, Paul Walter has been impressive. He is. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. It's Taylor, and he's got straight through him and knocked back the middle peg.
Here's Taylor to bowl the first of the remaining 3 overs. He bowls, and Thane is swivelling round and hooking this one down to long leg where it's misfielded. But I'm sure Worcestershire will feel they're still in with a chance as Harmer turns the last ball of the day out on the leg side. So Essex on top, but Worcestershire will hope that if they can knock over these last 4 this morning for 50 or so, they will still have a target which is, if not eminently chaseable, not an impossible task either.
So it's going to be former Essex to start in terms of Ben Allison, who's going to be bowling from what's now the Graham Gooch end, formerly the Hayes Close end. I'm going to say perfectly pleasant conditions. I say 1 or 2 people putting on that sun cream. So they're more likely to need it this morning than this afternoon, but without the sort of very warm conditions we had for the first 2 rounds of games, we can certainly say that we've done very well for ourselves so far in this April. And April actually was rather matched that of 2020, the difference being there was no cricket, of course, in that spring. So Allison is going to bowl, and it's going to be Rothesay on strike, and he looks for that run. It'll give him his 50, but doesn't get it from the first ball, which is of a good length, and he just plays it defensively up into the onside, and it goes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 2 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, the only man saving 1, and there'll be a fine leg just out of our sight on the boundary. 210 the lead. Obvious first question, Frank, is how many more can Worcestershire afford this to go up to? Well, get your thoughts on that after this ball. As it's going to be Allison bowling, and that is going to be the run that'll get him to the 50. It's just turned around the corner, down to long leg, and well done to young Rothesay. That's a great moment for him to get his maiden 50 on a tricky pitch, and just the job that Essex want him to do, batting at number 7, which is quite an important position, and particularly with Michael Pepper, of course, his role being reduced by the injury. Then it's a really important hand that he's played, Frank.
Yeah, well played, Rothesay. He brought a calmness to the crease when he came in after a little bit of frenetic cricket from Essex just before tea.
Here's Allison again, bowls, and again that's on the pads of Harmer, just clipped away into the onside, mid-wicket, runs round towards square leg. That's always going to be a comfortable single. It's a little bit too straight from Allison, and the score goes up by 1. 235 for 6, 2 added on this 3rd morning. Essex looking to build a lead. I guess they'd like to get this up to 300 back through the session. That might be the objective. 2 slips waiting, sun out at the moment. Allison bowls, and it's just steered away nicely into a gap on the offside between backward point and cover, and there's another single. So fairly gentle start, and these 2 have just collected 3 singles, 2 of them to Thane, who's gone to 51, and Simon Harmer there on 12. 235 for 6, Easter Sunday, so happy Easter to you, and hope you're having a good day. This is Harmer just pushing forward and played up towards mid-on. No run. Nice to have a game going right over the Easter weekend, and with the weather being fairly decent, chance for perhaps some to attend who might not be able to on a standard weekday. And crowds have generally been pretty good around the country in this very pleasant April that we've had. 236 for 6, 3 added as Allison bowls, and Harmer gets one that is full length, and it just brings him forward, and he just plays it up into the offside, and there's no run. Not too much threat in terms of movement from Ben Allison in that over. 1 or 2 on the pads that were just clipped away into the onside, and Essex as I say, I think the objective here to get this lead up to 300. Well, good morning from the county ground where Essex resuming. Have added 3 runs on this third morning. They're 236 for 6. The first over bowled by the former Essex player Ben Allison, and it saw Noah Thane in his 9th first-class match reach his maiden 50. It's a big moment for him. Got it with a little stroke into the onside, backward of square, so a big moment for him. He's gone to 51. Simon Harmer has 12. Essex looking to get at least another 100 runs here, I would have thought, to make it really difficult and leave Worcestershire with a long time to bat. 236 for 6.
Here's Ethan Brooks from the Sir Alistair Cook end, starting proceedings this morning, and his first ball is turned away by Noah Thane down to deep backward square leg for a single. Very good morning and happy Easter to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Here at Chelmsford it's bright and sunny. It really is a lovely morning, a little bit chilly, but bright sunshine, and Essex on top in what's been a very tight game of cricket so far. Brooks in bowls, and this one is pushed by Simon Harmer out on the onside. Ethan Brooks sharing the attack this morning with Ben Allison. Worcestershire keeping back their new ball bowlers, because the new ball is only just over 8 overs away. We have 1 slip in place, 2 men on the drive for Harmer at short mid wicket, almost side by side, as Brooks with his medium pace is in, and that's short and cut by Harmer, and fielded at backward point by Jake Libby. A loose one from Brooks, who is very much the 5th seamer in this Worcestershire attack, but has done a reasonable job. Picked up 1 wicket so far, 1 for 28. He's in his 11th over, and he moves away from us now. Just a short approach, and he bowls a gentle medium pace, and Harmer on the back foot is forcing this one back up the pitch, and the bowler does his own fielding. The highlight of yesterday, the excellent 100 from Essex opening batsman, fill-in opening batsman really, Paul Walter. He made 104, the only man in the game before Noah Thane this morning who had passed 50. It was an outstanding innings. Brooks bowls and Harmer drives at this one, and he's beaten outside the off stump. As I say, Paul Walter, that 100 yesterday, really the difference between the two sides, you'd have to say. One player going past 50. Worcestershire had 2 men who made 48 in their first innings, but Harmer's Walter's innings, absolutely the standout in this match on a difficult pitch, as Brooks bowls and Harmer steers this one out on the offside off a thickish outside edge, takes a single, keeps the strike, and at the end of that over, Essex are 238 for 6. 8 overs to go till the new ball, and the lead is 215, which is pretty substantial on a pitch, a hybrid pitch, which is very green still on day 3, and has offered sideways movement and bounce to the seamers throughout the game.
Yes, and that really was a splendid innings from Paul Walter. He has obviously opened before, a few years ago. Ben Allison bowling, and that's played crisply by Simon Harmer back down the pitch, and Allison fields in his follow-through. Back in the 2020 season, he opened with Alistair Cook. I do see him as being pretty well suited to that role, particularly the makeup of the Essex side. It would mean having to make decisions in the middle order if he was to revert there. So I think at the moment the most likely scenario is that when Dean Elgar comes back, it might be that Paul Walter stays with him. 238 for 6 as Allison bowls, and Harmer drives pleasantly but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. So it wasn't exactly the first time that he'd done it, no. But he's looks well suited to the role, and plays in a very different style, of course, in short forms of the game. But I think that might be the way to go for Essex. If you've done as well as he's done in the first 3 games, yeah, I think you don't.
Well, he said in his interview last night he's happy to bat wherever he's asked to bat, but he does quite enjoy it, and
absolutely a good. And
he's enjoying it at the moment, obviously.
So here is Allison bowling to Harmer, who just comes half forward and just steers that up to mid-on, and there's no run. So just
that-
going back to the first question, Frank, how many
Yeah.
runs can Worcester afford Essex to
right.
get?
Okay, well, initially, when the innings started, I said, from my own personal point of view, you wouldn't want to chase more than 200. That's not obviously an issue anymore because it's over 200. Certainly anything over 250 I think would be becoming a tall order. Not impossible, but it's tough out there.
Allison from the Graham Gooch end bowls to the right-handed Harmer, who gets one that's just back of a length. Not a lot of movement for Allison so far, and that's just played calmly up towards, well, more of an extra cover really, quite a straight cover.
I would just qualify that, Nick, by saying that it's not a minefield. You know, I'm not suggesting for a minute that it's impossible to make runs out there. Clearly that's not the case, but if you look through the 3 innings that we've had so far, there are a lot of 20s and 30s. There are people that you're not ever really in, I don't think, and maybe even Paul Walter would attest to that.
As Allison bowls again, and coming forward, Harmer, nice orthodox stroke, just playing it up to mid-off, just getting himself settled in here. Simon Harmer, who's looking for a little bit of time at the crease.
He faced 77 balls in the first innings. It was the longest innings of the game, for a lot of the game actually.
Essex made 582 for 6 in their own innings against Surrey, and he didn't get a chance to bat in that one. And then when they played Notts, he got a duck in the first innings and didn't get a chance to bat second time round. So he could do with a little bit of time in the middle. 238 for 6, and that time he just steps away because he's not quite ready. I think something's got in his eye, whatever. He's taken his helmet off, and Bill Allison, who was about to deliver, just had to pull out of his delivery stride, and he throws the ball to mid-off. But Simon Harmer's removed his helmet, and yes, he got out to Pennington at Trent Bridge, and then second time around Essex only lost the 1 wicket. So it's been, let's say, a very quiet start with the bat for this season for Simon Harmer. He'll be enjoying the fact he's had a bit of time in the middle and looking to extend it, I'm sure. 2 slips and 5 saving 1. As this, again, good length delivery, but no movement for Allison, and Harmer is just happy to play a compact defensive shot up into the offside. Quiet start, 238 for 6, a lead 215. Yes, and it's of a likelihood any poor weather is going to be in this very much in the latter part of tomorrow. So Worcestershire, you feel it's going to be a result one way or another, and they're going to have to bat pretty well in their second innings. Yeah,
That's pretty much how I see it as well, Nick. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and on the BBC Sports app and website. Every ball of every county championship game being brought to you this season, and for the next 3 seasons after this, we're delighted to say, as Ethan Brooks bowls, and this one is turned by Noah Thane down to deep backward square leg for a single. Worcestershire just trying to get through these overs before the new ball is due without too much damage. 6 overs left after this before the new ball is due. Here's Ethan Brooks once again. He comes in, he bowls to Harmer, who's defending this off the back foot into the covers. And again, there's no run. I am Frank Watson from BBC Heaven Worcester, and alongside me is Nick Gledhill from BBC Radio Essex. And we are at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, as Chelmsford is now known. A beautiful sunny morning as Brooks is in and bowls, and slightly fuller, and Harmer plays and misses at this one. And after it had gone past the stumps, quite a bit of lateral movement in the air. Gareth Roderick, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper, moving away to his left to make the take. And Ethan Brooks might well feel just a little bit unfortunate that he didn't get a nick to that one, as it actually passed the inside edge of the bat.
First ball to really cause a problem this morning. Interesting, short extra and 2 short mid-wickets.
Yeah, definitely the old funky field, as we tend to call it these days. Harmer turns this one on the onside. And when I'm sure we'll see more conventional fields, and we've seen both sides operate with 3-4 slips at various times when the ball has been new and nipping around on this surface, which it has done throughout. This is rather more unconventional field than we've seen for most of the time. Another run for Harmer here. This one again causing Brooks some excitement as it moved off the seam, but Harmer covered the movement, turned it round the corner. Brooks hands on head. Couldn't believe that it hadn't got through Harmer's defence, but he's a very well organised batsman. Simon Harmer's got a good technique, as he showed in the first innings against the moving ball, and with that single he's moved to 14. This next ball from Brooks is played by Thane out behind square on the offside. Libby fields the end of the over. Essex are 240 for 6, and that means that they have a lead of 217, which might not sound a great deal, but when you look at the scores in this game, Worcestershire's first innings 202, Essex's first innings 179, it puts it into perspective, and Essex in a very healthy position. 4 wickets left in this innings. We've got Snater due in next, who, if he plays like he did in the first innings, could add 20 or 30 pretty quickly. Worcestershire really do need to keep a lid on it.
Well, that's the way he likes to play, no doubt about that. And Allison bowls a ball of full length to Harmer, who comes forward and tries to steer it away for runs backward a square on the offside, but it's cut off at backward point. 2 slips, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Hazy high cloud, sort of cotton wool cloud. Blue sky, most of it actually over to the right-hand side, just beyond the pavilion. And forecast saying most of the sun will be this morning. Top temperatures only around about 14 degrees, but very pleasant with hardly any breeze, so no problem with that factor. Here is Allison again, bowls, that's on middle and leg, and Harmer comes forward and steers up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2 sides very much in control of their Division 1 games, continue in that respect, with Hampshire 205 for 3, against Somerset. That's Nick Gubbins and Liam Dawson taking the game away from Somerset. They're 21 ahead. And Notts obviously having bowled Warwickshire out for 93, 211 for 5, 118 on. They've made a very good start to the season, as has Haseeb Hamid as an individual, 76 not out. Here's Allison bowls. That's a good delivery, and hanging his bat out there. Harmer's fortunate not to edge it through. It's the first time he's got a bit of movement, Allison. It was a good one. And Harmer was slightly caught in 2 minds, hung his bat out at it, and was fortunate not to get an edge through. 240 for 6.
Yeah, Ben Allison generally slants the ball into the right hand. He's got open-chested, chest-on action. That's his natural shape, but every now and again just gets one to hit the seam and hold up, and that's exactly what happened there.
Hamid's on a major score was the 92, of course, against Essex at Trent Bridge. So he's in a bit of form. It's always a good one there, just back of a length and a bit of bounce.
Same again.
And beats Harmer outside the off stump.
And Nick, that's with a ball that is, you know, coming to the end of its life, really, shall we say. We're in the 75th over of the innings, and it's still going. So you can imagine what it's been like when the ball's been newer. And well, we can only speculate what Sam Cook might have done on this pitch, because he hasn't been allowed to play.
You were saying the game might have been over by now, Frank.
I think he would have been a handful. I really do.
Well, he's a handful on most surfaces, and certainly warrants the recognition that England appear to be giving him, I say, as that's steered away up towards mid-wicket by Harmer. Of course, it's all about in case he's selected for or needed for the first test. It's an interesting one for me, Frank, because on the face of it, that type of bowler is not England's preference for the Ashes in the winter, but he's going to be very handy in English conditions, and we've known that for a few years, and he thoroughly deserves the call if he gets it. I know frustrating for Essex supporters that he's not able to play in this match. Be interesting to see if he's there at Taunton.
Yeah.
2 slips waiting. That's in a couple of weeks' time. This next delivery is played by Harmer. Just again, very compact stroke. He's enjoying his time in the middle here, Simon Harmer. Just reflecting on the fact he's hardly had a hit so far. In fact, he literally hasn't. But he's really settling in here. Yesterday evening and first thing this morning, he's on 14. Noah Thane with his maiden first-class 50. 53 not out, doing a very important role at number 7. 240 for 6, that's a maiden. A good one from Allison, Malik 217.
Yeah, going back to Sam Cook, it's I fully agree with what you said. It doesn't appear to be the sort of bowler that England are favouring, and certainly when they're looking at going to win the Ashes abroad, or trying to. I'll just break off as Brooks bowls, and Thane just stabs down on this one, jabs the ball back down on it, plays it out on the offside behind square, no run. And it would appear, I mean, Cook might well have been forgiven for thinking in the last couple of years that his chance had gone, and you know, if consistently taking bags of wickets in county cricket wasn't enough, he wasn't going to get recognised because he simply wasn't quick enough, because that's what they seem to favour, as Thane again plays defensively off the back foot, this time up to mid-on. And then suddenly it appears that he's back in favour again. I can't really understand it. If he's in favour now, I can't understand why he wasn't in favour last year, or the year before, or the year before that. If you're going to pick teams for home test matches, particularly as they used to do, Brooks bowls, Thane works this one away down to Jacob Duffy at long leg for a single. And I would forgive Sam Cook if he was a little bit confused by the way that things have turned out, because there can be few bowlers who have deserved international recognition more than he in the last 3 or 4 years. That's the way I see it anyway, from the other end or the middle of the country. Brooks in, bowled a little bit shorter of a length and worked away on the onside by Harmer to the wider of those two close catching mid wickets. That's Adam Hose.
Well, that first class average, you know, bowling average hovering around 18-19 is very impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Over this sort of period of time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And in years gone by, I have no doubt somebody with that record would have played Test cricket. Harmer turns this one on the leg side, gets a single this time, because Hose in that position at squarish, close-ish mid-wicket has to move about 7 or 8 yards round to his right to do the fielding. Harmer takes a single and leans very characteristically on his bat at the non-strikers end. That pose there, hand on hip, legs crossed, is one we've seen a lot in this game, because he's actually batted for quite a long time in this game. 77 balls in the first innings was the longest innings of the game up to that point. Thane blocks the last ball of the over, tidy over from Brooks, and he's doing the job that his captain wanted, which is basically keeping the lid on things. Now 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33 from the 5th seamer, and the new ball is ever closer. It's now just 4 overs away.
Yes, an interesting little battle going on for the potential change at the top of the order for England as well. There's a bit of thought about that. Talk about Ben McKinney at Durham, who got out very cheaply, and of course the second wicket pair have put on a massive stand which is still unbroken against Yorkshire as Allison bowls. I said, oh, that's a bit of bounce there, and flicking the bat at it, Harmer was fortunate not to get an edge. Actually, if he had hit that, it would have probably gone over the slits for 4, but I mean, that was a bit of genuine bounce, and certainly Allison is finding his feet here, of course used to bowling at Chelmsford, and he's just getting some bounce in these last couple of overs and causing a few problems. 242 for 6.
Yeah, that's not a surprise that he's getting that kind of bounce. We have seen that happening from time to time on this pitch. I'll just expand on that in a minute.
As Allison bowls, that's quite a long way outside the off stump, and Harmer's happy to leave it alone. 242 for 6.
At both ends of this pitch, there's some little indentations that have been made on days 1 and 2, and even yesterday morning, looking at those, discussing it with 1 or 2 of the players, it was suggesting that if it hits one of those in a certain place, because the pitch is very hard as well, that it might cause it to rise quite steeply. And we've also seen the odd one that maybe hits an indentation in a different place, actually keeping a little bit low towards the end of the day yesterday. So it's just maybe beginning to go up and down a little bit.
Allison bowls, and forward comes Harmer and plays a compact bat and pad together, head over the ball, up to cover, and there's no run. Dominic Sibley, of course, very much being talked about after his back-to-back double hundreds, 2 centuries in the game rather, against Hampshire. Yeah, 40 not out, still going well in that match. Slightly delayed start at Hove this morning, but sorry, 95 for 1, 340 behind, and Sibley on 40, Pope 26. And it's interesting that Zach Crawley actually failed in that Kent innings against Gloucestershire, but Ben Compton has cashed in at the other end. I think he's gone past 150. So I don't think he's sort of foremost in my selector's thoughts, but he certainly, when he's been in form, he's looked very impressive. He's not quite been in such consistent form in recent times. 242 for 6, and here Harmer will just clip that one round the corner. I think there's a bat on that's going down to fine leg, or is it just off the pad? And wait for the umpire to say leg byes. Yeah, he was shaping for the leg glance. It just comes off the pad, but it's the first boundary after a succession of singles, and it comes in the form of 4 leg byes. So Harmer stays 15. We've got Noah Thane on 54, and it's now 246 for 6, and the lead goes to 2-2-3.
Yeah, annoying in a low-scoring game when you concede extras like that, but it's happened to both sides on quite a few occasions.
It's just straying in direction a little bit, and Harmer gets one that's a better line and length and plays it up towards cover, and there's no run there. So if there is a thought, because changes in the England side, particularly on the batting front, they tend to possibly happen more frequently on the bowling front, but when there's muted possible changes, I mean, that really is quite a rare event these days. They always think it's much harder to get out of the England side than into it, particularly if you're a batsman.
Yep, I can't see them going back to Sibley.
No, but he's certainly making a case. He's not the sort of player that they tend to pick these days, but this is a slightly slower one, and Harmer spots it and just goes onto the back foot, has time to just play it down into the ground. Again, interesting over from Allison, one particularly good ball that bounced, one of poor direction that went for 4 leg byes, but it counts as a maiden overall. 246 for 6, 2-2-3 the lead, 54 to Noah Thane and 15 to Harmer. Quiet start this morning, but Essex will be pleased with that. They're looking to bat through this session, potentially into the afternoon, and on this pitch, potentially take the game out of Worcestershire's reach. Yeah,
that would be their plan. Worcestershire's, on the other hand, would be to keep it tidy till the new ball comes and then try and knock over these last 4 wickets as quickly as possible. If they can pick one up before the new ball, that'll be a bit of a bonus. And it's Ethan Brooks, the 5th seamer, to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, our commentary end, and he gets that wicket that I was talking about, because a little nick from Noah Thane through to Gareth Roderick. Thane looks very, very disappointed to have been given out, but it was a confident appeal from all concerned. Maybe it's just his disappointment at being dismissed for an excellent 54, but that's a bit of a bonus for Worcestershire, as I say, because Brooks being employed not as a complete part-timer, but as a 5th seamer, just trying to get through the overs before the new ball is due, and he's picked up that wicket, caught by Gareth Roderick, and Thane has gone for 54.
It was certainly very, very close to it. Hard to tell from the replay as to whether he got an edge or not. I know there have been sort of 1 or 2 decisions that could have gone either way during the course of the game, and Worcestershire might feel they're due one, perhaps, Frank. But yeah, I mean, it's very, very faint touch if there was. Hard to tell, but we've got a view from behind. Yeah, very, very hard to tell, but Thane obviously not too happy, but well played to him. He's done his job there, particularly given the fact that Pepper was obviously incapacitated and got out cheaply. It was really critical at that stage that he got in, supported Walter, batted with the experienced Harmer, and he really did a very good job. And 54, it's not an outstanding innings when you just look at it, that score, but in terms of the match situation when he came in, he's done a thoroughly good job for the side. Yeah,
he has, and the decisions that you were referring to yesterday, Nick, were 2 that went against Worcestershire when they had their overnight pair of Hose and D'Oliveira together. He'd put together an excellent partnership, and both were dismissed for 48. Hose caught it slip by Paul Walter, and there was just a suggestion that it might not have carried, and then D'Oliveira LBW, and there was again just a suggestion fractionally might have been outside the line, but they were marginal, and there weren't decisions that the Worcestershire players were desperately upset about. They just felt that, you know, one of them might have gone their way, and on another day it might have been different. Anyway, Brooks into the new batsman, who is Shane Snater, and immediately Gareth Roderick has responded to Snater's arrival by coming to stand up to the stumps, because in the first innings Snater came in a more similar situation to this. The score was only was much fewer runs on the many fewer runs on the board. Brooks in bowls and Snater was taken on the pad, and he came in all guns blazing, Snater, and hit the ball down the ground in the air a couple of times and set about the Worcestershire bowling and made a very quick 20-odd, and could well be coming out with the same sort of intent here, one imagines, as Brooks is into him and he's off the mark with 4 off the edge down to third man, and that just, well, it's annoying for Worcestershire, and I did point out yesterday, as the score goes up to 250 for 7, in a low scoring game, when you're aiming at the top of off stump and you're getting a little bit of movement, you've got 2 or 3 slips in, and that tends to be the area that you're targeting. Third man can be quite important, and both teams, Worcestershire and Essex, have leaked a lot of runs through third man in this game, as Brooks beats the bat with the last ball of the over. And it's I know you've got to find your third man from somewhere else, and you've got to take him out probably from another run saving position, but in a low scoring game there has been a huge number of runs that have gone down through third man. That's the first ones this morning, but Noah Thane was particularly steering the ball down there on a regular basis. Not the end of the over, by the way. The umpire was walking in to put the bails back on, so Brooks in now, and that is the end of the over as Snater plays up to mid on. But I haven't seen the detailed stats, and I don't know if I ever will, but it seems to me anyway that the game would be very different, the scores would be different if all the runs through third man had been, well, not all of them, because obviously they'd still got 1s and 2s down there, but the boundaries that have gone through there had been fewer, let's say. And at the end of the over, 250 for 7, we have Essex leading by 227, and we have now had 78 overs with this ball, so new ball due in 2 overs time.
At the end of this over, we'll bring in Mel Farrell for the first time today. It's going to be Allison with 2 slips and 5 men saving 1, coming in to bowl to Harmer. It's on the pads and he's clipped it away. It goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4, just occasionally straying in direction. Ben Allison, we had the 4-leg buys in the previous over. That was a sort of similar delivery, and this one, Harmer got bat onto it, and it's just too fine for the fielder down there to deal with. So it means that Essex have got 200 and gone to 250, now to 254 for 7 with that 4. And as I say, they've taken the lead now with the 2 boundaries, 1 to Snater and 1 to Harmer, up to 231, so becoming quite a challenge for Worcestershire on this pitch, you would have thought, as Harmer comes forward and plays up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. And it seems as though the scoreboard started to rattle round, Frank, with Snater at the crease, and Simon Harmer getting that 4, and it'd all been fairly quiet in the first 20 minutes, and suddenly we've got 2 boundaries and that lead's gone beyond 230.
That's true, and obviously with the new ball due, we all know the new ball will do a bit more, but it also comes off the bat a bit quicker, and you often see a game transformed in the first few overs after a new ball is taken, and not always in favour of the bowling side.
Allison bowls, and Harmer correctly forward and just again head right over the ball. Very orthodox defensive shot off the front foot into the covers, and there is no run. So Noah Thane out for his maiden first class 54, and they did a thoroughly good job in the context of what was required in this match. 254 for 7, third morning here at Chelmsford on BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, 5 Sports Extra, via the BBC Sport website and app. 254 for 7, lead 231. Got blue sky over the ground at the moment, and Harmer just comes forward and just checks his shot, and in the end just steers it away into the offside, and there is no run. I mentioned that one of the England opener hopefuls, perhaps the one that's being talked about most, Ben McKinney, out for 6, and he's been sitting in the dressing room while the second wicket pair have so far added 266 against Yorkshire. For Durham, Emilio Gay 114, and Alex Lees, one-time England opener, 163. One of the few players to have been dropped by England, wasn't he, Frank?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen very often. 254 for 7. Ben Folkes, I guess you can add to that list now. That sees Harmer comes forward and plays up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you're talking about Sibley before, I mean, hugely productive opening batsman in county cricket. Didn't do too badly in Test cricket, but clearly not fitting the mould. And if they do make changes, you can only see them bringing in somebody who perhaps they've been bringing through in the Lions with a view to blooding. But as you say, as a batter particularly, it's there's a lot of faith shown. Once they pick you, I think they back you, and it is, as you say, difficult to get out, which is not a bad thing in some ways.
Allison bowls, that's just shifting back into the right-handed Harmer, but doing too much. There's a big appeal from Allison. My initial thought that was probably doing a bit too much, maybe Hyde as well, but certainly a good shout from Allison. Didn't look quite right, but we'll see the replay. As he's come, actually it's a bit, high,
a bit high.
Might have been high, and probably going over middle and leg, something like that. But anyway, 254 for 7, with Thane out for 54, Harman 19, Snater on 4, and for Leeds standing at 231. A few more words from Frank, and then we're going to bring in Melinda Fowler.
Matthew Waite being introduced into the attack at the Sir Alister Cook end, which would suggest that pretty soon he will be running up with a new ball in hand. He's going to have one over with the old ball just to get loose, and then maybe they'll take the new ball and he will take it. It'd be interesting to see who he is sharing it with. If the new ball is taken, I imagine it will be, as Worcestershire attempt to pick up these last 3 wickets so that they have a chaseable target. Although what is a chaseable target on this pitch is open to some debate. 231 is the lead already. Some would say that's plenty. Here's Matthew Waite coming in now to bowl outside the off stump to Snater, who maybe pulls his bat away from that one. Still that yawning gap down towards third man. Although we have got a man down there now, but he's very wide. And we've also got we've got no cover point, so we've got this wide, deep backward point, and then extra cover, or 2 extra covers, one straighter than the other, and a straightish, deepish mid-off for Snater. Waite targeting the off stump, 1 slip in place as well. 2 men saving 1 on the leg side and 2 out on the boundary. As Waite is in and bowls, and Snater is forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. Good morning, Mel Farrell. Happy Easter. I hope you're well. Lovely sunny morning, and I'm suggesting that 250 plus is pretty daunting for Worcestershire to chase on this pitch.
Cheery thought from you, Frankie Pooh. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, everyone, and what a glorious Easter it is. Tough for Worcestershire.
Waite in again, bowl. Snater drives on the onside, gets the ball wide of mid-wicket, picks up 1, and they come back for 2 as Tom Taylor moves round to his right and doesn't quite pick the ball up cleanly. I think it was always going to be 2, but when Harmer saw that Taylor hadn't picked it up cleanly, he quickly scooted back for the 2nd. So Snater moves on to 6, and it's 256 for 7. And I mean, anything under 300 looks chaseable, but we know that on this pitch anything over 200 is a decent score, as Waite bowls and Snater turns away on the onside. That said, talking to some of the players last night, suggesting that maybe it was just easing a little bit, not flattening out in the traditional sense, but maybe just getting a little tiny bit slower, and maybe the heavy roller might have an effect for an hour or so. But I still think it's a tall order on this pitch. It still looks from here, doesn't it? Still pretty green in colour. Matthew Waite in bowls and left alone outside the off stump by Snater. Taken nicely by Gareth Roderick, who's picked up a catch this morning, the 2nd of the innings for him, the 1st and only wicket of the day. Ethan Brooks picking up his 2nd wicket. He's done a tidy job for the side. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37 for Brooks, but Waite replacing him, and the new ball due after this next delivery, which Snater will face. Bright sunshine, blue sky, a beautiful Easter Sunday morning here at Chelmsford. And here's Matthew Waite in and bowls, and Snater is pushing forward, taken on the pad. The ball lobs to slip. There's an appeal from Waite. Umpire not impressed. Waite stands with his hand to his chin in mid-pitch at the end of the over, considering just exactly what happened there. Ball ended up lobbing to Rob Jones at slip. I don't think it carried, not sure if he might have got an edge. And our answer to who's going to take the new ball is answered, because we can see now that it is Jacob Duffy, and he will have the new ball in his hand, the umpire indicating that it is being taken. So the score is 256 for 7, the lead is 233, the new ball is taken, and given the way that Duffy bowled yesterday, which was a little bit inconsistent, although he bowled very well in the first innings, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 69, it's a bit of a calculated gamble, this, Mel, I think.
Well, I think it's a big morning, it's a big moment for Duffy. Disappointed with his own performance, but admittedly rusty at Headingley last week. Had a good first day here at Chelmsford, but yesterday I imagine he might have been a little bit disappointed with that as well. But now he has the new ball in his hand. He's in, he bowls, it's just wide of off stump, not remotely tempting for Harmer, who is stout and resolute, as he always is. We were talking yesterday, Frank, about how there's almost something comforting about Simon Harmer's presence with the bat in hand at the crease.
Yeah, he does. He's unflappable, isn't he? You would imagine. Good man in a crisis. Might not be the case at all, but that's the way. That's the way he appears out there in the middle.
Here's Duffy once more. 3 slips in. He comes in and bowls over the wicket. Harmer again lets this one go. Tighter line. Good bit of bounce. Whereas it appears to me that Snater. Well, I wouldn't, without knowing Snater, I wouldn't say he's flappable, but the way he batted in that first inning suggested he's certainly more aggressive and willing to take it on. He might like the new ball. Coming
well,
on to bat.
It can go either way with the new ball, can't it?
Certainly can. It's in the hands of Duffy now as he runs in and bowls, and Harmer just drives quite nicely. A little bit of a misfield by a diving fielder. I think that's Allison, who's at extra cover, but they only get the single in the end.
You might be tempted to say that the next half hour, I mean, we keep doing this, and the next hour is going to be important, the next session, but you might be tempted to say, seriously, with the lead at 2-3-4, 7 down, the next hour, next half hour even, 20 runs added, a couple of wickets going down, could actually be quite significant.
But it's been that sort of game. It's been a terrific game of cricket, have to say. It's moved on quickly. Here's Duffy in, bowls again outside the off stump, left well alone by Harmer.
Very well outside the off stump.
Well, so was the first one. So just wants to, you imagine, wanting to try and make him play. Simon Harmer is out there on 20. Yes, it's this game well and truly further advanced than other games around the country, I believe, with the rain having disturbed those games. We've had, well, at times very chilly weather, but it's glorious at the moment. Here's Duffy, bowls. Oh, and that time he does make Simon Harmer play. That was a lovely delivery. Snater it is, sorry, thank you. He does make him play.
That was a good one, wasn't it?
It was.
Straighter. Bounced over the stumps, I think.
It did bounce over the stumps. It was angled in and just straightened enough. Again, he gets good bounce. That ball, just enough movement.
Outside the off, but good delivery. That's where he wants to be, isn't it? That's where he wants to be.
There and thereabouts, making them play. He runs in once more, bowls to Snater, who this time pulls his bat out of the way. Holds it above his head, and that's the end of the first over. So a few good signs for Duffy, a few that were perhaps a little bit too far outside the off stump. Just the one run coming from it, 257 for 7, so that lead now 234. And I think they'd be desperate, certainly, Worcestershire, to keep it under 250 with 3 wickets in hand. That's tough.
Certainly 275, I think, would be a very, very, very good lead on this pitch. Matthew Waite is going to share the new ball with Duffy. got that man down at wide, I'd almost call it wide backward point rather than third man. We've got an extra cover who's wide-ish, and then a straightish extra cover, and then a mid-off who is pretty deep. And D'Oliveira just discussing this field now with Waite. On the leg side, we've got a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man out at long leg. And now Waite saying, or D'Oliveira, I think, is saying, I would prefer another man across on the leg side, which is interesting because Waite will be targeting off stump. He's got 2 slips in place. So we've got an odd field now, I'll describe it, and that man's come in from wide backward point. As Waite bowls and Harmer is...
Oh dear.
Harmer is taking advantage of that. That would have been a single straight to the fielder who was down there, almost exactly where he was standing. He's come up and it goes for 4. That is extremely annoying for Brett D'Oliveira, I should think, and for Matthew Waite. And now he goes back. So he's been brought up for 1 ball. It's cost 4 runs, and now he's gone back.
And you must hate that, because then all of a sudden the
So
appearance,
annoying.
you're chasing, aren't you? You're chasing
Yeah.
the ball around the field. And
And he had the man there
Yeah.
before. I mean, literally took him out. Ball goes for 4, puts him back.
you hate that. Just even
Very annoying for the fielders.
yeah, it just makes it seem
And
then
now he's
like
coming back in.
oh, the batter's got the upper hand once you start manoeuvring the field around.
Well, now he's coming back in. So after this ball, I will try and describe the field. As Waite bowls, and he's taken on the pad, on the walk though, Harmer, a long way down, an appeal, but never going to be taken seriously. So the field, 2 slips. We've got a right arm over the wicket, medium pacer, targeting the top of off stump, 2 slips, backward point, extra cover mid off, fairly conventional, 5 on the offside, and then on the leg side, mid on, 2 men quite close at mid wicket, one of them very close, quite straight, one a little bit wider, and then a deep backward square as well. As Waite is in and bowls, and this one is worked away through mid wicket for 4. Lovely shot from Harmer, just a bit too straight from Waite, on the up between the 2 fielders at mid wicket, timed it beautifully, and it races away. So 8 runs coming in this over so far. We talked about the new ball going off the bat a little bit harder than the old ball, and it can suddenly produce a spurt in the scoring rate. And I am looking at Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire head coach, leaning on the boundary boards behind the wicketkeeper, legs crossed, hands in his pockets, and I can only imagine the thoughts that are going through his mind as he sees these runs being added. Waite bowls outside the off stump, Harmer leaves alone, quite wide outside the off stump, there's no run. And what Harmer is doing now is exactly what we saw Hose and D'Oliveira do in their partnership in the first innings, and we've seen 1 or 2 other batsmen do as well, and that is he is moving around, he is using his feet, he's coming down the pitch, and Gareth Roderick's seen enough, and he's going to stand up to the stumps to try and stop this, because Harmer is walking around, coming at the bowler, trying to upset his length successfully so far, and it's so important. The lead is now 242 as Matthew Waite comes in with the keeper standing up and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Harmer and neatly taken by Gareth Roderick. But Worcestershire cannot afford to give any easy runs away at the moment with this lead climbing all the time. They really can't. They've got to make the Essex batters work for every single run here.
I just think Simon Harmer has batted so well.
Yeah.
When you see he's taken advantage of every fielding change.
Yeah, he's played very well, as he did in the first innings actually, until he was out. As Waite is in and bowled, and he's forward to a good delivery, pushes out on the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 265 for 7. Harmer 28, Snater 6. 1 man out today, Noah Thane for 54, and Essex on top at the moment, absolutely on top. They lead by 242 runs.
Yes, they are very much on top. But yes, Harmer, the way you just saw that fielder being brought in from that backward point position, carved the ball in that direction, and then they brought in that sort of catching mid-wicket, that not just the choice of shot, but the timing to be able to get the ball through those two fielders at mid-wicket. It's really stunning. Well, here is Duffy. Runs in, bowls to Snater. That's down the leg side. Trick takes it cleanly, but Duffy's he's only bowling in his second over, but just again, maybe having taking a little bit of time to get his radar tuned. He spoke quite a bit after the first day about never playing or never bowling on a hybrid pitch before. He's bowling on it now as he's in, bowls, and this time there's a play and a miss from Snater. Ball passing outside his bat. So better again from Duffy. He's never played on a hybrid pitch before. It was, I think, almost more than a line, just struggling to get a handle on the bounce. So the lengths in which he needed to bowl. That was a good delivery though, the last one. It's got 3 slips in for Snater. He runs in once more, bowls. Oh, and that's wide of off stump, slapped away. That, I think, is going to be 4. Almost cut off at the boundary, but not quite in the end. Can't quite see who's out there. But got to his knees and just couldn't quite haul the ball in. But he had width to work with on that occasion, Snater. Frank's got his binoculars
Ben
out.
Allison.
It's Ben Allison, there you go, thank you. I've got him, where he's fielding, there's a monitor and some window frames in the way, which makes it a little bit difficult to tell out there. Now, they have just brought in a fielder to the deep third boundary, so Frank will be happy as Duffy is in, and this one just driven quite nicely. Diving fielder at extra cover. Spoke to Duffy after day one, and he did talk about exactly what you were saying, Frank, how that third region is just much more of a factor in cricket here. It's something that he has learned very, very quickly. Leaked a lot of runs in that area at Headingley. He's in now. Snater crouches. It's a full delivery. Dug back out to the bowler, who takes it on the bounce.
Yeah, he did. The first 2 balls of the match, actually, at Headingley, he bowled to Adam Lyth, and they both went down to third man for 4. And it did kind of set the tone, really. Got Lyth off to a bit of a flyer. He played very well. Duffy didn't settle, really. Bowled well in the first innings here.
He did bowl really well in the first innings. He's running in now, bowls, and this one's just turned around to behind square leg, a little bit too straight from Duffy, the last ball of the over. It finishes that one for him, and it's 270 for 7 now, with Harmer on 28, Snater on 11, and that lead, well, it is creeping up. They lead by 247 now, Essex.
Yeah, and psychological, isn't it? Little milestones. Once it gets past 250, you're thinking, looking at the other scores in the game and thinking, you know, got to get the highest score of the match to win it. It's going to be a tall order. Maybe it's flattening out, maybe a little bit.
We might look at it as in each innings has been a bit higher. The 3 innings we've had.
Yeah.
So I guess you do look at that, don't you? If you're
that would be an optimist's
yes.
angle, wouldn't it? But yeah, you're right. And we've seen lots of, I mean, over the years, we've all seen lots of games at all sorts of levels. Waite is in and bowls, and Snater drives on the onside. There's no run. We've all seen all sorts of levels where, you know, somebody goes out in the last. I remember a game at Merchant Taylor's school against Middlesex 2 or 3 years ago where it was very similar to this, and Worcestershire was set a target of probably about 260, 270, and Ed Pollock went out and smashed 100 off about 70 balls and completely transformed the game, and they scooted home. You never know. I can't see that happening here. Well, partly because he's not playing. his weight is in and bowls, and Snater's on the back foot, plays out defensively, and there's no. And he is here, I must say, he is here as part of the squad, but he can't bat. He can't bat. Let's put it that way.
It's still the sort of game, though. If you get one really good partnership,
Yeah.
it can be significant.
Yeah.
So,
Or if somebody digs in like Paul Walter did, and everybody plays around him. Yeah, I mean, the fact is we have no idea what's going to happen, but you work on percentages, don't you? Here's Waite in the sunshine, lovely day. He's in and he bowls, and on the back foot, Snater standing up on his toes, forces out into the offside. Kashif fields at extra cover, and there's no run. So just the one man out today. Noah Thane caught behind by Gareth Roddick off Ethan Brooks for 54. Brooks withdrawn from the attack, Waite and Duffy sharing the new ball, and so far so good for Essex. Simon Harmer in particular looking pretty comfortable out there on 28. Shane Snater on 11 as Waite is in and bowls down the leg side, beautifully taken by Gareth Roddick, standing up to the stumps, and a neat bit of work as he brings his right hand back in and removes the leg bail. Good footwork, but Snater hadn't gone anywhere, no appeal, but tidy work from Roddick, and just reminding Snater and Harmer, who's in that pose again. Look at it. It's exactly like he just leans left foot, crossed over right, right arm on his hip, leaning on his bat, just reminding them you can't go walkabout if I'm standing up. Waite in again, bowls, and Snater is pushing out on the offside, and again there's no run. 270 for 7, 247 the Essex lead. It's been a fascinating game of cricket, this one, it really has, and at the moment I would say the difference between the two sides is Paul Walter's innings. Really the only player who's gone to 3 figures or anywhere near 3 figures, and he must be a pretty happy guy at the moment, sitting in the dressing room watching as Waite comes in again and bowls outside the off stump, and left alone by Snater. Nice little bit of away movement in the air from Waite, but didn't make Snater play to the end of the over. Roddick again takes. It's a maiden from Matthew Waite, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 36. His excellent figures, but Essex gradually extending their lead. 247 ahead.
I had a chat to him last night after play, Paul Walter, and he said he wasn't nervous in the 90s. We thought you used the word becalmed a little, and it was there, but he said he wasn't. It was for me, it was an innings that was very stubborn. You can tell he's played a lot of white ball cricket, I think, when you watch him bat. As Duffy, he's in, bowls to Harmer, who just pulls his bat out of the way.
Well, he may not have been nervous, but he certainly played the loosest heave of his entire innings when he walked down the pitch to Brooks and tried to whack him over mid-wicket, missed it by miles, and it missed the stumps by a fraction. I talked to Ethan Brooks about it. He said, I could not believe it hadn't bowled him. Well, if that wasn't nerves, it was just a chance he took that he might bring his 100 up. He brought it up fairly quickly thereafter, but he did look a bit nervous. I don't believe him.
Yeah, I didn't. Here's Duffy, and that one's well outside the off stump again. Roddick takes that one.
But whether or not he was, it was a really, really, really good innings, and I know that the Worcestershire players appreciated that as well. They really were. I mean, it's one thing I quite like about cricketers generally, is that they admire the efforts of their opponents if they deserve it, don't they, generally, and there was widespread feeling, I think, amongst the Worcestershire players last night that Paul Walter had played really well.
Harmer just plays the next one out behind point, 2 fielders converging, and they'll keep it to a single. Yeah, I like that about cricket as well.
Magnanimity is the word.
Oh, here's
Sorry.
Sir Frank, the English teacher. That's okay. English was my favourite subject at school, Frank. So.
But it is, isn't it? Genuinely, seriously. Respect the opponent when they play well, and he did. He played really well, no question about it.
It's been the difference in this game. It's Snater now on strike as Duffy's in, and all that's come off the outside edge, and that's going down towards the deep third boundary right beneath us where we can't see a thing. But there was
a single,
a fielder down there.
Yeah,
Yes,
there is.
I'd move one down
Can't
there.
see who it is. But
No, can't. I have no idea. It's right below us where the balcony is, so they take the single. But yes, that little bit of there's a bit of security, I think, in having that fielder down there for Duffy. Still got 2 slips in. It's in now over the wicket, and this one's flicked the other way down the leg side where there's also a fielder on the boundary. And that clap is because the lead has just reached 250 with that single. And, the well-educated Essex crowd, as they are at every ground in this country.
do you reckon?
Yeah, they. Ooh, hang on. Oh, I want to hear more about this. Here's Duffy. He's in bowls. That's
that's
driven
for sure.
straight. What a lovely on drive from Snater. He's enjoying the bit more pace coming, the ball coming onto the bat. And that one there just over pitch, but gee, played that well. 4 runs to finish off the over from Duffy, who's still getting used to things here. 7 runs off his over, 277 for 7. Harmer on 30, Snater on 16, and Frank Watson. Yes, I think cricket fans in this country are very well educated as a whole.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm glad you think that. I think maybe they're well educated. I'm not sure they always appreciate the efforts of the opposition. I think there are some crowds, I think of 1 or 2 in particular, that are a little bit more appreciative of the efforts of their own team than the others. I know that's a feeling that used to be held by Worcestershire players as Waite bowls, and Harmer works this to mid-wicket. Certainly Canterbury, I think, is one place where I think over the years Worcestershire have felt that the home crowd tend to appreciate the efforts of the Kent players more than they do the efforts of the opponents. I'm not saying they don't clap at the right times for their own team, like when there's a 50 partnership or whatever, but don't always perhaps enjoy the opposition playing good cricket as much as they do their own team. That's one ground. Waite bowls, and this one is defended by Harmer up to mid-on. There's a good story which I've told before on air about that Phil Newport, who used to bowl swing bowler who took phenomenal numbers of wickets for Worcestershire in the 80s, early 90s. He said that he can remember a game here where there was a good crowd in. It was in the days that we were talking about with Phil Neal yesterday, where there used to be really good contests between Essex and Worcestershire, and the players had finished their warm-ups. The toss took place as Waite bowls, and Harmer steers this down to wide third man for a single, and there was a good crowd in, and the announcement came over the PA that Worcestershire had won the toss. The toss has been won by Worcestershire, and they have opted to bat, and one man just inside the gate outside the pavilion stood up, picked up his cushion and his bag and whatever and turned to his friend and said, "Well, that's it, I'm going back to the office. I'm not going to sit and watch Curtis bat all day."
Wow.
It's the sort of thing you did get. His weight in bowls, and that one swings and is edged and is dropped at slip, I think, by Ethan Brooks. Got a hand on it. It ran away. Oh no, it didn't. He didn't edge it. I've done Ethan Brooks a disservice. It swung. He took a big drive at it, Snater, and it was gone past Roderick, who's standing up to the stumps. It's actually a fantastic stop then in that case, isn't it? By the first slip fielder, Ethan Brooks, diving to his left, got a hand on it, goalkeeper style, and saved 4 byes because they've gone through for a run and it's signalled a bye. Big swinging delivery from Waite. So 1 run added and a very good stop by Brooks at first slip. Waite bowls again, and Harmer again steers this one down into that gap behind square on the offside, and they go through for another single. The lead is creeping up. Essex 280 for 7. That is a good score. Anything over 200 on this pitch, good score, I think. The lead now 257. It's becoming very, very substantial. If that lead gets past 300, then I think Essex become very, not just favourites, which they already are, but very, very firm favourites. It goes without saying that I'd love to be proved wrong. As Waite is in and bowls down the leg side, and Snater heaves this away on the leg side. He's going to get 2 runs. I say heaves, that's probably a little bit unfair. Clips it away, and Duffy runs round the boundary from deep backward square to do the fielding, picks it up, throws it back in. 2 runs off that delivery. The end of the over from Matthew Waite. 18 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 40 his figures. Harmer 32, Snater 18, 1 man out today. Thane for 54. The lead is 259, and it is becoming very, very substantial indeed. And after more words from Mel Farrell, Nick Gledhill will be back.
Thank you, Frank. About time for you to go and finish your coffee, maybe, which I will point out to our listeners that I did make for Frank once more this morning. He's become a fan of my coffees. Jacob Duffy is running in, bowling over the wicket to Harmer, who just plays that nicely into mid-wicket region and toddles off for a run. And Simon Harmer is one of those batters, I think, that must really annoy the opposition when he gets in there. He's got the pose on again. He's there leaning on his bat, one hand on his hip, up at the Graham Gooch end as Jacob Duffy reaches his mark and prepares to run in. Casual as you like, but switched on is Simon Harmer. But it's Snater on strike now as Duffy is in, bowls and just defends that past the bowler down to mid-on. No run. Good morning,
Yep.
Happy Easter, Nick.
Lovely to see you, Mel. And, well, Simon Harmer, we mentioned early on, didn't get a hit in the first 2 games. 28 and 33 not out. He's certainly enjoying his time in the middle here. And Shane Snater, such an awkward customer. When a fielding side thinks they're getting through Essex, he can play in a sort of counter-attacking style. It's not exactly him at his most exuberant, but he has just kept things moving here and taking the game away from the visitors.
As Duffy is in and bowls a fuller ball, and he just defends this as he did the previous delivery back up to mid-on. I mean, he was quite entertaining in the first innings here, and it was actually Duffy who got the wicket. They had a 3rd slip in, they dropped him down to the boundary, and he took a big swipe at it and was caught there almost straight away. So it was an inspired bit of captaincy from Brett D'Oliveira on that occasion, and Worcestershire need him perhaps to pull something like that out again as Duffy is in, bowls, just turned around towards square leg by Snater, no run.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit concerning for Worcestershire for reasons that Frank has outlined. 260 of a lead, still 3 wickets to take. And if Essex are still batting at lunchtime, that lead will be north of 300. So particularly with Snater at the crease. And that you feel is going to be quite a lot to get, albeit on a pitch that's probably not offering quite as much to the bowlers as it was on the first day, but it's still a pretty awkward one.
It is indeed. Duffy commences his run up past the umpire, in and bowls, and that's in the air, but lands safely, heading out towards deep mid-wicket where it is fielded, and they take a single.
A couple of scores elsewhere. Durham 321 for 3. Now, that 2nd wicket pair broke Durham's 2nd wicket record. Only just, it was 274, Stoneman and Borthwick in 2014, and Alex Lees and Emilio Gay put on 279. Lees out for 172 and Emilio Gay 130 not out. They're 321 for 3, 14 ahead of Yorkshire.
Duffy in and bowls to Harmer, who again, just solid as you like, defends it back to the bowler. No run, finishes The 87th over, 284 for 7. Harmer 33, Snater 19, the lead 261.
And a very good fight back by Somerset, who need something to go their way, really, because they were looking very much second best going into this third day at the Aegeus. But Tom Lammonby with the ball has stepped up and delivered. He's broken, first of all, that fourth wicket partnership between Nick Gubbins and Liam Dawson. He's got both, Gubbins 82, Dawson 72, and he's followed up by getting rid of Brett Hampton for a duck. James Fuller is with Ben Brown, and for some reason Toby Albert hasn't batted. So Hampshire 260 for 6, still well placed, 76 ahead, but nothing like the position that they would have hoped to have been in at the start of the day.
Got a change in the bowling. Tom Taylor coming back into the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook stand in front of us. And
yes, they could do with a wicket here. Worcestershire 261 the lead. Taylor moves in, bowls, and that's a good delivery. And played calmly and very, very straight. So straight that it actually knocks into the stumps of a non-striker's end. But that was played in very orthodox fashion by Shane Snater, who can play in very unorthodox fashion, but is a really handy batter to have coming in at number 9 as a potential counter-attacker. And there'll come a point where I think he'll have license to really play his natural game, Mel, once this league goes above 300, and that could become very awkward for Worcestershire. Probably not quite there yet. As Taylor up to the wicket, bowls, and he drives a little bit off the thickish inside edge, but it goes away squarer than he was intending. It goes towards deep mid wicket. He was trying to drive it down the ground, collects 2, and it's 286 for 7. The lead is 263. Hasib Hamid, I say, going well this season, 93 not out, and not 245 for 5, 152 ahead of Warwickshire, so they're well placed there. And certainly they've made a pretty good start to the season. They've underachieved in the last few years. Taylor with 2 slips waiting. Bowls, and that's just played sort of half forward by Snater, back to the bowler, and there is no run. And sorry, 134 for 1. 301 behind Sussex. It's going to take a lot to get a result in that game at Hove, isn't it? But Dominic Sibley's gone past 50 again after the 200s against Hampshire, 53 not out. I wonder, we don't think he'll get a recall, Mel, because he's not the sort of player in England like.
Yep. Yeah, I can.
But he's certainly making a case for himself. Here's Taylor up to the wicket again. And that's steered nicely by Snater for a single down towards third man. He goes to 22 useful runs for the second time in the game, as is the case with Simon Harmer, 28 and 33, and 287 for 7. Snater has 22, and the lead is 264.
Yeah, it's just a little bit. Well, it's a fascinating period of time coming up for the England side.
Yes.
Things under the new management. Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, things going well for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden it's come off. What direction did they go in?
Taylor bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery, and he's caught behind. That was a good one. It just drew Harmer into the stroke. It was quite wide. I think Harmer will be annoyed that he actually went for it, because he possibly could have left it alone. But it's a good take behind the stumps, and that's a wicket that Worcestershire really, really needed. 287 for 7. Time was starting to run out. 287 for 8 it would be with that one, and it was a delivery which was fairly wide from Taylor. Well, yeah, it just about was sort of in that channel to draw Harmer into playing at it, and it was nicely taken in front of first slip. So yeah, Harmer probably looking at that replay, he was just lured into it, wasn't he, Mel? He probably feels, looking the way he swished the bat afterwards, he could have left it alone, but that was a wicket that was very much needed by Worcestershire. 287 for 8. The lead is on 264. And yes, my word, they needed that one.
They did. And Simon Harmer has actually been so disciplined in leaving anything wide of off stump. He hasn't been tempted at all. But on that occasion, he was. And you can tell how much that meant to Worcestershire by the length of time they spent the individual players spent hugging Tom Taylor after he took that wicket, because they say a hug should last 7 seconds at least, Nick.
To be
for you.
meaningful, yes.
Well, no, to release the feel-good endorphins. And so I reckon there were quite a few endorphins released out there amongst the Worcestershire mob, because they knew how important that was. Just bring Kasum Rajith up to the middle. Excellent with the ball. Tall player from Sri Lanka, first one to have played for Essex from that particular country. Tall, broad-shouldered, powerful. It's great to watch. The first over he bowled in this match. Every ball was sensational.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see him on a flatter pitch, obviously. But there was it's about as good a start as you could possibly have wished for. Anyway, he gets lured into playing at this one from Taylor, and it could have been a very similar dismissal to the one of Harmer, actually, because he wasn't far away from edging that one as well. Yeah, to the end of Harmer, it was a good performance, 28 and 33 in the game, as I say, having had no time at the crease in the first 2 matches. 287 for 8, the lead is on 264, and Renan Ahmed, remember him, the one of the spinners that England picked for that tour of Pakistan. He is doing really well as an opener for Leicestershire, 100, even 100. He is out, 190 for 2. Leicestershire in reply to Lancashire's 263. So he's making a case for himself with the bat. He could turn into a batsman who bowls a bit, which might not be what England were probably intending when they picked him originally. 287 for 8.
Oh, that would be a turn up. Hey, remember how Steve Smith started? You
Yeah,
just never know.
Yes.
Here's Duffy. He's in over the wicket to Snater, who just turns this around behind square leg and doesn't take the run. I was just going to say this might change the way that Snater bats now that we are down to the last couple of wickets. So just the 2 wickets in hand, and he's been reasonably circumspect, Snater, up to this point, as opposed to the first innings when it seemed as though he was thinking, well, any ball's got my name on it, so I'm just going to try and score some runs first. Duffy, he runs in, bowls to Snater, who drives nicely. Just going to get the single, though, I think, as Brett D'Oliveira has come running in from the deep and kept him to 1. So Rajitha will now have to face Jacob Duffy. And
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us. And Phil has done just that from Billericay, mentioning it's being a low-scoring, exciting game, perhaps due to the hybrid pitch. And he says, could you explain just what a hybrid pitch is, and does it have ECB approval? Well, they do, and it's a mixture of natural grass and synthetic fibre, isn't it, Mel? And we have seen Australian test pitches using hybrid surfaces.
Yeah, I'm come back to that, because Duffy is running in bowls, and oh, there's a nick, and it's dropped just short of third slip. Boy,
I think it has dropped short, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has dropped short, that one.
Third slip's on his haunches, just getting up now, but not giving obvious signs, and that was a drop. Let's see.
Opened the face, it was a big nick. Yeah, that is dropped definitely short.
Yeah, it's dropped short, yeah.
There's no way he was getting to that, but maybe a little bit of encouragement there for Duffy. It's been up and down, you'd say, in this match. So 3 slips still in. Comes in and bowls, open face, beats the fielder at backward point, but there is a man in the deep. So it will just be a single, and that gets Rajitha off the mark. I was actually commentating on some associate games up in Scotland last year, and they had a hybrid pitch, and they were actually showing me the machine that makes them. It's like a giant sewing machine. That this one had come in from the Netherlands, and it's like or a weaving machine, perhaps. Duffy is in, bowls, it's kept down low as it goes to third slip. Rajitha wants a run, but Snater not interested. So it was this huge machine, and it's like, if you can imagine, if you see a weaving machine come in and thread through the base of a rug or whatever it is, and that's kind of what they do with the hybrid pitch. It's like got all these needles, giant needles that come down.
The Optus Stadium in Perth has had a drop in hybrid, hasn't it? I think.
Yeah, I
and
think
maybe
it
the
has.
MCG. I think. Yeah.
Is that a hybrid?
Not sure. I think a couple of them have used those surfaces, but I'll be struggling to say exactly which venue. But certainly we have seen them from time to time, even in the international game.
Yeah, it was quite, but it was really interesting to see how it was done. We've just got some fielding changes going on. Tom Taylor has come down to the deep third boundary. This is how he got Snater out before. Short ball, and that's why they've made that fielding change, but he just ends up paddling it around the corner. It was in the air, but drops safely. They take a single. He did get Snater out with that plan in the first innings, so didn't work on that occasion. End of the over. It's 290 for 8 now. Rajitha's still on 1. Snater, who you think is going to be in charge of things out there now. He's on 24, and the lead now 267.
Yes, you're talking about the summer for England coming up. Test match against Zimbabwe and 5 against India, and on the face of it, that should be a good series. We have seen England-India series at home where India have not done particularly well. I don't have to go back too long to actually recall 1 or 2 of those series. And Taylor is going to bowl. I think 2014 might have been one that's driven away down the ground, but not particularly timed by Snater, and collects a single. 291 for 8, the lead 268. But of course, India will be hoping to improve on their recent test form, which has not been very good actually. Of course, they lost 3-0 to New Zealand, and then after winning in Perth, Australia, who I think were terribly undercooked in that first match, particularly the bowlers, they got back into their stride and eventually had a little bit too much, didn't they? Well, it was a good series, wasn't it? I'm still think that four test series. England, India, Australia, India, always leaves you wanting more. And the problem with 5 tests, particularly in India, is that generally when you get to the 5th test, the touring side's had enough and they're far behind in the series and really want to go home. I think it happened to England last time. Here's Taylor up to the wicket, bowls, and clipped away past the square leg umpire for a single for Rajitha, and that takes him along to 2, and it's 292 for 8. But the problem for me with, if you put 2 5-test series in a 4-year cycle, Mel, you're running out of space for other touring sides, and you eventually need to have a 2-tier test system, don't you?
Well, that's the worry. I mean, you look at a team like South Africa, and I know there were a few people who had some words to say about South Africa qualifying for the World Test Championship. It's not their fault. Those players want to play 3, 4 test series. They'd take a 5.
Taylor bowls. And that's all. He's lost his timing here, Snater. He's trying to crash that through extra cover, and it's literally rolled about 1/3 of the way back down the pitch off a very, very inside part of the bat. And it's 292 for 8 on BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, online via the BBC Sport website and app. Nick Ledhill, Mel Farrell and Frank Watson here. Day 3, 292 for 8, lead 269. Essex probably just about happy with the way things have gone this morning. Worcestershire just keeping themselves in it with a couple of wickets, but they need to bowl Essex out before lunch, really. And here's Taylor again. Up to the wicket, bowls, and just reaching for that, almost edges it.
Ooh.
He's not particularly got batting credentials, Rajitha, and Worcester will fancy their chances if they can bowl enough balls at him that they'll get him out. And Snater with that one. He's just lost his timing and he's just lost his way in the last over. So you feel a wicket for Worcester might not be round the corner, but pretty soon.
Well, I think for Snater, it's the fact that when Simon Harmer was out there, he was batting a certain way, and there was a sense of security, I think. And now the situation's changed quite a lot for him.
So Snater, who has struggled in this over, is he's reaching for it and beaten outside the off stump. He's just lost his way, but it pretty good bowling as well from Taylor, it has to be said. So you've got Snater, who's suddenly looking a bit out of sorts, and Rajita, who's not got great batting credentials, and Worcester must be thinking, we've got 40 minutes left of a session, we really want to be batting before lunch and not let them get too many more. Snater, of course, will probably just take one more shot from him off the middle of the bat, and he'll be back into the groove, but he was very close to edging that one. He was really caught in a very difficult position and was just reaching with the bat, and it somehow eluded the either edge of the bat there and went through to the keeper, but he was very fortunate. But
well, there wasn't
just
much...
lost their way a moment, just Essex, Snater in particular, suddenly is looking out of sorts.
Well, that ball just basically held its line.
Yeah.
There wasn't any movement. It was angled in and kept going. There's just been quite a conversation too. Brett D'Oliveira up there talking to Tom Taylor.
Yep. So Worcestershire, can they get this wicket? As here, he does go for the big shot and he middles it. And you sort of thought that was coming because he'd had a horrific over at Snater, and we thought, can he middle one? And it might get him back into the groove, and he's got one that's just a little bit short. He's got onto the back foot, and he's crashed it away through mid-wicket for 4. And you know, that just might get him going again after that little tricky spell. 29 from 47, Rajita 2 from 4, and it's 296 for 8, and that might be just what he needed.
Well, I think Worcestershire feel that he's always going to take on the short ball. We've seen him get him out that way, and that shorter delivery, but that one was sort of neither here nor there. It wasn't really short enough to be short, and in the end it just sat up beautifully for Snater to put away. It does mean, though, at the start of the new over, that it is Rajita on strike. So they've got 3 slips in for him as Duffy runs in, bowls, he flicks that fine just past Roderick. It's going to be cut off, though, by Kashif Ali as I lean out the window and double check. Don't let me fall out.
No, we'll make sure you don't. I mean, you're talking about the World Test Championship. I think they're going to try and sort of retune it, rewire it, whatever the phrase is. But obviously, they'd rather like, with the ICC, India to have been in the final. But the great irony for me was the fact that India were playing 5 tests in Australia actually made it less likely that they would qualify for the World Test Championship final rather than the 4 they had previously played in Australia.
Here's Duffy. He's in over the wicket, and that just squirts off. Yeah, outside, he's really steered that down towards deep backward point.
Assuming they lost the series, which they did, of course, yeah. Because, of course, you're losing more test matches and you're not getting any points.
Well, I mean, we do need to have some creative thinking around scheduling, and the ICC, after their recent meetings in Harare, they have put together a committee. Some people roll their eyes, but one of the things they are looking at is scheduling, and they kind of have to be creative with it, with the congestion. Here's Duffy, bowls, that's a big thick edge, but it is wide of the 3 slips fielders. There's protection down on the boundary, so it'll just be a single, but it gets Snater back on strike. It wasn't far off, shall we say.
Yeah, it would have been a catch to 4 slip or a fine gully, wouldn't it? And
Yeah.
they would have rather liked that third man fielder to have been there.
But yeah, so that we do need creative thinking. And look, one of the things we do get very caught up in tradition quite often in cricket. I'll come back to that point in a moment, because Duffy is running in, bowls, and that's just kept out back towards the bowler. Rolls past him. They are going to take a single in the end, and the clapping is because that brings up the 300 for Essex. Excellent score, 300 for 8. The lead now 277. But one thing that we forget in Test cricket, even when you're talking about, 5-day tests, the argument about 5 Test series for the Ashes, they haven't always been that way. We've had loads of different numbers of days in Test matches, as Duffy is in, bowls, tries to flick it away, strangled shout, but umpire not interested at all. I don't know how convinced fielders were. It might have been going down. Well, to tell from here.
It's interesting, Mel, 'cause, I mean, everyone has their own opinions, but for a few years now I've been very much of the opinion that 4-day tests in England is the way to go, because you've got the daylight and you can start 20 minutes, half an hour earlier, and make sure you get the overs in. If you get the overs in, it makes an awful lot of difference. The stats about the number of games completed in 4 days all around the world are really quite compelling.
Legs slip in now as Duffy comes in once more, but it's a play and a miss from Rajita. Goes through to Roderick, and that finishes what was an eventful over, it seemed, with the score at 300 for 8 and the lead 277. Snater 31 and Rajita 3.
It would take away England's golf days, of course, and of course I've long been of the opinion that the way that Ben Stokes plays the game, obviously, the first thing he wants is to win, and then the second, obviously, he doesn't like draws. The worst thing possible is to lose a game in 5 days, and my exhibit 1 is my argument, but he likes to get a game done in 4 days. It's that first day declaration in the Ashes last time in England. And I just think Thursday to Sunday, there's something about Thursday to Sunday. We've just seen it with the Masters. It allows everyone to see potentially a great finish. Taylor bowls, and that's driven away wide of long on for 2. I think, it might even go all the way to the rope. It's just going to be cut off. Just going to be cut off, and it will be 2. But not particularly timed. But
brilliant field by Brett D'Oliveira.
Did well.
Head across there. He hasn't got the longest legs in the world, Brett D'Oliveira, but blimey, did they move quickly.
300 up before that shot, 302 for 8. The lead now is sitting on 279. Worcester can't afford it to go north of 300.
But one other thing that's been discussed in that committee that was formed out of the ICC meeting in Harare is the possibility of a shot clock type that they're using in white ball cricket now, using that in Test cricket.
Taylor bowls and it's driven away down the ground for 1, stopped at long on. Yeah, there's that as well.
And that would speed up, obviously, if they find a way to speed up, because the one thing people will say about the possibility of 4-day cricket is that although they struggle to get the overs in now, so, the overs per day, which I know some people don't care about, some people do. But if they were able to actually speed up the over rate, might that make a difference?
It's very rare to get up to Test pitch. Trent Bridge might be the one exception, but Test pitches in England, there's normally something in it for the seamers. It sort of moves, it wobbles around, doesn't it? That's why Stuart Broad did so well, and that just run down off an open face down towards backward point under Jimmy Anderson as well. There's often something in it for the bowlers, and I just feel, you've got the Duke's ball, you've got better drainage than we used to have, and I think the magic of Sunday to Thursday, Thursday to Sunday, not Sunday to Thursday, that'd be very long. Thursday to Sunday. So if you've got a cracking finish, school kids can watch it. If they're not, they might be at school, because a lot of Test matches will be completed before the school holidays, and they would not be able to see a great finish on a Monday. So those are some of my arguments for it. Taylor bowls, that's just steered away into the offside, and there's no run.
I take that point, and I don't disagree. The only thing is that Test cricket isn't just played in England. And,
that's the point. That's why I say in England.
Yeah, it's one of those things, balancing it around the world, and it's why the two things that are so important, I think, to cricket and getting them right are pitches and scheduling.
Yeah. 303 for 8, 280 is the lead, 34 to Snater, been a fine hand from him, and 3 to Rajita, who's hanging in there, not looking particularly secure, but hanging in there. 2 slips and 5 saving 1 as Taylor bowls to him. Oh, and he's gone for a big drive in his LBW, he's missed it. I was saying he was hanging in without looking too convincing, and he still wasn't looking too convincing there. It looked a very good shot. The only problem is that he didn't hit it, and he clearly didn't get an inside edge, and looked very adjacent, having played down the wrong line and given out LBW. So 303 for 9. Yeah, he was trying to whip it away, missed it. He was going forward, but nothing like as far forward as going to cause any problem for the umpire. And now we know that lunch will be when the if Essex manages to go till 1 o'clock, lunch will be delayed. But Worcestershire will have none of that. They'll be hoping that they can get this final wicket well before 1 o'clock. 303 for 9. Rajita for 3. Snater is 34.
And Taylor, well, he's done a really good job for Worcestershire, taking a couple of wickets this morning. It was ball coming back in to Rajitha on that occasion. And just maybe keeping hopes alive at the moment with getting these wickets at this stage, because we've been looking at that lead creeping up 280 now. It may be enough by some margin. We just don't know. Maybe getting a little bit easier to bat. There is some high cloud moving across, but even psychologically being able to keep them under that lead under 300 might help. It's going to be a tough ask either way.
A couple of good wickets for Worcestershire recently. Getting Harmer out, I thought, was pretty important, just opening a little bit of a door for them. Now, Porter is a good sticker at the crease, and he's actually had a bit of time already this season. He likes to contribute and make the difference just by extending the innings with someone like Snater who can play at the other end, as here he just crouches into that one and just plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. But where Porter can be at his most effective is where he's got someone like a Snater at the other end, and he knows that he can maybe just look for the single, and Snater perhaps can get the runs. Nice to see you, Mel, and see you a bit later on this afternoon. So Frank Watson is coming back in, 303 for 9, and we are at about 12:32, so the lead is 280, and so the game is still nicely poised, but Essex clearly are in the better position given the history of the game to date. You feel as though the pitch not doing as much as it was at the start of the game, but still these are going to be a lot of runs to make. But Worcestershire are still just keeping things within bounds, Frank.
Yeah, just about, I would say, as Duffy starts a new over bowling to Snater, who I think might try to just make things happen a little bit more now that it's the last wicket pair. He's been quite restrained, really, for himself, but by his own sort of standards, I think. Snater, 51 balls he's faced for his 34.
Taylor must wonder how he didn't get him out in that over before he hit the 4.
Duffy again is in turn. He's letting that one go outside the off stump, taken by Roderick. I agree with you. I think Worcestershire just keeping it within the realms of possibility. If they can pick up this last wicket fairly quickly, and they're chasing something, you know, under 290. 285, something like that. We've seen games before where the highest score is scored in the last innings, and it's possible, but it doesn't want to get past 300 from their point of view as Duffy bowls, and Snater turns it on the leg side,
of course
turns down the single which is on offer.
Essex supporters might be thinking, oh, they batted 200 overs at didn't bat so many at Headingley, mind you, but they batted 200 overs at Taunton, and from so far behind in the game, there's a sort of mental stoicism that's needed to, to get some sort of platform.
It was a lot flatter,
yes,
obviously.
Of course.
But yeah, there's some fight in there. There's no doubt about that. There's some fight. I mean, it might not look like it. I made a point, and forgive me, listeners and viewers, if you've heard me say this lots of times before, but I haven't said it to you, Nick, but I made a point about the Headingley defeat. This one is hammered, sliced up in the air by Snater, and Duffy running back can't take a return. Well, it was a horrible one. It's gone miles up in the air. It's dropped halfway between long off and the bowler, and the bowler's run back towards it. It's coming over his shoulder. D'Oliveira couldn't get there, and he ended up not getting a hand on it, and they got 2, but it shows Snater's intention. But what I was going to say is, had the Yorkshire captain Johnny Bairstow been forced to follow on at Headingley, and the innings defeat had been suffered by, say, an innings and 180 or something,
it wouldn't have looked.
It's a massive defeat, but it doesn't have people looking in the history books, you know. It
must have been a deflating game for everyone connected with Worcestershire.
Exactly. And you've got to shake that off, really. And they've done that. They've done that to some extent, and they've come here and they've got a first innings lead. Duffy in, bowl short. Snater hooks in the air and gets 6, in fact, down to deep backward square. not exactly in control of it. It was a slightly rushed shot, but he's got enough of a bat on it to clear quite a long boundary. So Duffy conceding a 6, and Snater exactly as I suggested he might, now that he's with the number 11, deciding that he's going to give it a real swing, and he's raced on to 42 with that 6. And this one again is short and quick, and Duffy manages to finish the over with a dot ball. Snater trying to uppercut it down to third man, but not getting anything on it. So Worcestershire will be able to bowl at Jamie Porter, the last man. It's 311 for 9, and the Snater is now on 42. It's a really good innings he's played. Harmer made 33. The other man out today, Thane for 54, Rajita for 3, Harmer out for 33, but Snater's helped with Harmer to take it away from Worcestershire, and they're going to have to play very, very well if they're going to manage to chase down this target, which is nearing 300.
Taylor bowls, and Porter gets nicely into line and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Snater's highest score came last year, actually, 83 not out against Kent at Canterbury, and a dangerous counter puncher.
Yeah,
and I say he can suddenly look very out of sorts, as he did in that Taylor over, where he got a 4 at the end of the over, but he could have been out of any number of deliveries. But
you're right, he's a dangerous player. He's a good player to have coming in at this stage, isn't he?
Indeed. 311 for 9. So lead 288. Oh, that one is off the pad, I think. Goes through. So keeper, it's sort of stifled shout, nothing much more than that. And Essex, well, they'll feel reasonably confident they can go on and win this game. And of course, like Worcestershire, they are looking to get a victory this season after having the better of a draw against Surrey. And then, of course, the Notts game looked to be as though it was going to be very interesting, and then petered out quite dramatically. Here's Taylor again, up to the wicket, bowls, and that's a flowing drive, or attempted flowing drive, but it's not timed by Porter. And it would have looked very good if he got right off the middle of the bat, and it's just rolled up to cover, and there is no run.
Well, it was a flowing drive.
Yeah.
All right. It just
looked nice, but didn't get too
didn't
much
hit
of the bat on it.
hard. Yeah.
It has clouded over. That was forecast. We mentioned that the best of the sun was scheduled to be for this morning, and that's the way it's panning out. And we expect the cloud to hang around this afternoon, and light could be an issue after 6 o'clock. And this is Porter getting into line and playing defensively up towards mid-off, and no run. BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester online via the BBC Sport website and app. Melinda Farrell, Nick Leadhill and Frank Watson here at the county ground, where it's been a game that has sort of swung one way and then the other, but some useful late order runs. Harmer and Snater contributing in both innings.
Yeah.
And Harmer 33 in this innings, that was an important knock, and Snater with his 42 from 57 balls could yet make the difference if it gets tight later on. 2 slips waiting, and Porter digs that one out and plays it up towards cover and no run. And maybe Worcester will be a little bit frustration seeing the cloud cover coming over just before they're going to bat.
Yeah, perhaps, but
there's enough in the pitch probably already.
Yeah, I mean, batting is not going to be easy, particularly early on. But it's not a minefield. It's not a pitch that it's impossible to score runs on, as we've seen. Paul Walter with 100. Simon Harmer's applied himself very well in both innings, and Worcestershire had 2 players who got 40 odd in the first innings.
Taylor bowl, that's just played defensively, runs between the stumps and the non-striker, and it rolls out to mid-on. That's the end of the over. Porter no score, 42. Snater 311 for 9, so 3 wickets down this morning. Will lead 288 at Southampton. We've got another wicket gone down there, and it's Miguel Pretorius who's moved James Fuller for 15. So a good fight back by Somerset, Hampshire 286 for 7, but Toby Albert has suddenly come in at number 9. Not sure whether he was injured or some other reason he's batting that far down, but he's come in at number 9. And at Chester Street, Emilio Gay's got to his 150 and Durham a 356 for 4, and they're 49 ahead of Yorkshire in that one.
Jacob Duffy is being replaced at the Gooch end, formerly the Hayes Close end, by Essex old boy Ben Allison. 17 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 47 so far for Allison. And he's going to come on and be bowling to Shane Snater, who is on 42. Perhaps the most significant number that we can give you is the lead, which is 288, and remains at that as Snater attempts in one shot to take it to 294, because he has a massive swipe at that one, and had he hit it, it would have gone over the Felsted School stand at deep mid-wicket. As it was, it ended up in the gloves of Gareth Roderick, and he missed it by some considerable margin, but he's made his intentions perfectly clear, Shane Snater. And as Nick was saying, played a good hand here, played a good hand in the first innings, and has frustrated Worcestershire this morning. Lets this one go actually outside the off stump. A late decision to take the bat away.
And say Porter's got enough with the bat to be able to be frustrating for Worcestershire, just to keep one end. What he has to avoid is to sort of play a straight, that'll risk getting himself out. He just needs to hold things together when he's on strike, and Snater then, the way he's playing, the idea is that he can get his lead above 300.
Well, we've got a slip, every other fielder on the boundary, so he can have a 1 if he wants it. He's not really interested in that in the early part of the over anyway, as Allison bowls, and he smashes this away on the leg side. That's going to be 4. There's 2 men out on that boundary in front of square. It's bisected them perfectly. And Snater moves on to 46, and the frustration continues for Worcestershire. It's a bad delivery from Allison, short, and Snater needs no second invitation. Had a big heave at the first one, let the second one go. He's whacked the third one for 4, and the lead is 292 now. And here's Allison again in, and he bowls, and Snater just pushes out on the offside. He's taken 1, he's coming back for 2. It's good running as Taylor comes in, throws to the non-striker's end. Good from Snater, good from Essex. 48 now to Snater, 317 for 9.
It'll be his 9th first-class 50 if he was to get it. That's more than you might expect, but as I mentioned, that 83 not out, his highest score for in first-class cricket for Essex at Canterbury last year.
There's Allison in again to Snater. Bowls down the leg side, and Snater misses it as he attempts to flick it away. Diving stop from Gareth Roderick. And umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy having a bit of fun with Ben Allison. Didn't signal wide, but just waved his arms a little bit to suggest I could have done if I'd wanted to, Ben, but don't do it again kind of thing. It was just on the edge, I would think, of being a wide.
Yeah, so a 9th first-class 50 just potentially on offer here for Snater, and it could be important in the context of the game. Harmer and Snater with the bat have done well.
Already is important in the context of the game, I think, as Allison comes down the hill once again and bowls, and Snater is bowled. Massive heave across the line, missed it. Ben Allison picks up the wicket, and Essex are all out for 317. Snater, the last man to go, for 48, so he hasn't got that 50. I'll blame you for that, Nick. The Essex innings ends with a lead of 294. Worcestershire will need 295 to win, and one would have to say, on the evidence of what we've seen so far, that is a very tall order indeed. Not impossible, but unlikely. Bowling figures at the end of that Essex innings very quickly for you. Jacob Duffy, 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 98. Tom Taylor, 23 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 73. Ben Allison, who picked up that last wicket, finished with figures of 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 53. Matthew Waite, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 40. And Ethan Brooks, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 37.
Yes, and that's a very useful partnership after Paul Walter got out. In fact, really two significant partnerships, both involving Noah Thane. After it was 128 for 5, that was the low point, if you like, for Essex in the innings. That partnership with Paul Walter taking it up to 211. Paul Walter out yesterday evening. Noah Thane going on, getting his first class 50. He got out at 246. He went for 54. And Simon Harmer, his second significant contribution of the game, 28 and 33. He got out when the score was 287. Kasim Rajita with Shane Snater taking things past 300, and Shane Snater last man out. Rajita made 3 and Snater out for 48. Porter was probably not for the first time not out naught from 7 balls. Played his part in the bargain, but Snater was really taking every chance that he could. So play to resume at 12:55, and that means potentially 2 overs before lunch. And we'll see if Essex can make any early inroads. The one thing we know is that Worcestershire won't win the game today. Essex could, but we might be in a situation where there's not a lot left in the game to go into tomorrow. I think Worcester's best bet would be if there is a lot left in the game tomorrow, and that's what they'll be hoping for. But they're going to need to make a pretty good start, Frank, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and they won't want to have any setbacks in this horrible little period before lunch. I just imagine that Jake Libby and Gareth Roddick would have been out there thinking, well, you know, let's get this last wicket, but not for another 5 minutes or so, because we've got this horrible little period to face. They've been there before, they're experienced pros, but even so, it'll be a little uncomfortable just for a few minutes.
So, yeah, about 6 or 7 minutes to wait then until, and I might say it has clouded over, and it was forecast. Also, the suggestion is that there could be some drizzle around after the scheduled playing hours this evening, but that suggests that the light won't be too good around about 6 o'clock. So what Worcestershire will be very much hoping for is that they're not having to bat for lengthy periods in the game in different light, and certainly that will not be in their interests at all. Just to mention the Sussex-Surrey game, Dominic Sibley with those, he got runs of course against Essex in the second Surrey innings. He was out for 3 in the first, 66 in the second, but 100 not out on 105 against Hampshire. He's 66 not out. Ollie Pope on 71, and Surrey 176 for 1, 259 behind Sussex. But can't really see anything other than a draw in that particular game. Yorkshire-Durham. Latest, Yorkshire 307, we mentioned Durham 362 for 5, but they've just lost Emilio Gay, 152. He shared in that record-breaking second wicket stand for Durham, beating the all-time record for the second wicket for the county, and a very good job he did to make sure that they put themselves into a strong-looking position. Alex Lees shared the partnership with him of 279, 172 to Lees, 152 to Emilio Gay, 362 for 5, and they are 55 on at the moment against Yorkshire in that game. Just to remind you here, Essex 317 all out, lead by 294, and play due to resume in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Good morning for Somerset. Hampshire 302 for 8, still very much with the upper hand, 118 ahead. Toby Albert coming in down there at number 9, came in and went for 3. 4 wickets for Miguel Pretorius, and it was Tom Lammonby who really made the important interventions earlier on, because he got the 2 chief protagonists of a big stand for the 4th wicket, Nick Gubbins for 82 and Liam Dawson for 72, followed it up with James Fuller for 15, but 302 for 8. A good morning for Somerset, although they are still 118 behind in the game. Notts 285 for 6, 192 ahead, and Hasib Hamid has got his century, 111 not out. That's his second significant contribution of the season. The other one coming against Essex at Trent Bridge, 92 in the second innings. So he is doing pretty well, as indeed are Notts. Surely they're very much in the box in that game, 192 ahead. Just looking around the Division 2 games, well, we've got a chance. Leicestershire, their batting's looking pretty strong, and they're just 56 behind Lancashire. We've mentioned that Renan Ahmed out for an even 100. Ian Holland, who's been a good acquisition from Hampshire, 35. And they're 207 for 3, just 56 behind Lancashire, who probably aren't going to win this game either. So it's a slow start for the side that everyone thought would be absolute favourites to go straight back up. Middlesex have declared at 470 for 9. They're another of the favourites in Division 2, and they're well ahead, 271 ahead of Glamorgan, 107 for Max Holden, 83 for Ben Geddes in that, so very much Middlesex in charge in that game. Kent have been bowled out for 393, and Ben Compton didn't carry his bat. He wasn't too far away from it. He was 9th out for 178. Interestingly, Zach Crawley only made 1 in that innings. 51 for Grant Stewart, 393 for Kent, 79 behind Gloucestershire, who will have to bat pretty briskly to set up some sort of a target in that one. And Northants doing nicely against Derbyshire, 349 for 5, so they now lead by 42, looking to build a match-winning lead. Luke Proctor made 150 in that, and she had a very big opening stand with Ricardo Vasconcelos. That set the innings up, 349 for 5, and lead by 42. So that's basically what's going on around the country, Frank, and certainly in Division 1. It does look to be very much an open division. I think a lot of other sides would have been quite pleased that they didn't beat Essex and they didn't beat Hampshire. They're obviously not likely to beat Sussex, and it just suggests that it could be a very open race this year.
Yeah, lack of results at the start of the season, I think, with the dry weather has been a factor that has perhaps encouraged one or two of the sides that weren't so fancied, I think would be fair to say. You'd still have to respect the strength of
they're not going to lose many.
Yorkshire looked a good side. I know they're not doing so well this time round, but they looked a good unit against Worcestershire last week. Heavy roller out there, that could be quite a significant factor, I think, for the start of this Worcestershire innings. The key is going to be getting through this little 2-over period without suffering a loss, I think, and then just to get in the dressing room at lunchtime and reassess. Heavy roller has just finished doing its work and is now firmly in reverse and coming off quite quickly. It's just turning it round, actually, the groundsman. But we're going to have 2 overs. Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, the 2 opening batsmen. Nick was recalling this morning an innings that Jake Libby played on this very ground, first game of the season a few years ago, when he, I think, ended up being one of the 2 or 3 longest ever championship innings of all time.
It was in the old conference. It was
a different pitch.
It was the 2021, wasn't it? It would have been the conference season, and then I think he got runs at Worcester as well when Essex played Worcester. It was a different
pitch.
Flat, yes.
Yeah. This is going to be tough while the ball is new. It's going to be tough throughout, I would suggest.
And cloud cover as well.
Jamie Porter to bowl the first over of this Worcestershire second innings from the Graham Gooch end. 295 the victory target. Plenty of time all day tomorrow should they need it. Essex will be hoping they might actually have a day on the golf course tomorrow. Here's Jamie Porter in, bowls the first ball of the innings, and Gareth Roderick is taken on the pad and it drops down on the leg side, and there's no run. A really nasty little session for these 2 here. 11 balls remaining before lunch. 4 slips in place. It's exactly the field that we saw for the start of the, well, through almost throughout the Worcestershire first innings. There's Porter in sunshine again, down the hill, bowls, and Roderick is taken on the pad and he is out. LBW, pushing forward. Gareth Roderick, second ball of the innings, nipped back, taken on the pad, looked a good shout from here. And the worst possible start for Worcestershire. 2 overs to face before lunch, and they have lost a wicket in the first over to the second ball of the innings. Gareth Roderick trapped LBW by Jamie Porter. Perfect start for Essex, Nick.
Yeah, he just felt the conditions very much in Essex's favour. New ball, cloud cover. Jamie Porter, who's made a pretty good start to the season, and just getting that one to just jag back in. He got a little bit into a sort of no man's land. Roderick there, you feel, is looking to come forward in the end, was crouching into a defensive shot, but yeah, looked a fairly adjacent decision. And I suppose we'll still be hoping there's going to be 2 overs in a way, because if there's another wicket in this over, we might only have 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start for Jamie Porter. Bang on. I mean, fair, you know, just what the doctor ordered as far as Essex are concerned. Bang on with the line of it. And Roderick, who does get round a little bit in his forward defensive shot generally. I mean, it wasn't uncharacteristic of him, but just didn't get a bat on it. Hit in front, and a great start for Essex. A really excellent start as Kashif Ali comes out to join Jake Libby under a bit of pressure here. There's a real tension out there now. If you're the incoming batsman now, the worst possible start, the last thing you want to happen in this nasty little session is to lose a wicket in the first over. So Jamie Porter, tail up, down the hill, into bowl to Kashif Ali, who is taken on the pad, and that one runs away on the leg side for a leg bye, the first run of the Worcestershire second innings. Remember, they need 295 to win. Essex this morning losing their last 4 wickets for the addition of 84 runs in 25 overs exactly. The men out: Thane 54, Harmer 33, Rajitha 3, and finally Snater for 48. Worcestershire set 295 to win, but losing a wicket to the second ball of the innings. Gareth Roderick, one of the mainstays of the batting. His game is over, and Worcestershire right up against it as Porter comes in down the hill and bowls to Libby down the leg side, and good diving take by the wicket keeper, substitute wicket keeper, I think, who is again Simon Fernandez, who stepped in because of the injury to Michael Pepper, which was suffered on day 1. A good diving take by Fernandez. Goalkeeper style, he takes it and tumbles away to his left, and there's no addition to the score. So 1 for 1. Porter into Libby and bowls, and Libby is turning this one on the leg side to mid-wicket, where Jordan Cox is the fielder, and there's no run.
Andrew in Newmarket emailed at 12:26 to say, looking at tomorrow's forecast, Essex might not want to bat too much longer. Perhaps they decided that you know, they wanted to sort of get in and get out Worcestershire. I think Snater played in a way that sort of enforced that view, but of course they've got this wicket now, Andrew, and I think the forecast is only poor sort of late afternoon tomorrow.
As Porter is in again and bowls, and Libby is turned around slightly by this one, but manages to push it out on the offside. That is the end of the first over. So we're going to have one more over, which I think will be bowled by Shane Snater. Certainly took the new ball in the first innings. Brilliant start for Essex. Roderick back in the pavilion, and Worcestershire in real trouble, seeking 295 to win. 1 for 1 after 1.
And it looks like it is going to be Snater.
Oh, it's lunch.
Oh no, it's just lasted long enough over to get us to lunch. So I was going to mention Snater in the context of an email from the Grumbler saying that Snater bats like he learnt to play cricket on a video game, see ball, hit ball. He's done a pretty effective job, hasn't he, in this match? And it looks a long way away for Worcestershire at the moment at 1 for 1. As it turned out, with that 1 wicket going down, it was enough just to take us to 1 o'clock and to take us to lunch. So very much Essex's session, 317 all out, and Worcestershire 294 is still required, and 1 for 1 at lunch. It's going to be hard work this afternoon. We've just mentioned the weather tomorrow. In fact, we're still here at lunchtime tomorrow, Frank. In Worcestershire, we're pretty pleased, I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. I very much doubt that we will be. It's not impossible. We've all seen lots of games of cricket that have taken unexpected turns, but you couldn't have really wished for much more as an Essex supporter this morning than what we saw. 84 runs added to the overnight 233 for 6, and then the absolute icing on the cake, that wicket for Jamie Porter. Second ball of the innings, Gareth Roderick trapped LBW. So fantastic session for Essex, probably as good a session as they've had in the game. It was even, it was so close on first innings. It was even really until sort of halfway through yesterday, lunch yesterday I would say, tea yesterday even, but Paul Walter's 100 and that late flurry, particularly from Snater, have really taken it away from Worcestershire this morning, and then that wicket, just as I say, the absolute icing on the cake. And the Worcestershire dressing room will be a pretty serious place, shall we say, at the moment. They'll be digging in for sure, but and they'll be reminding each other that they can do it, but I think they will know that Essex are very strong favourites.
Thank you, Frank. See you after lunch. We're going to do a little update into the 1 o'clock news on BBC Essex, and then we'll take our leave of you until 1:40. So join us again then. Enjoy your Easter Day lunch, and certainly Essex will be looking to build on their progress this morning. Yes, and they've had a very good morning, moving into a strong position in the game. They got the runs they would have been looking for this morning, ending 317 all out. Noah Thane making 54, his maiden first-class 50. And Simon Harmer and Shane Snater both making good contributions with the bat for the second time in the game. Harmer 33 and Snater in belligerent fashion, 48 from 63 balls as he played expansively towards the end. So 317 all out. It left Worcestershire 295 to win. And they only faced 1 over before lunch, but crucially, from an Essex point of view, they lost a wicket. It was the second ball, it was Jamie Porter, it cut back into the opener, Gareth Roderick, who was rather stranded, playing half forward. LBW to Porter for naught. A perfect start for Essex. Worcestershire 1 for 1 at lunch. I think that's mine, but I haven't put my name on it. So make sure you've got yours. Make sure Don hasn't taken that as well.
Is that the...
having established a first innings lead of 23, they would have been chasing a slightly smaller target. Alongside me is Melinda Farrell. Good afternoon, Mel, and would you like to take this first over?
Certainly, happy to. In comes Snater, and the first ball of the afternoon session beats Kashif, all ends up outside the edge of the bat, and he just goes for a little walk to settle his nerves. Last thing Worcestershire need is another wicket right now.
Yeah,
But
it was a
for
good
Essex,
morning for Essex.
yeah.
And it added to which the sun's gone and it's clouded over a little bit, so conditions maybe even more in favour of the bowlers just at the moment.
Kashif waits as Snater's in once more. He just plays a little check drive and gets a single. So he's down at the other end now. So Kashif out there with Jake Libby. He's yet to score. He's faced 3 balls so far. And in many circumstances, 295 with 5 sessions remaining in a game would not necessarily seem such a daunting task, but conditions make it so. As Snater is in over the wicket. This one is a comfortable leave for Libby, so well wide of off stump and moving away. But yeah, it has been, we have seen the little glimmer of hope perhaps for any Worcestershire fans who are listening. We have seen each innings so far be a bit higher than the one before. So that has possibly suggested maybe a bit of easing. I don't know. We saw the heavy roller being employed. Here's Snater in. And that's defended by Libby off the back foot, no run. But it's, no, shall we say, slim hope? Or not? I think slim's too harsh.
Yeah, what would you say, 70-30? 80-20 in favour of Essex, perhaps?
Let's go 70-30.
Yeah, it's not impossible. We've seen it happen before, but Essex have really pushed home their advantage today.
4th slips in as that's whipped off the toes by Libby. It's not going to get all the way to the boundary because there is a sweeper down there, deep backward square leg. So he picks up a couple and moves the score on to 4 for 1. So Libby off the mark with 2. And it has really noticeably clouded over. Every day here, it started as one thing and finished as another. Yesterday was a bit cloudy in the morning and ended up bright. Here's Snater is in, a full of ball. It's off the outside edge of the bat from Libby, but along the ground to point. So that's the end of the first over from Snater. 4 for 1 with Kashif on 1, Libby on 2. At target 295. A long way off. Frank Watson?
Yeah, a long way off indeed, Mel. But run chases like this have to be managed in small chunks, and no doubt Kashif and Jake Libby will have said to each other, let's see if we can just get through the next 5 overs without any further damage, and then take it from there, and then 5 more, and then 5 more, and so on. Jamie Porter will be doing his best to make sure that can't happen. He it was who took the wicket before lunch, and he it is who is coming in down the hill now from the Graham Gooch end to bowl to Kashif, who is taken on the pad, and a strangled appeal from behind the stumps, and the ball drops down on the offside. Good afternoon to listeners to 5 Sports Extra, and if you're listening on the live stream or on the BBC Sports app or website, welcome to our commentary here at Chelmsford. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford Worcester. Alongside me is Melinda Farrell of The Cricketer, I think we can now say, Mel, as well as many other cricketing outlets in the world from time to time, as a freelance who travels the world following the game. But we're very much engrossed by this contest. We've been here since the start, and it's been a gripping contest, albeit one that has been slightly unbalanced since the start, with the ball being on top of the bat. This one from Porter is pushed out on the onside by Kashif Ali. It's a hybrid pitch. There's a lot of grass on it. It is, in fact, I think, unless my eyes are deceiving me, Mel, looking a little bit less green today than it has on previous 2 days. There was a time on day one where it was almost difficult to discern it from the rest of the square. And Porter is in again, bowls, and Kashif is feeling for that one outside the off stump. Good bowling from Jamie Porter, and all 4 of those slips. Walter at first, Harmer at second, Critchley at third, and Thane at fourth. Hands in pockets to keep them warm, because it is quite chilly, but they're all very, very interested. In a state of high alert, I would say, as Jamie Porter is bowling. And they caught well. All 4 of them have taken catches in this game. As Porter is in again and bowls, and this one's straighter, and Kashif manages to get a bat on it, pushes it back up the pitch, but runs hard to come by at the moment, and Worcestershire are going to have to battle hard if they're going to get through this session, even, I would say. Certainly to take the game into tomorrow, they're going to have to play well. 4 for 1. That wicket falling to the second ball of the innings. Just a nasty little 1-over spell, as it turned out. Worcestershire had to negotiate before the lunch interval. Here's Porter again, bowling to Kashif Ali, who is on the back foot, pushing defensively up to mid-off. And there is no run.
What's been happening with Kashif Ali, Frank? Because he's a batter since I was there up at Headingley when he made that 90, and then I was there first game at Edgbaston last year when he made twin hundreds. And he's lovely batter to watch. Really good once he's in full flow, but he's been struggling a little bit.
Yep, I'll just fill in on that in a minute as he flashes at this one outside the off stump, and he's lucky not to get a nick. So it's the end of a maiden from Jamie Porter. 4 for 1 it remains. Yeah, he as you say, back-to-back hundreds at the start of last year against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and then kind of hit the buffers a little bit, took a bit of time out from the game to sort of get his mental health sorted out, and he's also had 1 or 2 injuries. I think a latecomer to the professional game, perhaps just the grind of playing cricket day in, day out, and being under pressure has been something that he's found difficult.
Libby on strike now. Snater is in. Oh, there's a nick, and that
didn't
didn't quite carry to second slip. He's
Harmer.
Still on his knees, Harmer, and he's such a safe pair of hands as well in the slips. The result is a boundary, but a very streaky one. Just having a look again. Good bounce on that. It almost carried. It's just dropped in between second and third slip. Just watching this again. Oh, very, very, very close. Very close indeed. Libby was streaky. He's on strike again as Snater's in. This time it's down the leg side and flicked away, and that's going to be 4. So it's a bit too straight on that occasion from Snater after the previous ball was almost brought him a wicket. Instead, he's given up back-to-back boundaries.
Just going back to Kashif, and the other, he'd been away this winter in Pakistan playing first-class cricket over there. Played consistently throughout the winter, did pretty well, and he's going to get a run at number 3. He's got a real chance of establishing himself, but perhaps not built on the start that he got last year.
This next ball's just defended down towards mid-off by Libby, no run.
But he's a very talented player, as you know, and as people that have seen him score runs will testify. And I think he could be a big player in white ball cricket this year as well for Worcestershire.
Yeah, well, he's of course come through the SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy, that has had such incredible success in producing first-class cricket in a very short space of time. As Snater is in, it's defended out towards extra cover by Libby this time. And they have had so much success with it, but I guess that's the long-term project of SACA, because they're looking at players who have kind of had the talent have come in and then dropped out of the system, and looking at the reasons why.
I think this is. I've been involved in discussions before about Kashif and why perhaps it stalled just a little bit after he started.
Snater is in, bowls. That was really hurried Libby a little bit, drops down and rolls out towards fourth slip.
And I've already said, you know, a late comer to the game and then suddenly finding yourself playing day in, day out, and the actual physical grind and mental effort of doing that when you've not been used to it and you haven't come through the academy system and kind of gone step by step. And you're not missing any cricket, by the way, because there's a call for the physio. I think Jake Libby's been hit on the right elbow, so the physio will be on the way out there in a moment. And the other thing about Kashif, like a lot of Saka graduates, as they're called, who have made it eventually, he was the first to get a full-time professional contract. Worcestershire have got another one now. You had Vinder Singh, a medium pacer. They've tried so hard for so long. You know, I think Kashif trialled with about 6 different counties. Had a go, been told you're not good enough, had another go, been told you're not good enough. The effect that has on you mentally, and then maybe when you do get a contract, you suddenly think relief and it's all going to happen, and then maybe you get your first 2 or 3 low scores or a run of low scores, and it becomes a real test, and you suddenly think, well, I haven't made it yet, I've just been given an opportunity. I just think all that kind of, you know, the imbalance of emotions that brings on can be more difficult to cope with than for perhaps a player who has come through the age groups, gone into a side, learned alongside some of the other players, dropped out occasionally back to the seconds, gone back in, and just had a more conventional route into first-class cricket. It's just my own sort of theory on it, really. But it's different, isn't it, coming into it late? And Kashif has. As I say, you're not missing any cricket here at Chelmsford because Jake Libby is receiving attention from the Worcestershire physio. They are 12 for 1, needing 295 to win. It's overcast now at Chelmsford, and Essex very much on top this morning. They resumed on 233 for 6, the home side. Noah Thane reached his first ever first-class half-century before he was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Ethan Brooks for 54. Thereafter, Simon Harmer made a very good 33 before he was out, caught behind by Roderick off Taylor after the new ball was taken. Rajitha, the debutant Kasun Rajitha, Sri Lankan, was LBW to Taylor for 3, and the last man out, Shane Snater, who played a very, very good innings, particularly in the context of the game. He made 48. Ben Allison bowled him 317 all out then. Essex in their second innings, setting Worcestershire 295 to win, and they took a wicket with the second ball of the innings, and we're back underway.
We are. Libby recovered, and next ball from Snater. He just presses it down towards Rajitha, coming in from mid-on, so no run off that last ball, but 8 coming off the over. One of them, well, that could have been the end of Libby, but perhaps just dropping short as it went between second and third slip. So 12 for 1 after 4 overs now. Worcestershire, that target 295. Plenty of time in the game, but it has not been easy batting at all throughout the course of this match here at Chelmsford. Wherever you are, hope you're having a lovely Easter Sunday as well.
It's Jamie Porter in, bowls to Kashif, who is turned round, taken on the thigh, inside right thigh. It's painful. I feel his pain as he rubs it, Kashif Ali, but he survived it. It's tough out there, particularly against the new ball. We think it might even get tougher when the effect of the heavy roller wears off. But players have managed to make runs in this game. None more than the tall man at first slip, Paul Walter, who made a brilliant century. 104 in that Essex second innings. Kashif tucks this next one away down to long leg for a single. Snater is the fielder. And in Worcestershire's first innings, there were 40s from D'Oliveira and from Hose, 32 from Matthew Waite, who played very nicely. Ethan Brooks made 24 in the first Essex innings, a couple of 20s and a 30. Harmer batted well in both innings, but Walter's 100 stands out from the others. Noah Thane made his first ever 50 as well. That was a good effort too. So it's not impossible to make runs on this pitch, but it's hard work. Libby, a nice shot here off his pads, but picks out fielder at mid-wicket. That's Jordan Cox, who makes a good stop. So timed it nicely, Libby, but no runs for him there. He's on 10, Kashif is on 2. The man out in that first and only over of this innings before the lunch interval, Gareth Roderick, LBW to this man, Jamie Porter. Second ball of the innings, out without scoring. Porter in. Once more from the Gooch end, bowls, and Libby drives on the onside and thinks about a single but decides against it as Kasun Rajitha, the Sri Lankan tall quick bowler, comes in from mid-on to do the fielding. It won't be long, I don't think, until we see Rajitha introduced into the attack. He took 4 wickets in the first Worcestershire innings, 4 for 52. Good start for him. Bowled a few loose deliveries, but also some very, very threatening ones indeed. Here's Porter once again into Libby, and Libby is just standing up on the back foot and playing this one back up the pitch to the bowler.
I think Libby, the way he's setting off, he'd be quite happy to get down the other end for a little bit as well. And it is a bit torrid out there. If it's going to tip one way or the other advantage-wise, you do. I certainly do. I'd rather see it a bit more bowler-friendly than a bit too batter-friendly.
Yeah, I agree. There's Porter in, bowl, slightly over pitch. Libby drives up to mid-on again. No run, end of the over. Yeah, I agree with that. I think what you mean, Mel, just to clarify, is that we've seen a lot of pitches in recent years that have not produced a good contest because it's just been too flat, too easy for the batsman, and it just makes for dull cricket. It's been a dry April. There haven't been that many results around in the county championship, but a lot of runs at the beginning. You don't often get as many runs as there's been, and I think groundsmen have tried to encourage the bowlers by leaving a bit more grass on surfaces like this one.
Kashif Ali on strike now. Snater is in over the wicket. It just defends that one out to the leg side, no run.
And it's not trying to prepare result pitches particularly. It's not trying to prepare pitches that necessarily suit their own team, although I think most counties feel that that's perfectly fair. It's just trying to produce pitches that offer a more even contest. Maybe you could argue this one's gone a little bit too far the other way, but it makes for a better game of cricket than just watching teams bat for 3 days, doesn't it, really?
Certainly does. Here's Snater again. Bowls to Kashif Ali, and he tries to play a nice expansive drive, but it just gets past him straight through to the keeper. So Kashif Ali just looking a bit at sea at the moment. He's playing and missing a lot. That ball jagged back in off the seam. Yeah, so there's still plenty in this pitch, this hybrid pitch that we've been talking about. He's still got to bowl well on it, and that was a good delivery from Snater. He turns and runs in once more, bowls, and this time it's just defended out to point, no run.
Yeah, that was a really good delivery from Snater. Not just, I mean, we've seen that kind of bounce really throughout the game. Not all the time, but just every few overs, one's climbed quite steeply, hasn't it? Whether the ball's been new or old or whatever. And that one also moved sideways, and Kashif absolutely undone by that.
Well, there are a few divots out there as well, the players are saying, so interesting to see what it does. Here's Snater again. This one left alone outside the off stump by Kashif Ali. One thing I always comes to mind as well, you know, we do talk about the preparation of pitches sometimes as if like a coffee machine, that you go up and you say whether or not you want a latte or a cappuccino or an Americano, or I'd like this kind of pitch. And of course it is so much more difficult for the ground staff to get that balance right. think sometimes we forget that. Snater is in, bowls, full delivery, defended well by Kashifali.
Yeah, 100%. People have been saying to me, what can we expect at New Road next Friday when Durham turn up? And the answer is, I don't think any of us know. Got a good grass covering on the square finally after all the floods, and used a tent to help the germination this spring. But what that surface will actually play like, honestly, I'm not at all sure. I don't think anybody's sure.
Snater bowls. Balls come off the inside portion, I would say, of Kashif Salih's bat. He did turn a little bit, but no run. That's 13 for 1 now. Kashif Ali on 2, Libby on 10, who will take the strike in the next over. Well, I did mention this earlier in the game, but your groundsman at New Road, I mean, boy, oh boy, if ever you wanted to go and give anyone a hug, that's how I feel when I see that stuff when I visit there.
Steve Manfield, who came from here, he came from Chelmsford, the driest county ground in the country, and took the job at Worcester. Here's Jamie Porter in bowls, and Libby is forward pushing out on the offside, and that's fielded by the Essex captain Tom Westley at mid-off. He'll be a fairly contented man at the moment, Westley. But yeah, I agree. It's a tough job, and it's tougher than ever, I think, at the moment. But if anybody complains about the pitch at Worcester next week and says Worcester should have prepared a bad pitch, I think Steve would be entitled to be a little bit aggrieved, because he's just working like mad at the moment to get some sort of pitch out. As Porter bowls, and this is again pushed out on the offside by Libby. At least this year Worcestershire have had their first 3 games away, so they haven't had to move cricket elsewhere. The ground's looking good actually. The outfield, there are 1 or 2 areas of the outfield that aren't quite pristine yet, but the actual coverage of grass on the square is decent. Ironically, they've been watering it in recent weeks, which wasn't something we saw very often last year. Porter in again, bowls, and Libby on his toes plays that back up the pitch to Jamie Porter, who's bowled very well in this game, as he usually does, and can't really say that without once again mentioning the fact that Sam Cook is missing from this game. There have been some people who've suggested that had he been playing, the game would have been over by now, because he would have absolutely revelled in these conditions, particularly on those first 2 days. Here comes Porter again in and bowls, and Libby is again in behind that, pushes out on the onside. Jordan Cox comes in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. But Essex, who conceded a first innings lead of 23, batted very well in the second innings around Paul Walter, whose 100 remains the standout innings of this game, and for that alone really Essex deserve to be in the position that they're in. As Porter bowls again, and that's a half volley outside off stump, and Jake Libby is very, very grateful and just strokes it, not with too much flamboyance, but with a good straight bat, making sure that he finds the gap between extra cover and cover point, and that one races away out to the boundary underneath the little scoreboard away to our right. So nice third boundary of the innings for Jake Libby, 1 off the edge, 2 clipped very well, 1 off these pads, that one through the covers. He goes to 14, and Worcestershire are 17 for 1. Porter is in again, and well, his response to bowling half volley is to bowl an absolute beauty just outside the off stump. Might just have nipped away from Libby, and he played and missed. So just a reminder, after you've hit one beautifully through the covers for 4, that you can't take anything for granted on this pitch, and Porter finishes with an absolute jaffer, and Libby beaten by it. And again, watching the replay, quite steep bounce outside the off stump. 17 for 1, Libby 14, Kashiv 2, and the challenge continues. A reminder that the Worcestershire target is 295.
Yep, a Porter snorter, and now we have Snater.
Very good.
Oh,
very good.
Do my best. Here comes Snater. He's bowling to Kashifali over the wicket, and it's just pushed by Kashifali. They hair off for a single. Got through quite comfortably in the end, despite the throw coming in quite speedily from the covers. And I think it was, well, it was
Cox.
Yeah, Cox, but backing up it was Rajitha. I think he actually might have taken that on the end of his finger.
He's got his hands in his pockets. It's chilly out there now. Chilly. It was hot this morning when the sun was out.
Don't get too excited. I wouldn't say hot.
Well, okay.
Here's Snater. Again, just played out to Cox at point.
It was
no
warm.
Run.
It was warm this morning.
It was
when
pleasant.
the sun was out. It was hot yesterday if you're English in the afternoon, but not if you're Australian like Mel.
Dual citizen.
Yeah.
But my thermostat is
But
Australian.
when assessing the weather,
my thermostat
you
is
were wearing
Australian.
an overcoat. The rest of us were in shirt sleeves. Some people were reaching for the sun cream.
You were in shorts, you absolute madman. Here's Libby awaits. The Snater is in, and there's a bit of a shout there as that ball just comes in. It was definitely too high on first glance. On the hitting the diminutive Libby on the body.
Shane Snater is developing into a really good all-round cricketer, isn't he, for Essex? I think watch his progress. He's a bit raw when he started 2 or 3 years ago, but now purposeful bowler, moves it away from the right-hander and bats with a little bit of vim and verve as well, doesn't he?
Yes, as his next ball is defended by Libby out to extra cover.
As he did in this game in both innings, 24 in the first innings and a really good 48 this morning, which just took that lead a little bit further away from Worcestershire. They would have turned up this morning, Worcestershire, hoping that they could wrap up that Essex second innings in short order. As it was, they conceded a further 84 runs in the morning session, and mainly that was down to Snater.
Snater bowls, and that is just clipped straight to the fielder in front of square leg. Well, Libby, he's found the boundary on a few occasions, but on that particular occasion he's just found the fielder, and that is a second wicket to fall for Worcestershire in what is a precarious chase. Snater rewarded for some good bowling. That ball, well, he's just clipped it straight to the fielder. He'll be furious at himself there, Jake Libby. Just picked him out.
Absolutely, because it wasn't a particularly good delivery. The deliveries that you're expecting to get you out in this innings are those ones that are drawing you forward outside off stump and then maybe bouncing and leaving you, and the slips are brought into action. You're not really expecting to pick up wickets with balls sort of fuller and on middle and leg, and Libby just a little bit early on it, just clipped it up in the air, and Charlie Allison at mid-wicket probably couldn't believe his eyes. Snater certainly couldn't believe it, but that's what you get, I suppose, for nagging away and not giving the batsman much to hit. When you do just occasionally err, the batsman sees the opportunity to score and maybe just goes at it a little bit eagerly, as we saw 1 or 2 Worcestershire players do in the first innings, and you get your reward. So in a way you could say that Snater earned it. Libby will be very disappointed, as you say, and it's not how you would expect to lose wickets on this pitch, but it is the sort of thing that happens. It's 18 for 2, and Rob Jones, who made naught in the first innings, comes out now with Worcestershire under real pressure.
He's on strike now as Snater is in. 4 slips in, and first ball's just punched back up to a diving fielder. Manages to stop the runs at extra cover, and that applause is in appreciation for a fine over from Shane Snater, who, as Frank pointed out, has made some wonderful all-round contributions in this match. 18 for 2 now Worcestershire, with Kashifali on 3. Jones yet to score, and that target of 295 is a long way off, especially with now 8 wickets in hand.
Kasun Rajitha is being introduced into the attack at the Graham Gooch end. with Cashifali on strike on just 3, yet to get going at all. And Rob Jones, who got 0 in the first innings, did make 100 for the second team the other day, having just joined him, probably feeling a bit disappointed not to have got off the mark, because he played a cracking shot to the first ball he received, but it was well fielded. He might have expected a boundary, but it wasn't to be. So Essex absolutely on top now, and looking to press home this advantage and get this game finished today. No doubt a few of them already wondering which golf course they're going to play on tomorrow, unless it rains.
Get out in the morning, I say.
Rajitha with 3 slips waiting. Down the hill from the gooch end, bowls to Cashifali, who tucked him away on the onside for a single. And that takes him on to 4. More importantly, from his point of view, I suppose it takes him up to the non-striker's end, which is where he would probably rather be just at the moment. Good stuff from Essex then. 1 wicket for Porter, 1 for Snater. And Worcestershire requiring 295 to win. 18 for 2. As Rajitha comes in to bowl to Jones, who fields for that outside the off stump. Jones was out to Rajitha in the first innings, caught behind, cutting as a wideish one, and on that occasion it bounced and left him, and he just felt for it. It was almost as though his hands were drawn to the ball. Not for the first time in this game that we've seen a right-hander playing at one outside the off stump and beaten by quite steep bounces. Rajitha again bowls, and Jones is this time pushing forward up to mid-on, but there's a real sense of expectation every ball at the moment, isn't there, as Rajitha and Snater hit the crease. Those 3 slips all very, very much expecting to be brought into the game.
Question for you. Who's made a century in this match? I've got a follow-up question. Who is it?
Paul Walter. Rajitha again bowls. Jones again plays and misses. No run.
How many left-handed batters have we got in this match?
Wow, that's interesting. It's the only one, isn't he? Mm-hmm. The only one.
Mm-hmm.
Good spot. Have we not spotted that before? Yeah, that is really interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Food for
not
thought.
One in the Worcestershire lineup. Tom Hinley played at Taunton. He's left-handed. And Fateh Singh might have played. Jones plays this one out on the offside, and there's no run. Fateh Singh, left-arm spinner, might have played in this game. They decided to leave him out. Ed Pollock is not in this game for Worcestershire. He's left-hander. And you're right, looking down the Essex card, not one, other than Walter. Good spot, Mel.
Coincidence or something more? It's just
definitely a factor in the sense that I'll just break off as Rajitha comes in again and bowls to Jones, who's off the mark, clipping this one down to long leg for a single. In the sense that, that's the end of the over, by the way, 19 for 2. Most of the bowlers have been nipping it away from the right-handers.
Yeah.
That's not to say that Ben Allison wasn't bowling across Paul Walter with his natural sort of in-swing to the right-hander. But generally speaking, the right-arm seamers nipping the ball and bouncing the ball away from the right-handers have been the dominant wicket takers. So, yeah, could be more than coincidence. I think we have to certainly consider that as a major factor.
And it shows the importance of having variety in your bowling attack. Two, just the different options to go to. As Snater it is now, who is going to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's in, bowls, defended stoutly by Jones. Stout into the offside. No run as we say goodbye to Frank Watson for a little while. He's off to ponder left-handedness and right-handedness for a little bit. As we welcome Nick back in. He's getting himself plugged in and sorted. And it's actually getting chillier here, I think, at Chelmsford, and it's not just my Australian thermostat saying so. Here's Snater, he's in a full delivery, and it's smothered quite well in the end by Jones. Takes a big stride forward. Welcome back. How was your lunch?
Well, not too bad when I finally had it, because I was thinking, oh, goodness me, it's Easter Sunday, everything's shut. And it was. I went into town, and of course, what I was expecting to be normally open wasn't. But that's the nature of it. On a special day such as this, of course, there's football going on. You wouldn't notice particularly of anything special, apart from the fact the supermarkets are shut.
As Snater runs in, bowls, and he pulls his length back a little bit here, and that bounce again. And Jones was off balance then, managed to get his bat out of the way, but didn't look particularly comfortable. And just a gesturing, that bounce has really given the batters something to think about throughout this game.
Yes, talking of cold weather, I once remember watching you on I can't remember, it was a YouTube clip or something like that, and I'll come back to this after this ball.
It is Snater, it's running in. Bowls again, it's just making him play at it, and it just comes out, hums off the bat, dribbles to the leg side, no run.
In a previous career, you were at Hobart with, I think, Firdaus, I can't remember how she'd pronounce it. Firdaus Munda, who had assumed that everything in Australia was going to be hot. And she'd come to Hobart and hadn't got enough clothes. And you pointed in the direction of where the South Pole was, and you said, there's nothing much between here and there. I remember that. That was quite... It's funny how you things you remember.
Oh, that's amazing you remember that. Here's Snater, he's in, bowls defended much more solidly. Jones gets him behind that one. Yeah, well, look, Hobart.
Yes.
Well, Tasmania in general,
right.
The island of Tasmania, you would say is much more English in its climate. So it does get freezing. And of course, where the stadium is down there, Bellerive, it's right on the Derwent River, and you get that cold, icy wind off it. It does remind me of being here a little bit. As Snater is in, bowls, and just presses forward again in defence. Jones tries, I think, to suggest he played inside the line of that one. But it was another good over. 20 for 2 now, Worcestershire.
Yes, well, of course, English visitors have got the climate wrong there before. Of course, once Nasser Hussain turned up at Brisbane in November and thought it might be the old style Headingley in May and put Australia in. That was a famous one. But no, generally speaking, going to get decent conditions. It's amazing actually how often there is a bit of rain around for the Sydney Test these days.
Oh gosh, are you kidding? Yeah. It always rains in Sydney. Loads more than Manchester.
So here's the first ball of the new Vegeta over, and it's played off the back foot by Kashif Ali, and there is no run. So he's in his second over, is Vegeta. Did well, of course, in his first outing for Essex, looking to build on that. Essex in a solid position here, 20 for 2, Worcestershire, 275 more to win. Martin Levin, or hopefully pronounce that right, Martin, talking about the fact we've got Charlie Allison playing for Essex and Ben Allison, formerly of Essex, playing for Worcestershire, says, are you sure? And he's referring to the Allisons, who were Eurovision entry in 1961 with a song called Are You Sure? So that's played off the back foot down to backward point, and there's no run. And there's would have been another possible combo here, because we've got in the squad, the Essex squad, a guy called Mackenzie Jones. We've got a Rob Jones playing. It's one for the Cool in the Gang fans, this. We could have had Jones versus Jones, but we didn't quite get there in the end because he wasn't selected. But there's always a few of those knocking around, aren't there? 20 for 2. Kashif Ali on 4 from 21 balls, being very patient. There's Vegeta bowls, and this is played nicely into a gap on the onside for a single. I suppose all they can do, these two men, is just try and build and get some overs into the Essex bowlers' legs, and just try and build a partnership, I guess, because 275 more is a long way away at the moment.
Well, that's where it starts, isn't it? Just trying to build one partnership. There haven't been many big partnerships in this game. The one of note for Worcestershire in the first innings was between Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira. He scored 48 apiece.
Here's Uchita bowls. Oh, that's a useful delivery. A bit of bounce as he's got from time to time. And it wraps the gloves this time of Jones and goes away into the onside. He's got his arm outstretched there, and I think that's just he's wringing his hand in pain. And I think it's stopping a little bit of a blow, but I don't think he's going to need any treatment. But that was a useful delivery. It's what he's been doing to Sri Lanka and getting a bit of extra bounce. 22 for 2.
He might be feeling the cold, but boys, he loved the conditions here and his first outing in the county championship.
Oh, the wickets like this? Probably not. But actually, I'd be interested to see him bowling on a wicket that offers, a bit of bounce, even if it's a true wicket. That's a delivery that's outside the off stump, moving away from the right-hander Kashif Ali. And it's hard work for him at the moment. 5 from 23 balls. Martin, thank you for that. And just to repeat the email address if you'd like to get in touch with us, because he mentions it on his email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. And Ken was in touch, Ken Newbury, one of our regular emailers, talking about a Lancashire player who came to Essex called Mahmood. This is played defensively up into the offside, and there's no, and that, Ken, will be Sajid Mahmood, who played for England, played for Lancashire mainly, and right at the end of his career he was with Essex, I think in the 2014 season, and he wasn't retained at the end of that season, but that will be the player that we were thinking of. 22 for 2, and Jones and Kashif Ali trying to do a bit of a rebuilding job.
Yeah, they are, and they've got an awfully long way to go. I've just seen someone in front of me as well, a lady, stand up and put on a big thick puffer jacket with a hood, so that says a fair bit. Now Jamie Porter, who bowled a terrific spell first up, got a wicket with his second ball, that of Gareth Roderick, just before he took lunch. He is back into the attack. A change of ends for Porter. Now at the Sir Alistair Cook end in front of us, running away. First ball, though, is a bit loose down the leg side. Oh, flicked the pad of Rob Jones. But yeah, terrific. He comes in to his 5th over with figures of 1 for 5, Jamie Porter. These conditions ideal for the seamer. Enjoying this. 4 slips in for Jones, as you can imagine, with the ball nipping about. Here's Porter down the leg side again. They do appeal, but it's going to go all the way to the boundary. They were too busy appealing. And as the umpire signals, just waiting to see if he signalled the leg buys, but I think he might have got bat on that. Did you see him signal a leg buy?
I think so.
No, I don't think he did. Oh no, well, it's come up as leg buys.
Right.
So you didn't see the umpire signal it. He must have done a stealth signal.
Rescuing the electronic scoreboard though for a moment there.
Next ball is punched straight to Shane Snater. He's just fielding at extra cover.
Yes, these figures normally include the current game, but it says that Porter's got 9 wickets for the season so far. Snater just ahead of him. And of course, Sam Cook was an enforced absence on 7 wickets.
Here's Porter in over the wicket, and that's played late and very nicely too by Rob Jones. Nice touch. It's not going to go all the way for 4 down behind point, because the fielder has chased it down. It's Cox, I think, out there on the far side. But that might just calm Jones's nerves a little bit. He's had a bit of a rough time of it out there. He's picked up 2 runs. It's taken the score to 28 for 2, but he's been pinged on the hands. He's played and missed. Kashif Ali as well. There is nothing easy about batting out there for Worcestershire. In comes Porter, bowls, and it's full, and again smothered defensively by Jones.
Yeah, it's conditions feel loaded in favour of the bowlers. We mentioned the cloud cover, which is due to stay all afternoon. And some of the spectators in front of us who were putting on sun cream this morning have been reaching for sweaters and coats this afternoon. It's actually sort of more like the day you I'd expect around about the 20th or so of April. Today it's only about 13 degrees and it's feeling that now.
Porter just had a little false start on his run-up, so he turns a circle and heads off again. He's in, bowls, and Jones, well, defends that one nicely. A little check drive, doesn't go past Snater though. So the end of the first over from Porter's second spell. It's 28 for 2, 12 overs played so far. Kashif 5 on 5 and Jones on 4. They've faced quite a few balls, so finding it difficult to get their scoring really underway. It's a war of attrition at the moment.
Dom Sibley didn't get his third consecutive 100, he made 82, but Ollie Pope has got 100, 103 to him, and Surrey 245 for 3, 190 behind Sussex. Thing is, how Surrey have struggled with the ball this season. It's really been a bit of a surprise. Regita bowls, and this is driven away nicely down the ground. That, I think, is going to be 4. Wesley won't stop that. That was really well timed. Lovely shot. Been very much Surrey's dominance in the last 3 years.
It has, and also, but I think the way Sussex have started their season, it puts other teams on notice too.
Yeah.
Just on the flip side.
Yeah. It looks like a draw there, but jump and left alone. Yeah, I mean they look like very well organised. They were dominant in Division 2 last year. There was a time about 10 to 15 years ago where Sussex were a real dominant force in the country. With Mushtaq, and they had some really fine batsmen as well in their middle order in particular, and they really faded away and have been very much second best to their near neighbours Hampshire down on the south coast, but looks like they're fighting back. 32 for 2. This is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run, but we don't really know, Mel, what the setup's going to be next season, because there's talk of just going down to 12 championship matches. Logically, you might therefore be looking at a top division of only 7 teams, so they can all play each other twice. But that's a huge adjustment when you've currently got 10 in the top division. So it would take a few seasons, I think, to get that resolved. So Sheffield Shield looks very simple in comparison to the ever-changing first-class setup in England, as that's played off the back foot defensively, rolls up to cover, and there's no run. It's 32 for 2.
Well, you've got a natural geographical advantage in Australia, and also a population distribution factor as well, where you've got a small number of states that have a big population centre, so it just makes it far easier to divide up and have high-quality cricket played between those states. Here, it's a little bit more complicated.
Yes, if you were doing it from scratch, you wouldn't have started with 18 sides probably. 32 for 2. That's Buriado. That's a play and a miss. Good delivery from Majita. Just a 1 over pitch ball, but the rest of it is pretty much on the mark. And Jones, who has struggled, he I think it was after a duck in the first innings from memory, and he played and missed at that one. He really has struggled here at Chelmsford, but he's there on 4 from 19. Cashy Valley 9 from 30, and Worcestershire, who require 295 to win, are 32 for 2.
Yeah, I just really like what we've seen from Regita. The first over he bowled in this match was an absolute cracker, and just there, I know they're helpful conditions, but he's tended to bowl a really good line that's more often than not made them play and gets good bounce, seam movement away from the right-hander. Now it's Porter, he's in, over the wicket. First ball left alone, but it was coming back in to Jones. It's not all fun and games for these two out in the middle. They've just got to find a way to survive, hope that the new ball just becomes a little bit easier to face. Maybe these conditions ease a little bit, but they don't look like they will. In comes Porter again. It's driven straight back to the bowler, who takes it on the bounce.
These are conditions you pretty much pick as a seam bowler. I don't think it's warm enough for the ball to swing, but I mean, you've got the surface offering bounce and movement anyway, and overhead conditions. It's pretty much, you know, Worcestershire will feel slightly aggrieved in terms of the way the conditions have panned out, but that's the way it sometimes goes.
Well, it's not like it's been hooping the ball.
No.
There's been the odd bit of decent swing as Porter is in. Oh, and that's a nick, and it's gone. Caught in the slips. Porter has his man in Rob Jones. It was a tough stay out there for the Worcestershire batter, and conditions have been treacherous. Did feel like perhaps it was only a matter of time, but it's another massive blow for Worcestershire as they try to stay in this game, with Jones now the third wicket to fall after making 4 runs, and Worcestershire now 32 for 3. 7 wickets in hand. They're battling.
Our video replay, which I was rather hoping to see about, has rather taken a bit of a break. So hopefully we'll be able to get that back. But that was Sonheimer at second, diving in front of third slip, and it was a very good catch indeed. It was quite low down, and really, really good effort. And that's, well, has further undermined Worcestershire's chances here, which are looking fairly bleak, it has to be said. Various reasons. Obviously, they're a little bit short of confidence, and I'm sure Frank Watson, if he were on air, would admit, despite the heroics of Taunton on a very flat wicket. They're up against a pretty good attack, even without Sam Cook, and they've got the conditions very much against them in terms of the pitch, even if the pitch is not offering quite as much as it did on the first day, and the overheads. As I say, there's a reasonable chance this game could end today now, Mel, I think. 32 for 3.
Oh, it'll take an almighty effort. Certainly, they need their best batters out there, and one of them from the first innings was Adam Hose, who walks out there again. He scored 48 in the first innings. Looked maybe a little, perhaps, touch unlucky with the decision to be given out. The first thought, it was marginal, but I wasn't completely sure that ball carried. But again, very marginal. It was very difficult to tell, but he might have felt a touch unlucky. Batted very well for that 48. Punished anything that was wide of off stump. He's on strike now as Porter is in. Just shuffles forward a little bit, plays it down to Snater. Yeah, that partnership between Hose and Brett D'Oliveira was what kept Worcestershire in it for the first half of this game. They need something similar from him, and they need Kashif Ali to stay out there as well. Played a lovely shot for 4, his best shot of the innings so far. Here's Porter, defended stoutly by Hose, who's coming forward a bit.
Yeah, similar start for Worcestershire as they experienced in the first innings, of course, where I think they even lost a 4th wicket by round about this point. So doesn't bode particularly well, though things did improve, of course, for them. But yeah, you just feel things very much stacked against them here.
Yeah, they need a good partnership. Porter, with his tail up, is in. Bowls, and that's skewed away by Hose, but along the ground to Cox at point. And some appreciation for Jamie Porter, because he has picked up his 2nd wicket of the innings, and he's bowled absolutely magnificently as well. He's got figures of 2 for 7 off 6 overs. You'd take that any day.
That's the sort of thing you might expect from him in these sort of conditions. So the World Test Championship final coming up in June, Mel, isn't it? Hopefully in nicer conditions than we've got at the moment. But Australia against South Africa, and of course we talked about how South Africa had got through seemingly without playing anybody, but that's not their fault.
Oh, they did. They did beat India.
They
Everyone
did beat yes.
conveniently forgets that.
Here's Rajita, and that's played from the crease up towards mid-on. They should be playing Australia and England more, of course. But unfortunately, they've been slightly short of test matches against those sides. But now it's going to be interesting. And one of the things, of course, is the makeup of the Australian side, because Cam Green with Gloucestershire got 100. We'll keep an eye on see if he bats this afternoon.
He got cramps, so he retired hurt as soon as he got his century.
As Rajita bowls again, and that's steered away. That's a nice looking stroke to give the visitors a bit of confidence. Kashi Valley put a couple of good strokes now, and that one's square through the offside for 4. So he had a nice shot to go from 5 to 9. He's played another good one to go from 9 to 13, and it's 36 for 3 with target 295. But to get Cameron Green into the side, it is quite an interesting one, because there's talk about whether Marnus is going to keep his place, but you tend to think that you don't, if you're playing in England, you're not likely to drop Marnus because of his record in England. So it's going to be an interesting one for the Australian selectors, that, isn't it? How they go about that. Rajita bowls, and this is playing, I said, good stroke again, playing it on the up between cover and mid-off for 4. That was pretty well played. And he's sort of trying to give the innings a bit of momentum. And I think that was very important from Worcestershire's point of view. They're not just totally passive. And 2 good strokes. That one played pretty much on the up from Kashi Valley, and away through the covers for 4. He goes to 17, 40 for 3.
That's the Kashi Valley that I first became aware of, first few times that I saw him bat. Is there a possibility that, having struggled in recent times, that he just finds a bit of touch, a bit of confidence in the stroke play? He's still going to have to fight very hard, but he's played a couple of lovely shots now.
Yeah. Here's Rajita again from the Hayes close end up to the wicket, bowls, and that one's on the pads. He's put it in the wrong place and allowed the batter to get a comfortable single out towards deep mid wicket. So that takes Kashif Ali to 18. And strikers with Hose, who's yet to score from 3 balls. Yes, it's of course, well, Sam Constance will play, but one solution I heard, which I thought they might go with, is to open with Khawaja and Labuschagne and back Cameron Green at 3, and that allows Travis Head to stay in his usual position, and presumably Bo Webster's done enough to keep ahead of Mitchell Marsh. Bo Webster, who used to play here.
Now Warwickshire.
Yes, he certainly acquitted himself well, didn't he, in the start of his Test career. This is played head over the ball down towards short third man, and there's no run. Or will they be really reluctant to break up at Labuschagne 3, Smith 4? But yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll see what the Australians do.
Funny thing how the retirement of one player in a very settled side,
Warner,
in Dave Warner, just can set the cat amongst the pigeons.
And of course, Khawaja might not make it to the Ashes, depending on what his priorities are, whether he wants to go out with one more Ashes series or might sort of bow out before.
I think he does.
41 for 3. This is played defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So Kashi Valley 18 and Adam Hose no score. I can tell you, Mel, basically the joy of the MCG test, of course, is it starts at 11:30 p.m. on Christmas Day in England. So you can enjoy your Christmas Day, and if you're a cricket fan, you can snuggle up with your laptop or whatever and watch the start of a MCG test. And that first hour with Sam Constance against Bumrah. I mean, obviously you don't watch it all night because you've probably had a bit to drink and everything. You want to get some sleep, but goodness me, that was special. I don't know whether he's going to be able to repeat it on a regular basis. That's the key thing.
Here's Jamie Porter in bowls. That's just clipped away through the leg side. 4 more runs coming off the bat of Kashi Valley, who's just growing in confidence, but it was just a little too straight from Porter on that occasion. It was quite exciting, but no, he's not going to be able to do that every time. Yeah. Sam Constance, he's already discovered that.
They might. I don't think they'll play him against in the World Test final, but they're thinking that they might give him a go in the West Indies. and that will be interesting to see how he goes there, because they've got to sort of make a decision one way or another before the Ashes, haven't they, really?
I feel pretty confident that Kahiso Rabado wouldn't wait 18 balls to bring one back into him like Bumrah did. That's all I'll say about that.
No.
Anyway.
No, that's a very good point. Rabado's, he knows his way around in that sort of situation.
Jamie Porter knows his way around this ground as well, but it's some good guts being shown by Kashif at the moment in the way he's standing up to him. Porter in again. It's defended straight back to the bowler. He picks it up with his right hand. No run. This is just nice stuff from Kashif. He's battled very, very hard in these early overs and didn't look comfortable at the start, but starting to look a little bit more. What we've said throughout this game is you are never really in on this pitch, and that is the key. There are still 4 slips in for Kashif as Porter is in, bowls, and he just pushes that one out to Cox at point. He's getting a pretty good workout there in the field.
And Jeff Trett on social media talking about Sam Cook, saying that he did have a good tour with the England Lions in Australia, so he thinks that England will take him to the Ashes, as well as playing him this summer. But of course, whether he be first choice, not sure. And Frank has identified, Frank Watson will be back in a moment, that it would go against their all-out pace strategy.
Here comes Porter. Oh, and that one's beaten. Kashif felt for that one. This is what I mean. Just at the point where you start to think a player might be in, here comes that extra little bit of zip, and they don't look quite so comfortable anymore.
It's a question of putting it in the right place, isn't it?
But you talk about the bowlers, might depend on who's fit.
Yes, I mean,
it's a bigger question for England.
Yes, come back to that in a second.
Here's Porter. He's in. Oh, this time there's a big shout. Umpire shakes his head immediately as that ball struck Kashif on the pads. Unfortunately, we've got no feed at all, so we can't see any replay of that.
We might try and switch it on and off in a minute and see if we can get it going again. So it had a bit of a loose wire, I think, earlier on, so it might be able to retrieve it.
Well, Frank Watson's on the case. Yep. Mr. Fix-It.
Fix it, Frankie.
Jack of all trades. Master of them all as well. Here's Porter. In over the wicket, and a big high elbow shove out to point from Kashif to finish that over. Frank is unable to fix that for us, but Kashif has moved on to 22 now, and Hose is yet to score, but Worcestershire now 45 for 3. And it's still a long way away to even think about getting to the end of this session, it feels, let alone getting to 100 or getting to 150. But this has been good stuff from Kashif.
They're listening to the commentary, our friends at the club, and have noted the fact we've said our TV replay screen has just gone down. So yes, that's the case. Hopefully we'll get that fixed, so we can let you know what's happening with those close calls. And that's played defensively back down the pitch by Hose, and there's no run. So literally just replying to a little message about that right now. So very much on the ball. And yes, if there are any close calls, and I think that one wasn't it? Jamie Porter certainly thought so.
The umpire is very quick to shake his head, though.
Yeah. Which
we've seen. The umpires have actually been quite quick for pretty much everything apart from that Hose catch.
The next delivery from Rothesay is just played defensively, slightly on the move from Hose, but back down the pitch, and there's no run. So 45 for 3, and it's although we've seen some nice strokes from Kashif, very hard to see where Worcestershire are going to get these runs in these conditions against this Essex attack. And it could just be a rotation of Snater, Rothesay and Porter for a while yet. Harmer might not bowl too many overs in this game. This is all a delivery that gets some bounce, and it's in the end played reasonably well. It's actually gone for 4 off the glove, I think, or the top of the bat. At least kept it to ground. That was the key thing. But it's not the ideal way to get off the mark from Hose's point of view. But that is what has happened. He's gone to 4, and it's 49 for 3. The target 295 after Essex made 317 with 54 to Thane, his maiden first-class 50, 33 to Harmer, 48 to Snater, both batting usefully for the second time in the game. And 3 wickets for Tom Taylor and 3 for Matthew Waite as Vegeta bowls. And that's, again, just played defensively. It's coming forward. He's playing it up into the offside, and there's no run. They need a small matter of, 246 from here with 7 wickets in hand, so it's going to be hard work.
Yes, very much roll the sleeves up and just hope that they can see off these balls that very occasionally spit off that pitch.
Vegeta bowls under cloud cover, and that's played defensively but well by Hose up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Durham at Chester Street bowled up 427, that's 120 ahead of Yorkshire, so I don't think they're going to lose 3 games in a row, Durham, but in a pretty decent position there. Somerset have had a reasonable day against Hampshire. 36 for no wicket they are in their second innings, 116 behind. Hampshire made 336, not as many as they were threatening to make when Dawson and Gubbins were together. And that was chiefly down to Tom Lammonby 3 for 26 and Miguel Pretorius 5 for 64. That's outside the off stump and left alone a good leaf. So Somerset 116 behind in that one.
I've got good news.
Well, we got it back. So
the feed is back. Oh, Frank Watson's over here, by the way, like holding his hands up as if that was him. And I don't think it was, I have to tell you, Frank. But no. Well done.
So I better let them know that we've got it back because it saves anybody coming over. And there we go. So that's the end of the over. And it's 49 for 3. Cashy Valley 22. And Hose is on 4. And should we let Frank back in and
he'll be skiting. Yeah? He'll be saying it's all him. He's Mr. Fix-It.
Well, he's done something there, so that's the key thing. Let's see Porter anyway. Well, Frank's coming back in. Thank you very much, Mel. As it's a good delivery from Porter, which play and a miss outside the off stump from Cashy Valley, who's mixed good defence with the occasional play and miss and some nice strokes, but that one he was doing very well not to edge it through. So Frank just coming back to us, and not a very happy position for Worcestershire, Frank, albeit a nice little counter-attack from Cashy Valley, but that's about the only plus point I think at the moment.
Yeah, it's going very much Essex's way as Jamie Porter bowls this next one and Kashif is forward pushing out on the offside. We've been saying right since the start, Nick, that Paul Walton notwithstanding, and Mel pointed out, the only left-hander in the game, the man who's made 100, which is quite interesting, but nobody's ever looked in. No. Ever. You know, even players that have made 30s and 40s have not really looked in. And Kashif played a couple of really attractive shots, but also beaten a couple of times in Porter's last over bowls, and that's another attractive looking shot, and it gets a single, only courtesy of a slight misfield by Snater at mid-off. Timed nicely though by Kashif, who moves on to 23, and the 50 is up. Worcestershire have limped to 50, hobbled to 50 rather than sprinted, but 50 is up nonetheless. 50 for 3. Remember, the target is 295 for victory. A very, very tall order, one suspects, as Porter bowls and Hose gets runs off the edge down to third man. 2 of them, all contributions gratefully accepted, however, by Worcestershire, as you can imagine, in this run chase. I don't think we can really call it a run chase yet. It might possibly develop into a run chase, but at the moment they are, as I say, just limping along. Porter is in again and bowls, and Hose is forward and playing nicely out on the offside. Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira in the first innings shared a partnership of over 100 for the 5th wicket, and it was characterised by their footwork, which was deliberately intended to disturb the bowlers and not allow them to settle into a nice rhythm and hit the same lengths. Hose and D'Oliveira moving up and down the pitch, and we saw the wicket-keeper moving up to the stumps now and again to try and stop them, and Hose has already started to do that in this innings. He's beaten this time though, but he's moved across quite a long way outside the off stump, played at that, and I think we'll see him continue to do this. He's the sort of batsman who doesn't like to be a sort of sitting duck, for want of a better expression, and he tries to impose himself. He's on 6, Kashif is 23. Worcestershire at the end of the 17th over of the innings are 52 for 3.
Yeah, Porter now with 10 wickets for the season, drawing alongside Snater, so I think he's on course for another very good haul. So actually looking at some of the early season stats, one of the more amusing ones is that the leading run scorer in Division 1 is Tom Banton with 382, which he got 371.
Yes, you don't need to remind us.
In one innings, yes. Well, actually, no, I'm sure a lot of people at the ground were thinking of one figure, and that was 405, particularly because it was Somerset and Worcestershire.
Absolutely.
But it didn't quite happen.
And I was there for both.
Yes, goodness me.
Yeah.
That must have been a special occasion in 1988, as that's outside the off stump from Regita.
It was.
Let's talk about that one.
It was. Well, it was, and
because Worcestershire's position wasn't that great. They were about 130 odd for 5, weren't they?
Yeah, they were, and it was extraordinary. And you're quite right. We did recall it quite a bit, obviously, a couple of weeks ago when we were down there, and it did look as though Tom Banton was going to overhaul it at one stage, but it wasn't to be. But he did play extraordinarily well, and he's just been brought down to earth in recent innings, I suppose.
As that's driven without timing by Kashif up towards mid-on. There's no run. 52 for 3. Worcestershire were set 295, and obviously it didn't help the fact that they lost a wicket to the second ball of the innings. That was in the one over that was indeed possible before lunch, when Jamie Porter trapped Gareth Roderick LBW as Regita bowls. It's outside the off stump and just moving back into the right-hander, and there's no shot offered. And then Jake Libby, who's caused problems for Essex before, of course, back in 2021, only got to 14 this time for Shane Snater. Got him, and then there was Rob Jones, well caught by Harmer. Second slip moving across in front of third. For 4, unhappy game with the bat for Rob Jones, and the Hose now with Kashif Ali at 52 for 3 as Regita bowls, and again there's a little bit of movement, Snater bowls, sorry, and there's a little bit of movement, and that's played up to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, just underlining what I was saying, that nobody's looked in really at any stage. People have made runs and they've settled and played calmly enough, like Harmer did, and Hose and D'Oliveira in the first innings. Walter, the one exception perhaps, made a brilliant 100, which is really the difference between the sides in many ways.
Here's Snater again, bowls, and that's good length delivery, and just coming forward.
And we've seen
Hose plays it defensively into the offside.
What I'm trying to say, we've seen Kashif time a couple of sweet shots very nicely, and we've seen other players play good shots now and again, but at no point, with the exception perhaps of Walter and maybe Noah Thane, have you really ever felt that a batsman was not just one ball away from potential dismissal.
Snater under quite heavy cloud cover, bowls a fuller length delivery, which is well driven. It was slightly over pitched and driven away for 4 by Kashif Ali, who is, he's getting some strokes away, and when they do err in line and length, he's actually getting to put it away, and he's gone to 27 from 49 and it's 56 for 3, and 1 or 2 more coats being put on in front of us. There's no rain forecast until just after play is due to finish, although light could become an issue in the final session. 56 for 3, the target 295, Cashie Valley 27 and Hose 6.
And the men out Roderick without scoring in that nasty little over before lunch, and then since the break Libby 14 and Jones for 4. It is a bit chillier and it's a little bit gloomy, although brighter away to our left, but actually not great light, I don't think, out there at the moment, although I am looking through glass. When I look through the open window, it not surprisingly looks a bit brighter. Jamie Porter in, bowls outside the off stump to Adam Hose from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Hose lets that go and through to the keeper.
Wouldn't surprise me if we had the floodlights coming on after tea. Or
on day one, Nick, the lights came on and it was quite gloomy, and they started to take effect, and then to our surprise the umpires took the players off, and it in fact seemed a little lighter than it had been before, but obviously the light meters told a different story. Porter in again, bowls, and Hoses forward to that one, plays up to mid on, and there's no run. And I've never quite been able to work it out, how they work. They seem almost to be more effective as it gets a little bit darker, but there's a kind of period where natural light fades and the lights come on that they don't take full effect, is what I'm trying to say, I suppose. Porter bowls and Hose plays back up the pitch to him. There's no run. And I think a lot of people here were surprised on day one, but the umpires have got their light meters, and obviously they take the readings from them and take appropriate action. But it wouldn't surprise me if a similar thing happened tonight. It's not great light. I mean, you wouldn't think twice in a league game, you just get on with it, but first class cricket regulations slightly different. Porter bowls and he over pitches, and Adam Hose says thank you very much and drives a half volley straight down the ground, almost directly past the stumps at the non-striker's end on the onside. That's a fine shot from Hose, and he will feel better for it. Jamie Porter a little bit disgruntled, sort of kicked at the ground in disgust at that one having over pitched. Hose is into double figures, where he joins Cashie Valley in Worcestershire in pursuit of 295, are 60 for 3.
Yeah, it was a good stroke. Joining Cashie Valley there, who'd been the previous batter to put the poorer ball away. Not too many others have been able to benefit in that fashion, so that will hopefully, from Worcestershire's point of view, get Hose going. He's got 10 from 18.
Yeah, he's remarking his guard. As I said, sort of batsman who likes to impose himself, perhaps more famous for his white ball exploits, moving around the crease, and not surprisingly, as a result of that, the wicketkeeper Simon Fernandez, keeping in the absence of Michael Pepper, calls for the helmet and comes to stand up to the stumps, and Hose is forward to this next one and pushes it out in the offside. Bit of hesitation, but calls Cashie Valley through for a single as Jordan Cox comes in from cover to field.
Yes, Jordan Cox briefly kept, but that really wasn't in the game plan because Cox not yet fit enough to sort of keep wicket for any length of time, and that wouldn't really be what Essex want anyway, because they want him primarily as a batter. And Michael Pepper, of course, has been doing a very good job, of course injured in this game.
Porter once more is into Kashif, left alone outside the off stump. Quite a bit of sharp movement after it's past the stumps, and the aforementioned Fernandez moving sharply to his left to take that, but another over negotiated by this pair, and at the end of it, Hose has 11, Kashif has 27, and Worcestershire are 61 for 3.
And at Edgbaston, Nottinghamshire took a first innings lead of 274, so they're looking pretty strong at the moment. And the bottom line there, the key headline, Hasib Hamid carried his bat. 138 not out, 18 fours. He won't be the person to replace Zach Crawley if anybody does, but he's getting back into some of the form that got him the attention of the selectors in the first place.
Yeah, that's always a milestone for any batter to carry his bat, I think.
Yeah.
One of the things that tends to go down in the sort of stats at the back of your autobiography.
Ben Compton almost did it earlier today. He was 9th out.
Quite an achievement, isn't it? Here's Snater.
As he comes into bowl and coming down the pitch to this one, Hose looking to negate any late movement, just plays it up towards mid-wicket, but he was on the move there, and the end played it pretty safely. 3 slips, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. So Essex keeping it pretty tight. Snater bowling with Porter at the moment. This is his 7th over, 1 for 16, and Porter 2 for 19 from 9 overs. And the other bowler that we've seen, Kirsten Rajita, that's delivery outside the off stump, just shaping back into the right-hander. He bowled 5 overs for 21. So yet to add to his 4-wicket haul in the first innings. But I think he's made a pretty good impression, albeit if you're new to the county game and you're a seamer, this is probably the sort of surface you'd pick to make a good impression on first up, Frank. But
yeah,
at least he's shown a good action, good pace, good bounce, and
yeah,
will be interesting to see him on flatter surfaces,
yeah,
to see whether he can, get bounce to help him there. As this is a run down off an open face down towards backward point by Hose. There's no run. He stays on 11, 61 for 3. Nothing but that a century stand here wouldn't do to harm or change the context of the game, because that would make it look a little bit different, but it's going to take a lot of doing, isn't it? But they did get a pair established in the first innings, and I think you could say, Frank, the separation of that partnership was one of the key moments, because Worcestershire at one point was threatening to build a useful lead.
Yeah, they were. That's right.
Here's Snater again from the Graham Gooch end, and that's outside the off stump. We have an email about that coming up shortly, and that's left alone and on its way through to Fernandez, who we ought to give the occasional mention to, as keeping as the 3rd keeper of the game for Essex, and unfortunate for Michael Pepper to get that injury. He finished last season in such great batting form, started pretty well this time, showing the credentials, to be a keeper batsman at number 6, allowing Essex to give Noah Thanes an outing at number 7, which he's played the first 3 games. Fernandez will now stand up to Snater, who comes in from the Haysclose end and bowls, and that's driven away up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, you pointed out at the beginning of the over, as I did in the last over, that Hose likes walking around the crease and trying to disturb the bowler's lengths, and the obvious response from Fernandez is to go up to the stumps to stop him doing that. We've seen wicket keepers on both sides in this game doing that fairly regularly.
Here's Snater again. Fernandez standing up. Pilfer LBW there. That's quite a good shout. Supported by the slips. The bowler was very much up for that. Interesting to see the replay. Snater is still there, sort of hands on chin, having a look at it. But the batter there was sort of just going across his crease, and obviously determined that it was maybe going on its way down leg side perhaps, but let's have a look at that a bit.
Yeah, well, he's delivered it from very wide on the crease as well.
Going, I thought leg side initially.
A long way in, and I think probably
with the angle
it was just going down, but it was a good shout. Not perhaps as good as Snater thought, because he was obviously pretty fed up not to get the call. But when you look at that replay, as I say, quite a wide delivery, and in terms of where he released it from, and then ducking in quite sharply, and also a bit high as well. I think he's quite a tall man, Adam Hose, and it hit him up above the thigh, up
He
above
has
the pad.
11, Cashy Valley 27, 61 for 3, and it's time for Noah Thane.
It is Noah Thane from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Right arm over the wicket, lively medium pace, broad shoulders, hits the deck quite hard. His first ball is wide outside the off stump and allowed through by Cashy Valley to the keeper.
Well, there's always a bit of grumbling at Old Trafford. There was quite a lot last year when they weren't doing well. But have a look at this scoreline. Lancashire 263, Leicestershire 311 for 3. Lewis Hill and Peter Hanscom both 60 not out. Green and Ahmed made 100. Leicestershire was got a strong batting lineup, but I think Lancashire, again, another game without a victory, and they seem to be the assured promoted side.
Thane in, bowls, no ball, which is driven by Cashy Valley nicely out into the covers. Sharp bit of fielding by Snater at extra cover, but no ball called by the umpire, so 2 more runs onto the total. Yeah, and Leicestershire, one of the sides that have made a very positive start to the season in Division 2, and Lancashire, one of the bigger names in that division, just struggling a bit at the moment. Thane is in and bowls, and that's a glorious shot from Cashy Valley. It was short of a length, it was outside off stump, and Cashy Valley on his toes, high left elbow, punched through the covers. Really very attractive looking shot indeed, and takes Kashif on to 31, and the total up to 67 for 3.
Well,
Probably as good a shot as we've seen all day.
And they've got the least experienced member of the Essex team attack here, so they're conscious about trying to put him under pressure, albeit in these tricky batting conditions.
Thane is in again to Kashif, short, and Kashif throws the bat at that. In fact, he kind of gave up on the shot because he just simply couldn't reach it. It was just a little bit too wide. Just looking for a charger for my iPad. I'll get one at the end of the over. It really was wide, and he hasn't quite settled yet, Noah Thane, but he bowled a pretty good spell in the first innings.
I think he's enjoyed bowling
2
on
for
this
29
pitch.
off 6.
He's had 2
overs.
tough pitches to bowl on.
Yeah.
He's been a bit expensive at times in the first 2 games.
In he comes, got the first 50 in first class cricket this morning, and that's an absolute beauty.
Yeah.
That really is. That one's delivered from fairly wide on the crease and then held it to line, and Kashif definitely played at that one. It was a good bit of bowling, that. Just watching the replay, just gone past the shoulder of the bat. Good stuff from Noah Thane.
When Essex are playing at home, and a general pitch at Chelmsford will be one designed to suit Simon Harmer. This is an exception. In fact, it's more of a seamer pitch. But they can get away with 3 seamers, plus perhaps someone like Thane,
who's in now and bowls. That one again is a little bit wide outside the off stump, and Kashif leaves it alone.
Who's a developing bowler, but in this sort of situation, with 3 strong seamers working around him, he'll chip in with the odd wicket and continue his development. The key thing for Essex is when they're away from home on a flat wicket, will Thane be able to be that 4th out and out seam bowler, and that's what they're trying to develop him into.
Well, here he is doing a good job so far. He bowls, and Kashif is on the back foot and playing defensively into the covers. The end of the over, 67 for 3. The target is 295. The men out are Roderick without scoring, and then since lunch Libby 14 and Jones for 4. Kashif has 31. Adam Hose has 11. It's a little bit gloomy out there. Essex looking to press home their advantage. Worcestershire, well, just trying to get a partnership of some real meaning in this second innings.
For many years, of course, Essex had one Graham Napier, who was the ultimate bowling all-rounder, who bat around about number 8 but could bat higher, and did on occasions. And one of the problems Essex have found at times, if they get away from home on a pitch offering little to Simon Harmer, then it can be a struggle to bowl sides out. And you could say the game at Trent Bridge was a reasonably good example of that. And we've seen plenty of others in recent. So they want Noah Thane to develop into that sort of all-rounder who can bat at 7. That's an appeal for LBW. It's quite a good one, but again, I think it might have been heading down leg side from Snater. Wasn't quite as well supported behind the wicket as one or two of the others, but Hose there would have just had heart in mouth for a moment. But certainly one or two strong appeals coming in, and we'll hopefully get a chance to have another look at that one. But it wasn't quite as well supported, I think, behind the stumps as one or two of the other ones. But the bowler will always think the batter's going to be out. So yes, if they can develop Thane into someone who can bat at 7 and also be an out-and-out wicket-taking four-seamer, that would be ideal. This is delivery, which is just outside the off stump, and Fernandez takes it standing up. Of course, Paul Walter has, played the role of being a four-seamer, but of course, if he's going to be an opening batter, then that's going to give him perhaps a even more prominent role and perhaps reduce his impact as a bowler. So what Essex have really been looking for in the last few seasons is like an all-rounder, if you like, Frank. They looked at Will Sutherland from Australia, and they were going to sign Thakur from India, but both of those have fallen through. 67 for 3. That's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, we've been discussing this at various times during the game, both on and off the air, Nick, the importance of recruitment, bringing your own players through. If you're not a side that's blessed with lots of dosh, like these two aren't, that's the challenge, or one of the many challenges.
As Snater comes into bowl, and that's driven away up towards cover, and there's no end. For example, they're going to be at Worcester in a couple of weeks' time. What sort of pitch might they get at Worcester? Is it hard to say?
I have no idea.
It's going to be, at least it won't be underwater. That's
no. I'll tell you what, honestly, Nick, you could ask the Worcester groundsman what sort of pitch you're going to get on Friday against Durham, and he will say a cricket pitch. But I have no idea what it's going to do. But we really have no idea. Honestly.
They've got the Oval after that, and that will be a test, because we can be fairly sure what's going to come up at the Oval, as this is played off the back foot and not timed, but steered away into the offside by Hose. No run, he stays on 11. Kashi Valley 31. A little bit of a partnership taking shape, and it's certainly needed from a Worcestershire point of view. They need these two to still be there at tea time, which is around about 14 overs away. So I don't think we'll have all the overs today, Frank. I think the light will cause a bit of a problem. 67 for 3, the target 295.
Yeah, I'll expand on that point about recruitment and bringing your players through at the end of the over.
Here is Snater again, bowls, and that's played back down the pitch. Snater reaches out a hand and just diverts it towards mid-on. No run, probably bowling more overs at this stage of the innings than he would do if Sam Cook was in the side, but again, he's kept it there and thereabout. 1 for 16 off 8, economical, and he's had a pretty good day all round. 67 for 3, 11 to Hoser, 31 to Kashi Valley.
And that was a maiden from Snater, who I think still a bit disgruntled that he didn't win an LBW shout a few minutes ago. Yeah, I was just saying, it's going over old ground, but Worcestershire have lost players, a lot of players, to other counties in the last 2-3 seasons, particularly the last 2 seasons. Noah Thane is in and bowls, and Kashif is beaten. Well, no, pulled his bat away, actually, watching the replay outside the off stump. He went to play at it, but he did pull his bat away. They've lost a lot of players. I'm not going to go through all the names again, but budgets are tight. You lose players. You can't just go out and buy replacements. You've got to try and bring them through, or you've got to try and discover those little nuggets, haven't you, Nick, from maybe abroad or in club cricket or minor counties cricket or whatever. Thane again in bowls, and this one is worked off his hip by Kashif for a single wide of Snater at mid-on, and you've got somehow to do that at the same time as maintaining your standards. And Worcestershire did so well to finish 6th last year, the highest position they've ever finished in since it's been 2 divisions, and above some of the counties who had recruited some of their players. And a lot of people then said, well, you finished 6th now, you've got to kick on and strengthen and sign a couple more. But it's not that easy. Thane in again, bowls, and Hose is forward playing up to mid-on, and there's no run. And the reason I say it's not that easy is that budgets are being cut all the time for wages and everything else, and the pressures that are on counties. The view perhaps has been distorted a little bit by this recent news around 100 money and so on. Nobody quite knows what that means or what it's going to mean. Certainly none of that money has come through, and it certainly isn't in this year's budget. As Thane bowls again outside the off stump and Hose leaves. So if you lose players, it's not that easy to just go out and say, well, I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll strengthen, we'll go and get an overseas Indian test batsman to come and bat at number 3. Too expensive, not necessarily available all year, etc, etc. It's not easy, as you will, I'm sure, appreciate, Nick.
Yeah, and Worcestershire perhaps find themselves in the position of being quite a selling club.
Yeah, absolutely. You're speaking to a Norwich City supporter. I know all about that. Hose plays this one out on the offside, and there's no run. As
I have an uncle who supports
Charlie Ellison
Portsmouth who would have been pleased
field.
about that result the other day, but I doubt you.
Please.
Going to bring Mel back in to discuss Norwich and Portsmouth and how they might proceed for the rest of the season. And, I'll probably be back just before 2 because I know Mel's got to pop off for another engagement, so I'll see you then.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Gledhill leaving us, and Mel Farrell coming back in, and Nick takes his headphones off, which is dragging the commentary equipment across the room. Snater fields as Hose pushes this to mid-on, and Snater wangs it at the stumps at the striker's end as he comes in from mid-on. They've gone through for a single. He missed the stumps at the striker's end by a good 5 metres, and it was a very good diving stop by Matt Critchley in the slips, which prevented 4 overthrows. The end of the over, Hose has kept the strike. He's on 11, and Worcestershire at the end of that over are... Actually, he's gone 12 now with that run, I think. Scoreboard a little bit slow. And at the end of the over, they are 69 for 3. Kashif has 32. And he's just beginning to settle, dare we say. But I would just emphasise that, as we've been saying throughout, Mel, when you think somebody's in,
they're out.
Go and get out.
That certainly is the case. Snater, he's in. He's bowling over the wicket to Hose, who plays a very handsome drive, beats a diving fielder in the covers, and 4 runs for Hose. So this partnership just building nicely, but yeah, every time we have said that, apart from Walter, really, it has ended fairly soon after. But look, encouraging signs for Kashif Ali in particular. We were talking about him earlier, Frank, and some of the shots I've seen him play are some of the shots that made me really enjoy watching him when I first saw him at the start of last season and the end of the season before, and it just starting to really just look like that. I preface that with we don't know what's going to happen though. Here's Snater into Hose, who plays that straight as a die, and there's an appeal because that ball has cannoned into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Kashif Ali...
Off the bowler's foot. Kashif had his bat down, I think, but whether he had his bat down at the key moment, we'll have to see.
He just managed to stick his right boot out, and Kashif Ali, he was out of his crease, but he did keep his bat down. Nice little bit of footwork. You were talking about the football earlier. Stuck his boot out.
Yeah.
Appealed straight away, but no, Kashif Ali was in. Anyway, Hose is there again. This time he turns the ball around the corner towards square leg, and they nick a quick single.
There are fewer more unfortunate ways to be out than that, aren't there, I think. I mean, run out at the non-striker's end is awful. Run out at the non-striker's end off the bowler's foot, when it was a great shot by Adam Hose and could well have gone for 4. You'd have been desperately unlucky, wouldn't you, if you were Kashif? But he did have his bat down.
He did. 3 slips in place, and keeper up to the stumps as Snater is in. Big press forward by Kashif Ali out into the covers. No run. It was one... it was in the Big Bash, wasn't it, where run out the non-striker's end off Adam Zampa's head.
Oh, really? I didn't see that. Yeah. I've seen a few off the hand and off the foot. I've seen it off the foot before, but it's just so unlucky, isn't it? So unlucky.
Just an annoying.
How would you feel? I remember it happened to Jack Haynes at Edgbaston. He'd never got 100 for Worcestershire. I think he was on 92. And it happened to him.
In comes Snater. This one just a little bit too straight, but just turned towards mid-wicket by Kashif. No run, 74 for 3.
Yeah, very, very tough. I always say, when I'm trying to explain to, well, maybe to young players if you're coaching, or maybe to somebody who doesn't quite get cricket, if you know what I mean, what a mental test it is, how tough it is. And I often use that as an example. I'll just explain a bit more after this ball.
Snater in bowls. That's let go by Kashif.
At the end of the over, 74 for 3, and you say to somebody, you know, the reason that cricket is such a test is because you could practice all week and be in the best form of your life and go in and get off the mark with a cracking cover drive and work your way through to 30 and feel it is your day. Nobody can bowl to you, you're going to get a big score, the pitch could be flat, everything in your favour, and then that happens to you.
Yeah.
So you're out through no fault of your own, really. You're walking back to the pavilion and you're thinking, well, you know, this is so unjust. That's cricket, and that's why it's such a test, I think, mentally, that or you could get given out caught when you didn't hit it, or you know, anything can happen, and it's so testing because you're not entirely in control. Thane bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Hose, taken by the wicket keeper, and I think that's why. Yeah, and it is probably fair to say that these things even themselves out over a long period of time, but it means that there are ups and there are downs, and if you can't cope with that, especially as a batsman, I think, then mentally it becomes difficult to cope with, really, to get your head around. There have been lots of players over the years who have struggled with that, and there will be more as Thane bowls a full toss, which Hose gratefully clips through mid-wicket for 4. What you don't want to do on a pitch like this is miss out on the free gift, and that was a free gift, clipped away through mid-wicket, and Adam Hose gratefully accepting it, as gratefully accepting that as Mel and I accepted our Easter eggs from Don Topley yesterday. Thanks again, Don. He's probably listening. Haven't eaten mine yet. Have you eaten yours?
No,
you started it, had a nibble?
I've just had a little nibble.
Had a nibble. Here's Thane bowling to Hose, who leaves that alone outside the off stump, and having passed the stumps, it moves further away down the leg side and is gathered by stand-in wicket-keeper Fernandez. So, a partnership building for these two. They've added 46 so far for this 4th wicket since Rob Jones was caught smartly at second slip by the ever reliable Simon Harmer off this man, off Jamie Porter. This man is Noah Thane, and he's got Adam Hose, LBW. Hose disappointed, pushing forward, taken on the pad just when you think a partnership is developing. We've said it over and over again. The partnership is broken by young Noah Thane, who accepts the congratulations of his teammates, and Adam Hose, who'd played really well, I thought, for his 21, is gone. Just watching the replay now. Delivered quite wide on the crease. Hit back leg. Maybe going on, I don't know. It looks a good shot, I can see why it's been given, but just looking at where he delivered it from, it's quite wide on the crease and it's ducking back in. Whether it would have gone on to hit or not, I might have a better idea looking at it from this end. Dipping in quite, yeah, looks a good shout, doesn't it? Looks a good shout. Well bowled Noah Thane. Adam Hose gone for 21, and Worcestershire 78 for 4.
Yeah, especially looking back at that replay, getting him on the back leg, and he had taken guard sort of on that middle and off stump, so that ball has struck him somewhere in between the two on the back leg, so hard, I think, not to give that out or to question it by
Yeah.
any umpire, you would think. But if we look at it, you just know as soon as the batter starts to get going, that wicket is around the corner. It's just been a recurring theme throughout the day, and that one stayed low enough as well. And it was a good response from Noah Thane as well, because he'd been dispatched to the boundary after a loose delivery, a full toss, and then comes back 2 balls later and has his revenge on Adam Hose, who, I agree with you, I think batted well in the first innings.
Yeah, he did. He played really well. Nick was just saying that Worcestershire's aim would be to get through to tea without losing any more wickets. Well, we've got 11 overs left after this one before the tea interval, and I would suggest if they're 5 or more down at tea, then we're probably very much expecting this game to end today. If these two are still there at tea, then who knows. But Brett D'Oliveira, the new man, played really well in the first innings, as did Hose, the man who's just been out. But Noah Thane with his tail up in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and his first ball is outside the off stump and left alone by D'Oliveira. Good stuff from Thane. First class 50 for him. Reached that milestone this morning before he was the first man out for 54. Thereafter, Essex lost Harmer 33, Rajita for 3 and Snater for 48. 3-1-7 all out. 3 wickets for Taylor, 3 wickets for Matthew Waite. Worcestershire set 295 to win, 1 over to bat, or 2 overs it would have been before lunch. As Thane bowls and D'Oliveira is off the mark, driving sweetly off the back foot through the covers. Probably get 2, he will, and they'll settle for 2. And that's the end of the over. So at lunch, Worcestershire, having lost a wicket to the second ball of the innings, and we only had 1 over before lunch, they were 1 for 1 at lunch, with Roderick the man out, LBW to Porter without scoring. Since lunch, Libby caught at mid-wicket by Charlie Allison off Snater for 14. Rob Jones caught at slip by Harmer off Porter for 4. And just in that last over, Adam Hose, LBW to Noah Thane for 21. So Worcestershire are 80 for 4. Kashif Ali is on 32. Brett D'Oliveira just off the mark with that lovely back foot punch is on 2. The target nominally, dare I say, is 295. Worcestershire are 78 for 4.
Actually, they've just ticked on to that scoreboard's a bit slow. It's 80 for 4. As Snater continues his spell, and first ball is left alone by Kashif Ali. Keeper Fernandez is up to the stumps and doesn't take that one cleanly. We've seen quite a bit throughout this game, keepers from both sides keeping up to the stumps, trying to minimise the movement and the freedom of the batters. So I can report too, I went for a walk, an ill-judged walk, because it is freezing out there, Frank. Here's Snater. This one's left alone. I have now got 4 layers on. I've got a warm t-shirt, a sweater, a jumper, my jacket. And I went over to the shop to get one of your little cricket annuals, but they'd run out, and I came ever so close to purchasing.
To stopping because you were
frozen. I almost bought a beanie, and I was eyeing off the little bottles of gin. Here comes Snater. He's in. That one's just clipped towards mid-wicket. No run.
Now, come on. It's not. You were at Kidderminster last year. This is not freezing.
Oh,
that was freezing.
Well, that was below freezing. That was Antarctic-like. This is.
That really was. That really was. I don't think I've ever been. I honestly, no, actually, seriously, have never been as cold at cricket as I was in that game at Kidderminster.
That was up there, I've got to say. But I've got
it's
4 layers.
It's chilly-ish.
It's really dropped down. 3 slips in now for Kashif Ali's. In comes Snater, and it's outside the off-stump, left alone. Fernandez just hovering there, making his presence well and truly known to Kashif Ali. No, so I did nearly buy that. Went and in the press box next door is much warmer, so went and thawed myself out in there for a little bit. 4 layers. 2 jumpers.
Your Nesh. Your Nesh.
Yes, in comes Snater. It's defended back to the bowler. You taught me that last year.
I think I probably
Nesh.
did, yeah.
I'd forgotten that.
Good northern word.
Nesh.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's is there an Essex equivalent to Nesh?
I doubt it. I doubt it. But it's a good northern word that... well, Rob Jones would know what you meant if you said you were Nesh, that's for sure.
So it's from Lancashire, isn't
Yeah,
it?
he
So
is.
it's a Lancastrian word. In comes Snater. That is expansively driven. My word, what a shot that is. Wow, Kashif Ali, when he is on, he looks so good. That was just a lovely shot. Had a little bit of width. Just played a square drive, and that's 4 runs. That's up there with one of the best shots I think he's played in this innings. Takes the score to 84 for 4.
Yeah, really attractive shot. He's such an attractive player at times, Kashif Ali, and the last ball of the over was on the up, wasn't quite a half volley, just leaned into it. Beautifully executed cover drive. He goes to 36, D'Oliveira is 2. Worcestershire still a long way away from even considering their target. They're 84 for 4 now. As Noah Thane begins a new over, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, who's forward, steering this down to 3rd man. They'll get 1, they'll come back for 2. And D'Oliveira moves on to 4. Just checking on the overs. We've got 10 left before tea. Desperate for Worcestershire from their point of view that they don't lose another wicket in those 10 overs, and they can get in and just regroup a little bit at the interval.
You've really offended me, Frank. I'm upset with you now.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Here's Noah Thane bowling to D'Oliveira, and there's no run. You don't mean it, do you?
I do. Look, you've handed me your phone with a
definition
of Nesh. Nesh is a dialectal English word primarily used in the UK that means unusually susceptible to cold weather or sensitive to the cold.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's the next bit. It can also describe someone who is timidly or cowardly.
I haven't seen that bit.
The word is derived from Old English and also related to Dutch and Gothic words meaning tender or soft.
I hadn't seen that bit. I just saw the bit about cold weather, and it's a definition that's created by AI, so don't worry about it, forget about it. Just the susceptible to cold weather bit. Single for D'Oliveira here as he turns this on the leg side. 3 slips still in place. It is chilly though out there. You can see the breeze now rustling the sheet at the Graham Gooch end, the sight green sheet, which is attached to the sort of wooden sight boards behind it, and it's quite gloomy now as well as Thane is in and bowls, and Kashif Ali leaves that alone outside the off stump. Paul Walter at first slip applauds Thane and claps his hands, partly to encourage everybody and partly to warm them up, and he's put his hands in his pocket now as well, and he's just taken, somebody's just thrown him something and he's taken it into 2 hands. One of the fielders from the man, I wonder if it's a hand warming pouch or something like that. Could well be.
Oh, send one up here.
All 3, you'd need more than one, wouldn't you? You'd need 10. You'd need them wrapped around. Oh my goodness, Thane. Oh, it's a no ball.
Oh my.
Noah Thane just uprooted Kashif Ali's off stump. First time we've seen it in the game, the stump actually cartwheeling out of the ground. Kashif walking back on his way, and the umpire says no ball, and Noah Thane's celebrations are cut abruptly short, and Kashif Ali survives. It's a good delivery from Noah Thane. Just watching a replay of it again. Absolute leg stump actually, so it did dip in a bit like the one that we were talking about when Hose was at LBW. Dipped right in, leg stump out of the ground, cartwheeling back, celebrations all round. Umpire Rob White, arm extended, no ball. A young player, Noah Thane, will be learning a lot from that. He's in again and bowls outside the off stump, and Kashif lets this go through to the keeper. So what a moment for Kashif Ali, a real reprieve. Can he make the most of it? But again, proving what we say. He's on 36, he's played some lovely shots, but just when you think somebody's in, they are, well, almost out, shall we say. It was a centimetre away from a dismissal as Kashif lost his leg stump. I was just talking about hand warmers and all the slips having their hands in their pockets. Thane bowls, half volley outside the off stump, glorious cover drive from Kashif this time, brings him 4. It's the last ball of the over, second time in succession that Kashif has found the boundary off the last ball of the over. This one takes him onto 40, takes Worcestershire onto 93 for 4. But as I say, in that over, Kashif was just a centimetre away from being cleaned up. He lost his leg stump only to look up and see that Noah Thane had overstepped.
Well, if Kashif Ali was relaxing it all up there, that certainly woken him up. And it is something, at the risk of repeating ourselves, it just has happened. You know, you get games where you get wickets tumbling early and it's difficult for players to get in, and then often you get those games where someone gets in, they're able to go on. Occasionally you see people throwing away their wickets. We haven't seen a lot of that in this game, players throwing away their wickets. D'Oliveira on strike now. Snater is in, defends that out in front of point, no run. But it's just been that sort of game that batters have had to work and work and work. And once they've done a lot of the hard work and you expect batting to become easier, along comes that ball.
Yeah, absolutely. But as I say, Noah Thane will be, well, he'll be kicking himself and he'll be very cross and frustrated.
Keeper up to the stumps again as the next ball is defended by D'Oliveira.
But at the same time, it's a lesson learned, you would think, and he'll probably go away and think, well, yeah, got to work on that.
Oh yeah, maybe, but I don't know. I know a lot of experienced bowlers who have still done it, and they hate it, don't they?
But there has been a reduction in the number of no balls that people have bowled since it was 2 for a no ball and so on. There was a time where people just didn't kind of bother about it, certainly in the old days.
Here's Snater. Oh, leans back, does D'Oliveira. Loves that off the back foot. Plays it behind point and gets 4 runs as a reward.
I remember reading about Mike Brearley captaining Willis in that famous game at Headingley when he got 8 for 41 or whatever, and he overstepped quite regularly, and Brearley just said, just forget about it, don't worry about it, just bowl. But imagine if the game had hinged on it, you know, and he got a final wicket, and it was overruled because of a no ball. Just something that bowlers have become more and more aware of, I think.
Snater in again. D'Oliveira just defends this one back into the covers, no run.
I mean, you might be right. No, they might say, well, you know, that's the way it goes. I don't care. But
I'm being facetious.
Yeah, I suspect he might be thinking, gosh, you know, I don't want that to happen again too many times. You work too hard, don't you, to get wickets, and you don't want to miss out through a minor error of judgment, really.
Snater turns at the top of his mark, runs in past the umpire, bowls and plays that late and beautifully. D'Oliveira just guides that one down wide of the slips. Another 4 runs. He plays those back foot shots so well. Just waited.
100 up.
It does bring up the 100. Muted, a bit of muted applause here. That was well played by D'Oliveira, who's now on 13 of just 10 balls, but 2 boundaries aiding that cause. 101 for 4. Then Worcestershire, that's 1 little milestone ticked off, but they certainly won't be looking too far ahead. As Snater is in once more, defended stoutly, and Snater stops it with his foot again to finish off his over. So 101 for 4 with Kashif Ali on 40. D'Oliveira on 13, that target 295, so 194 runs away from Worcestershire at the moment. I'm going to say one more thing about no balls. Frank Watson, nothing annoys me more. Well, there probably are things that are annoying me more, like the washing up bowl.
Yeah.
Yes, but when you're watching teams train and the bowlers that spend the whole session bowling no balls in the nets.
Yeah. Well, here's Noah Thane, who's prompted this discussion of no balls by uprooting Kashif Ali's leg stump with just such a delivery. No problems this time. It's full and straight, and Kashif drives it up to mid-off, and there is no run. But yeah, it's part of the game. But I know it drives coaches mad as well, and it's when you get wickets with no balls that it's really frustrating. Thane in, bowls. Kashif steers this down to third man, and he'll come back for 2. Takes the score on to 103 for 4, and Kashif to 42 himself. Just give you some other scores from elsewhere. Interesting games going on. Some of them not quite as far advanced as this one, because they were interrupted by the weather on days 1 and 2. At Southampton, the Utilita Bowl, Somerset trailing Hampshire by 72 runs with 9 wickets remaining in their second innings. Thane bowls. Beautiful drive from Kashif Ali. Absolutely glorious. Hens Mel's chuckle of appreciation. He goes to 46. Glorious cover drive. 107 for 4 now. So Somerset 80 for 1 in their second innings, having been bowled out for 184 in their first innings, Hampshire having replied with 336. So Somerset 72 behind with 9 wickets remaining, but making a better job of their second innings. Warwickshire on the wrong end of a bit of a battering so far at Edgbaston from the visitors Nottinghamshire. Break off as Thane comes in again and bowls, and Kashif is turning this one on the leg side, and he's going to get 2 more here. Thickish inside edge, and that takes him to 48. 109 for 4. So Warwickshire 93 all out. Notts replying with 367, with Hasib Hamid carrying his bat, and Warwickshire 32 for 1 second time around, so 242 runs behind. 9 wickets left. Yorkshire, high scoring game at the Riverside against Durham. Details of that after this ball from Thane, who bowls short, and Kashif works it to mid-wicket, no run. So Yorkshire 307 in their first innings. Durham replied with 427, and Yorkshire in their second innings are 25 for 1. So they're 95 behind with 9 wickets remaining. So Durham on top. Sussex, what a great start to the season they've had. They're 4-3-5 they made in their first innings, but Surrey have replied in handsome style as Kashif again plays defensively out on the offside, and there's no run. Surrey 362 for 3 in reply. Ollie Pope with 100, 103. Dom Sibley made 82, and Dan Lawrence now 95 not out. So good stuff from Surrey. Glamorgan Middlesex, Glamorgan trailing by 168 runs with 8 wickets remaining. So Glamorgan 103 for 2 in their second innings. Derbyshire Northants 500 for 8 declared. Derbyshire 307 in their first innings and 59 for 1 in the second. So they trail by 129 runs with 9 wickets remaining. And Lancashire 263 all out in reply to Leicester. Well, Leicestershire 331 for 5 in reply, 68 runs ahead with 5 wickets remaining. They're going well. Another bad day for Lancashire. And Gloucestershire against Kent. Gloucestershire 189 runs ahead after getting 472 in their first innings. Kent replied with 393. Gloucester 110 for 2 second time around.
Rajitha back into the attack. First ball is defended by D'Oliveira out into the covers. So Sri Lankan international, back into the attack bowling from the Graham Gooch end. 2 slips and a gully in for Rajitha. We've seen how good D'Oliveira is off the back foot, and he has scored runs in that area, so they've also got a backward point there for him as well, defending that part of the ground. Here's Rajitha again, and he plays and misses at this one. D'Oliveira, good ball by Rajitha. It wasn't far off. Just gives D'Oliveira a little bit to think about it as he wanders down, does some gardening, as is Kashif Ali at the other end. It can just be no let off, no moment to relax. Now that fielder in the gully has just moved back finer into 3rd slip. As Rajitha runs in, bowls, and oh, would you believe it? That's exactly where the ball has gone, into gully, where that fielder had just moved from, and it gives D'Oliveira 4 more runs. He had that done to him when he was captaining out there. We saw that happen. Hey, so frustrating. Fielder moves, and that's exactly where the ball goes.
Gosh. Fine margins. Leg stump uprooted by a no ball. Edge through where a fielder's just been moved from. Maybe just it would have been a little bit between gully and 3rd slip, but very close.
Here's Rajitha again. This time just defended into the offside, no run.
Almost all of the seamers on both sides, when they've got that ball exactly in that corridor outside of just the right length as well, and it bounced like that. How many times have we seen that shot where it's been edged in the air down to 3rd man at both ends of the ground? Must be 20 odd times at least in the game.
At least. I'd love to see a wagon wheel, combined wagon wheel for all the batters, just to see that. Here's Rajitha again. Oh, that one spat up, and
played that well, didn't he?
He did play it well. He got on top of it, D'Oliveira, sent that ball down towards that deep 3rd boundary. That was a very sharp delivery. D'Oliveira is not tall, but he managed to ride the bounce really, really well. Oh, so, do you know what? Someone has heard me, because on the live stream there's a wagon wheel that's just come up. All right, whoever's listening, can you put us together a wagon wheel?
Just the ones behind square on the
No,
outside.
just of all the batters, all of them. Here's Rajitha. That is driven straight, but only as far as Snater. I think that might be at mid-on. No run. So, yeah, combined all of the batters together just to see how thick the stripes are going down to that deep 3rd region.
6 overs left before tea. Sun's coming out again. It's quite bright now. Probably the best light we've had since this morning.
It's an ornamental sun only.
Yeah.
Oh,
I understand.
Oh, hang on. Here we go. Here's another one. Oh, we've got a Kashif Ali wagon wheel, but that...
Not many down to 3rd
No,
man for
it's
Kashif.
those beautiful
Those covered
drives.
Yeah.
He's got quite a few boundaries.
He's on strike now. That line there, that yellow one, that's his leg stump. From when Noah Thane bowled him up at no ball. He's in now and he bowls, and Kashif on his toes just pushes this defensively out on the offside for a single. Takes him to 49, and the total to 116 for 4.
Tell you what, it's
6
nice.
overs left till tea, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought he finished. It's nice to know that someone's listening, though, isn't it? All of a sudden you say something and it appears on the live stream. Good on your production team, doing a wonderful job. We appreciate you.
D'Oliveira then, he's raced to 19, hasn't he, off just 17 deliveries, almost involuntarily, really. And he nearly throws the batter a really wide one. That was only just inside the return crease. Must have been very, very close to being called a wide. Just went the other way from Thane. He's just managed to get a little bit of shape away on that one, but it started very, very wide indeed. And D'Oliveira genuinely couldn't reach it.
I thought he was going to do the banana splits for a second.
Looking to whack it, he couldn't actually reach it. 116 for 4 it remains. Thane again from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowls down the leg side this time. D'Oliveira wafts at it, can't take it. Keeper, having gone one way to gather the previous delivery, has to go the other way to gather that one. So Thane, one down the leg side, one down the offside. Oh, sorry, other way around. Watch out, Jaffa coming, I reckon. For your batting, you just got to be aware when a bowler's a little bit inconsistent like this, and that one is actually outside the off stump and left alone by D'Oliveira. It's challenging stuff out there for the batsmen. What we're seeing is that they're not prepared to be bowled at, and they're trying to put some pressure back onto the bowlers, which is the only thing you can do. You can't in this situation just sit there and occupy the crease, because it's just eventually going to bring about your downfall. You've got to try and impose yourself, and that's what they're doing. Thane in, bowls, and D'Oliveira's forward to this one, pushes it into the covers, and there's no run. So just checking, overs left, there's 5 left after this before tea. And as I said when these two came together, absolutely their most pressing target will be to still be out there when that interval comes. Thane in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira beaten, feeling for that one outside the off stump. Good delivery from Thane, just went away a little bit, and taken by the keeper, and the end of the over. So D'Oliveira on 19 not out, Kashif Ali on 49 not out, and Worcestershire having lost Roderick before lunch without scoring, and since the break Libby 14, Jones 4, and Hose 21 are 116 for 4. And remember, when they began this innings they were in pursuit of an unlikely victory target of 295, and Nick Gledhill is back. Good afternoon, Nick.
Yeah, hello again, Frank. What was that where we were describing that Mel was saying it was cold? Is
Nesh.
Yeah, this is played up into the offside, and no run off the first ball of Vegeta's over. 116 for 4. It's been a good counter-attack by Worcestershire. They're reckoning there's got to be, if we carry on playing like this, it might suddenly be 170 for 4, and the bowling side will feel under pressure. I think it's the right tactics.
Yeah, I think.
And carry on bowling no balls when you're clean bowling.
Suddenly be 160. 170 might be a bit optimistic, but yeah, you just got to keep battling on, haven't you?
Yeah.
Not the next time off, etc., etc.
Let's play
they are trying to be positive. Yeah.
Up into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, an email, social media one that's also been sent to you. Pete Mansfield saying, my dad, Essex born and bred, used to term, I think it's taters when it was cold. When outside on a cold day, he would say it's taters. So
taters.
From Melinda, it's taters.
I have heard that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that one. And
brass monkeys is the other one, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. 3 steps waiting. The sun, I think, has gone back in again, which is just steered backwards, going the offside by Kashif Ali, who thoroughly deserves his 50. 49 from 82, 116 for 4. Worcestershire fighting. They didn't want to go down in a heap here after what happened at Headingley, and they're putting up a bit of a fight here. Gordon, nice to hear from you, Gordon. I know you're waiting for an operation at the moment, so you're in hospital, so good luck with that, and thanks for your comments saying that we're brightening the afternoon for you. You would have been here had you been able to be. To play defensively up into the onside. You say you'd like to comment on the recent renaming of the 2 ends of the ground, and it's prompted you to consider Essex legends have yet to be honoured at Chelmsford, and you want to run a one-man campaign for recognition for one Percy Perrin. Top score is 343, a career tally of 29,172 runs, 65 hundreds and 145 50s, and a playing career over 32 years, and an England selector. That's a pretty good credentials. That's clipped away into the onside, up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So you're saying at least a weather vane could be named after Percy Perrin. And he's just asking us, Frank, whether there's any unsung heroes of either side that perhaps are due some recognition the next time we're looking to rename a stand.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Like
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
So we can have a think
kind
about
of recognition.
that. Yes.
Yeah.
or weather vane, or whatever.
Well,
it
we've got the
might
Basil
be.
D'Oliveira stand
Yes.
at Worcester and the Graham Hick Pavilion. Possibly
They're gonna take a bit of
Turner
shifting,
might
those two, aren't they?
be due something.
3 slips waiting. It's just played defensively.
The other
onside.
The other thing we have at Worcester,
bit of lift.
we have a series of hospitality boxes, and there's an Ian Botham box, a Tim Curtis box, Glenn Turner, etc. So they exist, but yeah, I don't know. A statue somewhere.
Yeah, 116 for 4, 49 on the board to Cache Valley, 19 to Brett D'Oliveira. He's actually busted along to 19 from 22 balls, so he's batted with good urgency, and it's 116 for 4, the target 295.
And we're going to see Simon Harmer introduced, which I'm not surprised at. Thought we might see him have a couple of overs before tea, and he is coming into the attack for the first time in this innings. He bowled just 2 overs in the first innings, liable to bowl 2 here before tea. Bowled quite slowly, got a bit of turn, got a bit of bounce, but it wasn't an experiment that was persevered with. He's coming on now to bowl to D'Oliveira with a slip in place. The rest of the field fairly defensive, although as I say that, Noah Thane is donning the helmet and the pads and preparing to come in at it's Charlie Allison actually, not Noah Thane, come in at short leg in front of square. Here is Harmer. He's in, he bowls to D'Oliveira. Nice flight, bit of loop on it, genuinely quite slow. Harmer, the absolute master of his craft, particularly here at Chelmsford. He's in again, number 11 on his back. He bowls, and D'Oliveira is watchfully forward, pushing out on the offside.
Yes, yeah, some of these away grounds, they still like to prepare pitches when Essex come that don't suit Harmer. I'm not quite sure why they do that, but that's when the pressure on that 4-seamer is a little bit greater.
Such a good bowler. In he comes, bowls again, and D'Oliveira is forward again, just pushing defensively out on the offside. You wouldn't expect him to get a huge amount of turn out of this pitch. It's hard though, and he will get bounce, especially as he gives it that amount of air. Very economical approach. He's in and he bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward and just pushes that down on the onside this time with the spin.
Yeah, you know, Noah Thane looking like one of those bowlers that's going to go for a few but can bowl genuine wicket-taking deliveries, and you probably settle for that at this stage of his career.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's been very good. Harmer in, bowled a little bit quicker. D'Oliveira works it with the spin, thinks about a single, but Shane Snater is pretty sharp moving to his right at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So nice little idea to give Harmer a couple of overs before the tea interval. 3 after this before tea. He's in and he bowls, and that one is again a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, and D'Oliveira just works it with the spin. Again to Snater at mid-wicket. Nice tidy maiden for Simon Harmer. Worcestershire remain 116 for 4.
And Daniel's been in touch, Kitman Dan on our emails, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, just saying how much he enjoys the live stream and remembers the days when we just used to do hourly updates. It was a fair while ago now. I remember doing my first championship commentary at New Road, and I can't remember exactly the year, but there was a New Zealand overseas player for Worcester who got 100 before lunch. And I'm trying to remember who it is, because I was commentating on it on my own.
Martin Guptill? How long ago?
Well, before we started doing the regular commentary, so maybe about 15 years ago. I'll look it up. Here's Regita bowling, and that's driven away up towards mid-on, a quick single.
That's the 50 for Kashif.
Yeah, and that's a terrific knock. It really has, because things have been loaded against Worcestershire here, but he's played positive shots and 9 fours, and generally the fours have been pretty good. So it's been a fine effort from him. The question is, can he go on and score another 100 or so, because that's what Worcestershire are going to need. He's the man that's in. Lou Vincent.
Lou Vincent?
I think it was. 100 before lunch, I think.
Yeah.
I was commentating on that. It must have been late noughties or something like that.
I think,
it's outside the off stump, and there's There's no, and that was a bit of a one-off, and I can't remember why we were doing it. It must have been some special reason, but the regular commentary started not too long after that, 117 for 4. But thank you, Dan. And after that, it's just endless comments from Mel. So we'll pass them on, saying, "Good a job
about
Mel's
being
doing."
Nesh,
So, yes,
is it?
no. But thank you very much, Dan, and we'll pass that on. And you're saying you're enjoying Mel's commentary. Here's Regita bowls, and that's played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. You're saying you're enjoying the excellent shared commentary, and that's what it's all about, really, getting the perspectives of both sides, and getting. It's always useful to find out, your fellow commentator who they've already seen from around the county circuit, and then you can start to build up a picture of what's going on in this county season. 117 for 4. 3 slips waiting, a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, nobody else saving one. That's off the back foot and played away down to Noah Thane. A backward point. I think D'Oliveira feels he slightly missed out that. He's become a bit becalmed. He's struggled to score too much in his last few deliveries, 19 from 31. It's 117 for 4. That brief glimpse of sun has disappeared. It could be that Simon Harmer is bowling with Matt Critchley because they have to bowl those two a little bit later on. That's one thing. I think Essex probably at this stage would want to stay out there. Here's Regita. Bowls a looping bouncer, which is a fairly ineffective delivery, which is very quickly left alone by D'Oliveira.
He couldn't have reached it, I don't think.
No.
Really
Yes, it could have been a wide.
Tennis ball,
Yeah.
loopy, wasn't it? And D'Oliveira's not the biggest. We saw him trying to reach one from Thane earlier on that he couldn't get to. It was so wide, just inside the return crease. And that one wasn't much further in. It was also about 10 foot in the air by the time it went past D'Oliveira.
Here's Cheetah again, bowls and bat and pad together. It's just played up into the offside, and just one comment on the email saying that didn't look like a no ball on the live stream.
Oh, right.
That was the Noah Thane one. Well, he did look a bit disgruntled with it, Noah Thane. Very good actually to see Jamie Porter go up and have a chat with Noah Thane as he was walking back to his mark, just to make sure that he wasn't unduly discouraged by that. He might have been saying, "Don't bowl balls as good as that when you overstep," but I'm sure he was. He might have been what he would have been doing.
He might have been saying, "Have you seen the first team fine structure?"
No, I'm sure he would have been giving him encouragement. Kashi Valley, an excellent 50, 86 balls. D'Oliveira 19. Can these two continue up to and beyond tea? 117 for 4.
2 overs to go till tea as Harmer comes in and bowls, and Kashif is forward pushing this back to him. Tom Wesley, the captain, has drifted down to deep mid-on, not quite long on. 15, 20 yards inside the boundary as Harmer is in and bowls a little bit short of a length and turns that one and keeps low and actually skids on, and Kashif is taken on the pad and it goes quite quickly down to fine leg for 2, but that was quite encouraging from Harmer's point of view. Wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that to see if it really gripped, but it certainly kept a bit low and skidded on that one. He's in again now and he bowls, and Kashif is forward to this one, and I think probably feeling, having gone back to the previous one, that he's better off on the front foot. Harmer yet to concede a run. 9 balls in to this mini spell before tea. Bowls again, and Kashif is forward, taking on the pad. Ball lobs to slip, and there's a half an appeal, but there was no inside edge on it. But encouragement nonetheless. Come on, Harmy, shouts an Essex supporter outside our commentary box, and Kashif is forward, and he is out this time. Caught at slip, the arm ball perhaps from Simon Harmer. What a bonus for Essex before tea. Jordan Cox, I think, the man at slip. Quite a sharp catch, just drifting on with the arm. Kashif pushing forward, a little bit hard at it, and his innings, an excellent 50, his second 50 of the season. It comes to an end Yeah, not sure it turned or whether it was just an error of judgment by Kashif. Bit of bounce, good sharp catch by Jordan Cox, and that is a big wicket on the stroke of tee. Kashif Ali is the man out.
Just a bit of bounce there, and yeah, he sort of got trapped by the delivery, didn't he? Went into just playing it forward, and in the end it's just come off the edge, and it's gone relatively high to Jordan Cox, so indication there that it was bounce that caused the problem. But that's a huge blow to Worcestershire, who fought very well, I think, in the last hour. And if they'd gone into tee, 119 for 4, 123 for 4, whatever it would have been, chasing 295, you still think, well, there's a little bit of a chance. But that is a absolute hammer blow at this stage, and now getting with that wicket back to the stage of thinking whether Essex can wrap this game up this evening. Certainly another wicket either before or just after tea, and they'll be very much thinking along those lines. Yeah,
absolutely. Super bit of bowling from Simon Harmer. 1 for none, his figures. He was always going to have a little bowl before tea, I think. It wasn't any great surprise when he was brought on. But that is a real bonus, and Kashif has gone. He faced 91 balls, he hit 9 fours. It was an excellent 50, but he was unable to go on. Kashif bowls to the new batsman Matthew Waite, who blocks his first ball. It's the end of the over from Simon Harmer. Gets warm applause from the Essex faithful. And I really do think, as you suggest, Nick, that this game could now be hastening towards a 3-day conclusion. Very similar in that respect to where we were a week ago up at Headingley, when Worcestershire lost on the Sunday and made their way back home on Sunday evening rather than on Monday evening.
Wickets pretty evenly shared. 2 for Porter, 2 for 19 and 9. Snater 1 for 33 and 11. Nurthane 1 for 32 in 6. And Simon Harmer 2 maiden overs, the second of which was a wicket maiden. Kasun Rajita has got number 28 in 8 overs. Can he get on the board as he comes into bowl here? That one's on the pads. There's a stifled chart for OBW. It's going down towards fine leg, and signalled as leg byes, and 4 of them. It was a stifled chart, but I think that was more in hope than anything else. Slightly ill-directed, and Worcestershire get a bonus 4, 123 for 5. Bowling to D'Oliveira on 19. Waite has joined him. But that's just a real hammer blow to Worcestershire. Just when it had the better of proceedings, really, in the sort of half hour, 45 minutes leading up to it. 3 slips waiting. Rajita bowls. That's a bit short, and off the bat foot steered away for a comfortable single down towards third man. It takes Waite on to strike with D'Oliveira on 20. He's going to face his second ball. So Roderick no score, Libby 14, Kashif Ali 50 from 91 balls with 9 fours, Jones 4, Adam Hose 21. The men to go. Waite made 32 in the first innings, and D'Oliveira made 48. So potentially there's a partnership here, and it's one that clearly is desperately needed. Critchley goes from third slip to third man, suggesting a short ball on the way. That might be a tempted cut shot. Can't think of any other reason for going there, as that is indeed a short ball, which in fact isn't where ideally Rajita would have wanted it for the plan to come off, because it's actually a bit too straight, and it's dealt with pretty well by Waite, who just goes back into his crease and plays defensively. Dan Lawrence, who's been really short of runs this season so far in the 2 previous games, 105 not out from 98 balls. Ben Folkes 47 from 91. Sorry, 378 for 3, 57 behind. They're going to get a first innings lead there against Sussex, but a lot of work to do to win the game from here. It's another bounce. It's not a particularly effective one. It's not Rajita's strong suit for me. It's better when he's pitching it up. He gets bounced, but perhaps the pitch is sort of so much on the slow side here, but there's not particularly a lot of threat to the batter with those deliveries. Got time to read them and just get out of the way. On a quicker pitch, it might be more effective. Looked better when he's been pitching the ball up. 2 slips and a short leg, again suggesting more short balls, and here's another one. Again, it's fairly ineffective. It's sort of going by fairly harmlessly outside the off stump, past the right shoulder, and left alone by Waite, but clearly a bit of a ploy against the new batter here, Frank.
Yeah, Matthew Waite came to the crease in the first innings and immediately timed it beautifully and played very, very indeed. Made 32 off 38 balls. He was eventually bounced out, having hit 5 fours, and they've obviously decided that they'll try and do the same thing. He's been in good nick this season so far. Obviously, he was part of that stupendous rearguard action at Taunton, but we've seen this policy, not necessarily against him, but against a few people this year. Round the wicket, short, and a modern leg trap, I call it.
Yeah,
You've got a man at deep fine, man at leg slip, man at short leg.
Just the one slip now, with Walter going to leg slip. There's another bouncer. Again, it's not particularly threatening. You've got to, as a specialist bat, you've got to get yourself into a right tangle to get into trouble against that. Yeah, interesting idea, but got a feeling it might have been better mixing it up with a few deliveries just pitched up so that he was at least getting Waite into 2 minds. Waite knew pretty much what was coming, ball after ball there. It is tea. Worcestershire 124 for 5. Their target 295. Need a further 171 to win. They have 5 wickets left. D'Oliveira 20 and Waite has no score.
Yeah. So Essex's afternoon, 4 men out since lunch. Libby 14, Jones 4, Hose 21 and Cashew Valley 50. And Worcestershire with a lot of work to do if they're going to take this game into the last day. If you sense that if they lose another wicket or 2, they won't be doing that. And fair play to Essex. They've dominated really since kind of tea yesterday, really. They've been on the front foot. Good morning for them. 84 added this morning for the loss of their last 4 wickets. That wicket before lunch was a killer for Worcestershire, and another one just before tea, Cashew Valley getting out 50.
Yeah, it's funny how that's
psychological blows indeed.
Thank you, Frank, and we'll be back for you for the final session of the day. I don't think we'll see all of it, but we'll see how we go. That will start around about 4:30. And welcome back on BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and online via the BBC website and app. This is Nick Lethill with Frank Watson and Mel Fowle. Under cloudy skies here at Chelmsford, a little bit of sunshine briefly in that afternoon session, but now we've reverted back to the forecast cloud, and the umpires just looking around as if they're starting to take the light into consideration. We know that one or two of the games around the country, particularly in the south of England, starting to become affected by light, and that could yet be a problem in this final session here. As it is, 124 for 5 Worcestershire, a target of 295, a loss of an important wicket of Kashi Valley for 50, just on the stroke of the interval. Simon Harmer in just his second over, getting one perhaps just bounced a little bit, and he edged it through to Jordan Cox. But you feel now that an awful lot depends on these two, who both batted well in the first innings. Brett D'Oliveira, 20 from 35, and Matthew Waite, who had a bit of a bouncer barrage from Regita just before the break. He's going to resume on naught. 124 for 5, and you feel for Worcestershire, if I have any hope here, Frank, these two have probably got to be there whenever we reach the close today.
Yeah, that's true. Ethan Brooks is also reasonably capable. He got 70 here in that win last year against Essex, but that was a very different situation to this. Interesting that Snater is replacing Harmer. I would have been tempted to continue with Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end after he made such a good start, but as in the first innings, just 2 overs and he's been withdrawn. I can see the logic of that as well. Snater, who has been pretty threatening throughout this game, will be bowling to D'Oliveira with 2 slips in place, and in fact 3 slips in place, and he comes in now to bowl to the Worcestershire skipper. Keeper's standing up, and D'Oliveira is just leaning back and dropping his hands under that, and wicket-keeper Fernandez unable to take it cleanly. So 3 slips, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. The pretty conventional field, and I say conventional in particular, conventional in this game for the seamers. From both sides have been bowling to this sort of field. Snater bowls, and D'Oliveira watchfully is forward and pushing out on the offside. Bad light could play a part, but Essex always have the option of bowling spin at both ends. They've got plenty of runs to play with. Worcestershire initially set 295 in this innings, and they're 124 for 5, so still 170 runs in arrears. As Snater is into D'Oliveira and bowls, and D'Oliveira is just edging this one down on the offside to backward point, and there's no run. The lights on the scoreboard standing out quite brightly as we look across to our right from our position high up in the Sir Alistair Cook end. It is quite gloomy. We've had little bits of sunshine during the day, but that has long disappeared now as Snater is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is on the back foot playing that nicely into the covers. Jordan Cox is the fielder, and there's no run. Cox, who took a good catch at slip off the bowling of Harmer shortly before tea to remove Kashi Valley for an attractive 50, his second 50 of the season, highest score of the innings, and only the third 50 of the game, but unable to go on, crucially out just before the break. Snater in bowls, and D'Oliveira tucks this one away down to long leg. He'll pick up a single, and that takes him on to 21, and the total to 125 for 5. Worcestershire need another 170 runs for a most unlikely victory.
Bad light is at Southampton and Canterbury. In fact, it's raining at Canterbury, so there is a bit of rain forecast for here, but not before the scheduled close of play.
Yeah. Matthew Waite is on strike, yet to get off the mark. He received 5 deliveries before the break, and he is forward to this one and playing it back up the pitch. to Snate at the end of the first over after tea. 125 for 5. Wait yet to get off the mark. D'Oliveira on 21. And the light closing in. But also Essex closing in on victory here.
Yes, and a lot for Worcestershire to do now. I mean, they're batting in fairly gloomy conditions once again. And big fillip for Essex to get that wicket just before the break. It was a nice counter-attacking innings from Kashivali. And so he was threatening to get rather more. A reprieve with that no ball from Noah Thane, which flattened one of his stumps, but it was a no ball. He got away with that, but didn't last too much longer afterwards, as Porter from the Graham Gooch end, formerly the Hayes Close end, bowls a delivery outside the off stump, which is left alone by D'Oliveira, who stays on 21. I say it is pretty gloomy here now. There could come a point where it is going to be Harmer and Critchley who are bowling. Essex looking to see, even with spin, if they could just buy a late wicket, if that's what it comes to. Dan Clark, hello to you on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com as Porter up to the wicket bowls and steered away into the onside. And you say, hello, my name's Dan. I've been watching the stream today on my 21st birthday, so congratulations to you. Happy birthday on Easter Sunday as well. And thanks for your kind comments. You say you hope Essex can get over the line. So thanks very much, Dan. Have a good rest of the day. Only 21 once, and enjoy the rest of the day. Mel coming back in with us, suitably wrapped up, because it is pretty chilly now, I think. So this is a delivery that keeps a bit low, an attempt to steer it away into the offside by D'Oliveira, and out towards cover, and there is no run. Big blow, Mel, for Worcestershire, losing Kashivali just before tea.
Yeah, and he was just looking so good as well. Looked to be rediscovering the touch, the form that he's maybe been struggling with, but some encouraging signs for him. But I'd like to add a very happy birthday to Dan as well. It's someone else's birthday today, by the way.
125 for 5. That's a delivery which nips back into the right-hander. It's got a bit of bounce from Porter as well, but able to negotiate it and leave it alone. 3 slips waiting, and 3 on the offside and 1 on the leg side. 2 on the leg side, saving 1 plus a fine leg. 125 for 5.
It is the birthday of Louise Allison, whose 2 sons are playing today.
We mentioned the Allisons earlier.
Yes, Ben and Charlie. I've just been chatting to their parents, Tom and Louise, and it's Louise's birthday today, and she rang the bell before play this morning. As
this is played defensively up into the offside. It's nice to have another bell being rung other than the New York Stock Exchange, because I'll be honest, I've become a little bit obsessed with following American news in the last few weeks. I won't go into why, it's probably fairly obvious. But every day at 2:30 our time, they ring the bell, and then at 9 o'clock at night our time, they do the same, and they all applaud, even if it's gone down 10 million points. But it's nice to have a more routine ringing of the bell. Well,
it's been bells all around today.
Yes.
As I walked through the town centre on my way to the ground, all the church bells were ringing.
Oh yes, for Easter Day. It's a nice touch, isn't it? That's played defensively, back down the pitch. Good delivery from Porter, a maiden over, as you'd expect. 2 for 19 from 10, keeping it nice and tight. And 125 for 5. Pretty well negotiated, but these two have just got to hang in and try and build. It's not quite last chance saloon for Worcestershire, but you feel these two who played well in the first innings have got to do it again here.
Well, they certainly do. I mean, we saw Ethan Brooks also got a start, like so many. He got to 24, played spin really well, played Simon Harmer quite well. Now Waite is on strike as Snater is in, and it's uppish as it squirts out between point and cover point. Just get the single. Takes the score to 126 for 5, and that is actually Waite off the mark with that single. He played quite well as well in the first innings, remembering that these scores, his was 32, but anything that above 30, is a good score on this pitch. Here's Snater to D'Oliveira. There is a nick, and that has fallen just short of a diving second slip. Oh, again, you think someone is in, and then comes that ball on that occasion, drawing the edge.
It's a tricky pitch, isn't it, to have a field you're in on, and that not too far short of the fielder there, but yeah, another good delivery.
He just cannot afford to relax for a second. Here's Snater over the wicket, and this is a more solid defensive shot by D'Oliveira. Pushes it out into the covers where Cox fields it.
I think it's Critchley there, but it wasn't a catching chance. It fell short of him. But there have been one or two like that, haven't there, today?
Yeah, they had the edges where either dropping just short or going just wide of the slip cordon. As Snater turns and makes his way in from this Alistair Cook end and bowls defended solidly back down the pitch by D'Oliveira, who has to play some kind of captain's knock. Made a good 48 in the first innings before he was out LBW to Rajita. It was a marginal, very close call, with maybe the suggestion that maybe did it impact outside off stump, but it was very, very close. Hard to tell. Here's Snater once more, and it's driven defensively up to Rajita. Got him out in that first innings, fielding it mid-on with that two-toned cap. We noticed that he's got his cap is navy at the front and it's red at the back. So he's got a different cap to everyone else out there on the Essex side. Might not have had one to fit him when he arrived. Here's Snater, thick hair bobbing as he runs in and bowls. Defended it out towards extra cover. No run, and that is the end of the over. 126 for 5 now. Weight off the mark with a single in that over. He's on one. D'Oliveira, oh, it's interesting because he's now 21 off 51. He started off his innings going at...
He was near a run of ball.
Run a ball, yes.
But, yeah, I mean, I think because, of course, he had Kashif going so well at the other end, it didn't matter too much, but he's probably got to try and start to put the Essex bowlers under pressure again. And Essex will feel they're nicely paced. Paul Walter there at first slip, more than anybody. The reason for that being the case, his innings could yet be the difference between the two sides in terms of the runs, really, as Porter bowls, and that's played defensively. Just up into the offside, and there's no run. Tim LeBon in Guildford, residing in Surrey, but always supporting Essex, exclamation mark. Saying you've been an Essex fan since childhood, and you remember an Essex-Worcestershire game at South Church Park, Southend, nearly 50 years ago in 1976. And if that would have been played in the summer of 76, it was probably pretty warm, I suspect, at South Church Park. As there's a good delivery, it's playing a miss outside the off stump, and just about escapes the edge through to Fernandez. You said you went attending as a schoolboy, and you remember Essex and West Indies all-rounder Keith Boyce hitting the Worcestershire fast bowler John Inchmore for successive sixes. Worcestershire a strong team at that point. They'd just come off that championship win in '74, and Inchmore eventually admitted defeat by bowling off a short run. So it's great to hear an Australian voice in Mel. Your family spent 3 weeks in Australia. As this is delivery played up into the onside this time with one hand off the bat by weight. 1 off 10 balls, and it's 126 for 5. You say that you went to Australia, family went to Australia for the first time last month, and you were in Adelaide at the time of the Sheffield Shield decided between South Australia and Queensland, and your son Mike and yourself watched a few hours play before you had to retreat from the heat. Yes, it can be pretty hot there, and not lighter there at Chelmsford, certainly. This is next delivery, which again just sees weight going onto the back foot and literally waiting for it. You just place it back down the pitch, and there's no run. And when in Melbourne earlier, we greatly enjoyed a tour of the MCG, including Shane Warne tribute. Thanks for your comments about the live stream. You mentioned a couple of our colleagues. Paul's already been on air this year. He was at Trent Bridge. He'll be with me, not on the same day, but with me at Taunton. And Dick is also going to be up and about very soon. He's just taking a bit of time off in April and will be back very soon. That's a good delivery, which really sort of cuts the batsman in half, not too far away from off stump. Jamie Porter probing away as ever, giving nothing away in this spell, and just looking to see if he can make a breakthrough with the last delivery of the over coming up. It's 126 for 5.
Oh, well, thank you for those comments. That's great. You got to go and see, well, what was a big Sheffield Shield
Yes, it was
final. South Australia winning for the first time in 29 years. I think that was breaking a significant drought.
Here's Porter again. Bowls. Oh, that one is almost the one that gets the breakthrough because it cuts in again, but it's pretty well judged on height this time, and he allows it to go through. I'll tell you what, that was testing. That was a testing maiden over from Porter. Pretty well negotiated in the end. 2 for 19 from 11. And 1 to Waite and 21 to D'Oliveira. The target 295 looks notional, but there's nothing that a 100 partnership here wouldn't put right in that context for Worcestershire. Unlikely as it seems. 126 for 5.
I said that earlier. It is a sort of match where one really good partnership can make a massive difference, but they're a long way away from there. The regular fall of wickets preventing that. Here's Snater, full delivery, defended back up the pitch to Regita fielding at mid on no run. Yeah, that's wonderful to hear. I mean, they had great crowds for that final because I think
wonderful.
Because South Australia hadn't won in so long, and they were all running on the pitch after South Australia had won the match. Jake Lehman, Darren Lehman's son, of course, now who's over here coaching at Northants. He was part of that. Here is Snater in full delivery, defended again solidly by D'Oliveira. Yeah, so it was interesting to see that, because I always make the comment that people here think that county championship crowds are smaller than they used to be, but it's still very healthy compared to Sheffield Shield crowds. I can tell you that from experience. So that was a bit of an anomaly.
And probably quite healthy in terms of relation to some test matches around the world.
Absolutely. Keen fans. Here's Snater is in, and that's just turned in towards mid-wicket by D'Oliveira.
I mean, we'll be honest, it's not the biggest crowd here today, well supported in the members area, but it's probably a little bit lower than you might expect in the public seats, but it is Easter Sunday, and that's a factor that always has to be taken into account. But no harm in having a match over the Easter weekend. I think good crowds on the first couple of days.
Very good, very good. As Snater turns at the top of his mark, he's bowling at the Alistair Cook end from that end. Next ball, well, that's got an inside edge and just runs away behind square. Fernandez doing the chasing, and they managed to scamper a single from that, but it wasn't exactly convincing, shall we say. Takes the score to 127 for 5. While Cashi Valley was out there, there were enough fours being hit, enough twos by both D'Oliveira and Cashi Valley that you felt that the score was at least progressing.
It was just his only hope, really, was to do that, wasn't it? To
it
keep
was.
Things moving.
Here's Snater, and it's just defended on the front foot by Waite.
I do slightly fear for them. Don't want to say this with Frank here, but I do slightly fear for them, because one of the problems they've got is that the two promoted sides look pretty good. We don't actually know how many sides are going to be relegated, to be honest, because yet again the ECB has started the season without really telling people what are the ground rules of the campaign. But Yorkshire and Sussex looking strong. It's going to put pressure on other sides. And Worcestershire have got to find a way, particularly if they lose this match, to respond to that. They've got Durham at home next. Essex don't play next week.
Snater runs in, bowls to Waite, and that one's jumped up on him a little bit, and he ended up jumping himself just to get on top of that ball and drop it at his feet. And when it rolls back to Snater to finish his over, 127 for 5, Waite on 1, D'Oliveira 22. Yeah, both are sides from my neck of the woods, Worcestershire and Warwickshire, having worrying start to the season.
Warwickshire did beat Durham, but it was a very good performance on a flat wicket, but it was a pretty generous declaration.
You're very
I
generous.
think our colleague Mr. Emerson, who resides up there and does the reporting, I think he was hinting as such in his messages about that one. It was a touch on the generous side. Warwickshire did well, but I still think they're very much on the receiving end against Notts, and I still think they might struggle a bit. Now here's Porter, and that's all clipped away nicely, probably for 2. If they go for the second quickly. Yeah, well, they hesitated. There wasn't obvious to, but they hesitated. In the end, had to scurry as Allison moved across to complete the fielding. But in fact, it was Regita who moved across to complete the fielding. And that hesitation almost caused a bit of a problem, but in the end they got back for what always looked like 2 in the first instance. So D'Oliveira 24, and it's 129 for 5. Target 295. Essex made 317 today. Batted through the morning, more or less, which would have been the original intention. That's played defensively, head over the ball, back to the bowler Porter, and there's no run.
One thing that might be interesting today is the light. It is quite dark.
Yeah.
Yesterday, as the day went on, it was actually really bright. Sun came out. There was hardly any clouds in the sky, so the evening session was played in sunshine. And while it started off that way in the morning here today, it is quite dark out there. I'm not being deceived by the windows.
Slightly surprised the lights aren't on. This is a bouncer from Porter at D'Oliveira, as opposed to Waite, who got them all before the break. And
bit of a height difference between Waite and
Absolutely.
D'Oliveira. He barely had to duck.
Yeah.
D'Oliveira.
D'Oliveira more or less could ignore that as it went through to Fernandez, who's standing back. 3 slips, backward point cover, quite square, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and fine leg out of our sight. 129 for 5, and this time coming down the pitch, and that will save him from being LBW, because Porter was pretty confident with the shot, but he was quite a long way down, D'Oliveira, as it struck him on the pad. See a replay, but I think I won't often see them given out when they're moving that. Well, not quite as far as I thought, but he had got a fair way forward. He was on the move, and it hit him outside the off line of the off stump. Yeah,
impact outside the off stump, definitely. And remember that that was how D'Oliveira was out in the first innings to Regita. It was LBW, and it was very close to impact outside.
129 for 5, defensively forward. This is back down the pitch, and there is no run. So yeah, they've started again at Southampton, but hard to know where that game is going now, because Somerset have fought back 103 for 1, just 49 behind. So at the very least, Somerset should avoid back-to-back defeats, which looked a possibility at one time there, certainly at the end of day 2, as this is played just on the move up towards mid-on by D'Oliveira, looking pretty secure on 24, 129 for 5.
Oh, used every time one of us has said that.
Yeah.
It's been
but
the
he's looking
something.
pretty good, but it's just a question. It's the older ball now. I tend to subscribe to Frank's thought. Frank has suggested that Harmer might be bowling at this time, and the thing is that Harmer could be having to bowl quite a lot in the second half of the session because of a light. That might be in Tom Wesley's thinking. But Snater has had a pretty good day, and he might make something happen here. 129 for 5, 24 D'Oliveira, or 1 to wait. 166 needed for anybody who's optimistic in Worcestershire's cause here. We'll keep you in touch with that figure, because you never know.
It's going to take a lot more hard grind to get there as Snater begins his run up. It's Waite on strike. Snater bowls, defender back to the bowler, picks it up one-handed. We're seeing Regita is doing a lot of vigorous back stretching at the moment, rolling his legs from one side to another as he lies on his front, and does a few yoga stretches and leg stretches as well. So maybe we're going to see him. Maybe he's just trying to keep warm, to be fair. Can't be easy for the Sri Lankan in these conditions. Here comes Snater, bowls, and there's a big shout. Umpire shakes his head. Oh, they did like that one, and Snater just drops his face into his palm. I'll have a look at the replay of this one. That ball, it was angled in, and it did nip in. May have been doing too much. It was a decent shout.
That looked good to me because it did nip in, but I still think it might have had some communication with the top of leg stump. Yes, it looked on the face of it. That looked a pretty good shout.
Yeah,
Middle and leg.
Yeah.
High-ish.
Hard to say. Yeah. I mean, it did nip back in further off the pitch, and it was angled in. Here comes Snater. That is driven beautifully by Waite. That was the first really dominant shot that he's played, and it is going to just beat the fielder herring down there, and that is Waite's first boundary. So responding to that LBW shout, Rajita's just gone over and patted Snater on the back. Probably feels that he's a bit unlucky, but it was a nice punchy drive from Waite. And that is the thing too with these batters. You can't afford just to shut up shop and try and survive, because a ball's going to come along and it's going to have your name on it. Here's Snater. It's a short ball bouncer, and Waite does have a bit of a flail at it, tries to pull it, doesn't connect.
It's been a good performance today by Snater. He's obviously been used to being in the third seamer role, but you know, with Rajita new to the side, he's very much in a more senior role now, with Cook not playing in this match, and really has acquitted himself well.
Well, he's been good all round.
Yeah, good with the bat in both innings.
Yep, played an important all-round role, Snater. He's in now bowling to Waite. Oh, that one has leapt up, and it has gone over the head of the keeper. And a terrific short ball somehow manages to go all the way to the boundary rope directly behind the keeper. That was it's come off glove, maybe?
That delivery caused him rather more problems, that shorter ball, than any of the ones that Rajita bowled at him. He was a little bit flummoxed by that one, but got away with it.
Didn't know where it was, but it went directly behind him over the head of the keeper. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah. And
fortunately for Waite, it landed safely and has got him another 4 runs. He waits again as Snater is in. It's a fuller delivery this time, just punched out into the covers, no run. And that is the end of the over from Snater. Perhaps a bit unlucky twice in that, because he had an LBW shout that certainly looked shout-worthy, and then that short ball having Waite in all sorts of trouble. But at the end of 44 overs, Warwickshire 137 for 5, chasing 295. Waite moves on to 9. D'Oliveira is on a very hard-fought 24.
Well, we were talking earlier about who might play for Australia in the World Test Championship final in June. Peter Hanscom won't, but he's 100 not out. Bit of a forgotten man, really, of Australian cricket. 100 not out. Leicestershire captain. They're 130 ahead of Lancashire. 393 for 5. They're probably not going to be able to have time to win that game, but what a good start. What a very good start it's been, and a very bad start for Lancashire, and a good start for Leicestershire. That's a delivery from Rajita, which just holds its line and whistles past the bat of D'Oliveira. That was quite a good one.
I think that actually just moved away from him a little bit.
Just have another look at that. Initially, just a bit of away movement. Yes, so he's playing it just inside of it, but he's looked better to me when he's actually pitched the ball up rather than the shorter stuff, which didn't look terribly effective. But that was an example of what he does pretty well. 3 steps backward, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. Comes into box outside the off stump and left alone. It's 137 for 5.
Yeah, just not quite getting his line right there. It's that previous ball. It really is forcing the batters to play. Gets good bounce. He's tall, broad-shouldered man, and looks very strong as well. He did tire a little bit, I felt, towards the end of his spells. Early on, very sharp.
That's just play defensively this time, just nipping into the right-hander, and he was thinking about playing it away into the onside, but it wasn't quite there for the shot. D'Oliveira, so just played it in defensive fashion. One of the sides thought of as a good contender for promotion from Division 2. They've made a very quiet start to the season, are Middlesex, but they're in a nice position at Lords against Glamorgan. They made 470 for 9 declared. Glamorgan 133 for 3 are still 138 behind in their second innings. That's an appeal for leg before wicket, but going down the leg side, I would have thought. Again, has cut back into the right-hander quite sharply. Quite a few appeals. There's a bit of movement there. First thought that was done too much, but we'll see. Oh, yes, yeah. It's done far too much, hasn't it? And it's probably a bit high.
High. It looked high from the start because it got D'Oliveira on the mid-thigh, and I know he's not a tall man, but he was actually sort of jumping up, so yeah, a bit too much. But all of this pressure just staying on the batters.
Yes, this next delivery just played defensively by D'Oliveira. Back down the pitch as Rajita continues, still looking for a wicket in this second innings. One ball from the end of his 10th over, none for 29. He's kept it pretty tight. Just thought that bouncer barrage against Waite wasn't particularly effective. Looked much better when he's pitched the ball up. So Middlesex going along nicely. Leicestershire going nicely in Division 2 in this in these current games, and it's going to be interesting to see who starts to take shape as promotion candidates in that section. As this one just holds up a little bit. It was an attempt to hit the ball away into the onside, but it's come off a bit of a leading edge up to mid-off. So I made no, just an indication of the ball just sticking in the surface a little bit. And that's something that Essex will look to work on. Made over from Rajita, 137 for 5, 24 to the somewhat becalmed D'Oliveira, because I think he had about 17 or 18 from almost as many balls, and Waite has 9. It's 137 for 5.
Yeah, D'Oliveira now 24 off 67. So it's become increasingly harder to score, and what we have found throughout this game is that if you get stuck, it's just going to be that ball, but it's not easy to score. So it's Waite now on strike as Snater runs in, bowls, plays a nice looking check drive, but it only goes as far as mid-off. Doesn't get any reward for it. Yeah, just a really difficult position that Worcestershire are in at the moment. They have, of course, had that incredible drawdown at Somerset, but this is a bit of perhaps a different situation. Certainly, I think different conditions than the ones that they pulled out of the bag there. Here's Nature. It's a short ball that has Waite ducking.
The weather problems in the south at the moment. Bad light at Southampton. We've got bad light at Hove, and we've got rain at Canterbury. And I say there is some poor weather forecast for this evening. So I don't think we'll see seam bowlers bowling all the way through the next 23 overs.
I think the sun's sort of struggling to make an appearance, but it's not succeeding. Here's Snater, ball defended out into the covers, no run for Waite. Yeah, it may have brightened up a touch, but it's starting to look pretty gloomy out there. Of course, I do have a window in front of me, so it looks even darker for me, but it is pretty gloomy. And I'm also surprised you mentioned the lights. I wonder when we might see the lights come on. Here's Snater. Bowls. That's another check drive that goes up to mid-off.
Well, it could be like the supermarkets, Mel. The lights are closed on Easter Sunday. You can't use them. I don't know. I thought they might have come on.
That ball actually only going as far as the bowler. Mid-off running into just give it a bit of a shine. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think there are any restrictions, are there? Let there be light. Here, oh my goodness! Shane Snader has just bowled a shortest of short balls. I don't think that even pitched a third of the way down. No, it did, but not very far down. Well over the head of weight. Not called. It's not a wide though. Gets the ball and comes back around. I don't think we'll be playing as late as we were yesterday. I've got to get the train back down to London tonight. I hope we're not. Here's Snater, fuller delivery, turned around the corner, clipped nicely by Waite. There's two fielders down there converging though, so they'll just keep it to 1. Takes the score to 138 for 5. It feels like Worcestershire are having to dig every single run out of their souls with a blunt spoon at the moment, as that over is finished. It's not easy. 138 for 5. Waite on 10. D'Oliveira on 24.
Just do one more over and then bring Frank back, and it's a question of Worcestershire hanging in, having lost Kashif Ali. Obviously, D'Oliveira's lost his momentum that he had at the start of the innings, but his presence at the crease is pretty important. And say if they, however long this session is, if they can just try and survive, losing, well, ideally no wickets, but 1 at the most, at least it gives them a little bit of a glimmer. But certainly Essex still very confident of wrapping this up as Rajita bowls, and that's on, well, not the best ball he's bowled by a long way. It's clipped away off the pads. It was very much straying on to middle and leg, and was clipped away for a very easy single. That's the sort of ball you'd love to get. 9 wickets down with 1 run to win. Be absolutely wonderful.
Well,
139 for 5. Not that Worcestershire are going to get to that point, we don't think, but you never know.
I was going to say, if that's the case.
If they did, that's the ball they would want. And they'd have to back their number 11, whoever's in, to knock it away for a single. Anyway, Waite's gone to 11. 3 slips waiting. Rajita bowls. Oh, again, that's not the best ball he's bowled. It's sort of reasonably innocuous on middle and leg, and just again clipped away for a single, this time a little bit squarer, and D'Oliveira goes to 25. Did he bowl better in the first innings? I didn't see too much of him in the first innings.
So when he came on the first over, every ball was a rip snorter in slightly different ways. It was a terrific start. He was very threatening early on.
He generally kept really it pretty tight.
Yeah.
Rajita bowls, and again that's a short ball and pulled away out towards deep square leg, and on another day that would have been absolutely crashed away to the mid-wicket boundary, but as it was, Waite just held back and just took the sort of safety first option, just pulled it away, make sure it went to ground, and got a single. Not the best of overs so far though, 141 for 5, but he has bowled well in the game.
He took 4 wickets, obviously.
Absolutely.
Figures of 4 for 52. Removed Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira, both on 48, was very critical yesterday morning.
Rajita bowls, that's better. That's on middle and off and further pitched up, and just clipped down to North Thane at backward point. 141 for 5, and the target 295, so 154 more needed. And you look at that situation and think Worcestershire need another 50 at least from these two, arguably 75. But it's been a good fight in tricky circumstances, as this is played defensively up into the offside and there's no run. But you would think that if someone gets 100 in this game, as Paul Walter did, it's likely to make the difference in the final analysis.
Well, I'm going to. He's going to get a massive head, bigger than it already is. But Frank did say before Paul Walter scored that if anybody scored 100 in this match, then it would be for the winning side.
141 for 5. So that's steered away off the back foot. That's a good shot. That's a little bit short, and D'Oliveira, who's been trying to find some fluency in this innings since tee, plays a really classy stroke off the back foot and away down to the backward point boundary for 4. Kajito has bowled better overs in this match and will bowl better overs in his 4 subsequent championship appearances for Essex. 145 for 5, weight 12, D'Oliveira 29. A few more words from Mel. If I don't see you again, Mel, nice to see you, and hopefully see you again soon. And we'll bring Frank back in.
Got to say, I love it when Brett D'Oliveira plays off the back foot. He does so well. He really bent his back, he arched it backwards as he played that shot. And just a little bit of release, I think. It really has been so tricky. Every run so hard fought. Now, here is Porter coming into the attack, and just from the very first ball beats the bat of Waite. He's been terrific, Porter. Won't be a surprise to any Essex fan to hear me say that. As we welcome Frank Watson back. How do you do, Frankie Poo?
Good evening. Yeah, interesting. It's a shame Snater's come off, and I'll tell you why in a minute.
Here's Porter, makes his way in, bowls, and doesn't get a hold of that as bat onto pad and rolls back to Porter.
Because I've had a couple of messages from people who are watching on the stream who are saying the umpires are missing every no ball that Snater bowls with his back foot on the return crease and on the side crease, and he's done it over and over again. And I have no idea because I haven't been looking at it, and it's too late now. We might have a look back later.
In comes Porter, on his toes as Waite as he defends that one into the ground.
But there were a couple of his LBW shots where I thought he did. Do you remember me saying he delivered it from so wide on the crease? He does get really wide, and it is close. And people are saying, you know, do the umpires even look for it these days? I don't know. It's not one you see get called very often, is it? But
it is not. You're right.
Yeah, and it has to be the back foot, of course.
Yep.
But a couple of people have said it, and they've been watching all afternoon.
That's an interesting one. Here's Porter, full of delivery, just punched up to mid-off, no run.
Unfortunately, you can't really get too fussed because he's only got one of the he's only got one of the 5 wickets to fall, hasn't he? And that was very early on. But an interesting one nonetheless.
And is interesting. And then, of course, what happens is if there's a bit of fuss made of that, though, and I tend to find umpires might be more willing to look at it the next game. Here's Porter again. It's a full ball, and that is clipped just through mid-wicket. What a lovely shot that is from Waite. It was full, was a little bit over-pitched, heading towards leg stump, and Waite has played that really well. 4 runs, much needed, just to even feel like you're not caught trying to walk through quicksand. Waite moves on to 16, 149 for 5, chasing 295. A long way away, but some encouragement there. How does Porter respond? He's in, and it's clipped in the same direction by Waite. They'll only get a single this time because Snater has run around from mid-on to cut that off. It brings up the 150 for Worcestershire. A few of their fans here sitting in front of us, you can hear them clapping away, as well as the generous Essex fans. 150 for 5, Waite on 17, D'Oliveira on 29 at the end of the 48th over.
They've added 31, these two, and they've had to work really hard. And when you think how much work they've put in to add just 31, these two, I think it's indicative of how tough it is out there.
Well, I did say it felt like they were having to dredge every single run
it does.
from the bottom of their souls.
It really does. But of course, you know, when you're building a recovery of some sort, you have to do that. You have to get on top, don't you? And that's what they're desperately trying to do as Rajitha begins a new over from the Graham Gooch end with a bouncer, which he bangs in at Matthew Waite. They fancy bouncing Waite out as they did in the first innings, and he ducks underneath that one. He got in trouble with one, didn't he, from
Yes.
Snater, where he gloved it over the keeper, didn't know much about it. He's worked really hard for his 17. He hasn't been the Matthew Waite of the first innings this time around. I'm not saying he hasn't applied himself in the same way, he just hasn't found it as easy to get the ball away as he did in the first innings. Here's Rajitha into him now. He bowls and Waite is on the back foot, punching into the covers. Charlie Allison feels. I often use the verb punch when I'm describing Waite's batting, because he seems to just have that kind of short-armed jabbing style.
I think
Not
I've
a
used
great
it
big follow through.
Yeah, I've used it a few times myself.
It's
because
complimentary. It's
it
not
is.
intended as in any way as a negative thing, but he just
Yeah.
gets in behind it and got that gritty sort of style about him. There's Rajitha. He's in bowls and he's forward to this one, pushing it up to mid-on. You're listening to live cricket from Chelmsford on the BBC. We're on Sports Extra and we're on the BBC Sport website and app, and it's gripping stuff here at Cheltenham. Worcestershire fighting hard for survival. Still a long way for them to go to get really back into this game, but they're making a fight of it. As Rajitha is in and bowls, and Waite is again in behind this and pushing up to mid-on, where fielding is done by, beg your pardon, just checking my numbers, Noah Thane, who's come out of the slips. He's the fourth slip usually, the big three in there at the moment with their hands in their pockets. Tall Paul Walter at first, Simon Harmer at second, and Matt Critchley at third. Rajitha, Sri Lankan, on debut, in again, bangs this one in short, and again Waite ducks underneath it and allows it through to the substitute wicket-keeper Simon Fernandez, who's kept very tidily, keeping because Michael Pepper is out injured, having got hit on the knee on the first day. Seems ages ago.
I was thinking that, you know.
I think we're one of the few games in the country, if not the only game, that hasn't lost any play whatsoever. Well, that's not strictly true. We had a bad light cessation at the very end of the first day. This one is short of a length outside the off stump, and Waite attempts to cut it, doesn't time it, stuns it into the ground, and it runs out on the offside. So it's a maiden over from Rajitha. Worcestershire remain 150 for 5. Brett D'Oliveira on a fighting 29. Matthew Waite on an equally battling 17. The men out for Worcestershire in this second innings. Gareth Roderick without scoring. Second ball of the innings. Jake Libby for 14. Rob Jones for 4. Adam Hose for 21. And Kashif Ali for 50.
And speaking of that bit of time that we lost for bad light, do you agree with me that he's starting to look a bit gloomy out there?
Yeah.
Frank, are you surprised that we haven't seen the floodlights yet?
I think it's gloomy.
As Porter runs in full delivery, just defended by D'Oliveira up to mid-on.
And there's a picture that somebody sent me of Shane Snater breaking the return crease with his back foot. That's massive, isn't it?
Oh dear,
That's a
yes. Oh yes, you are right, Frank. That's about, his foot is basically,
Yeah.
that line is
huge.
bisecting his foot pretty much in half. But here's Porter. He's in, bowls, defended up towards extra cover by D'Oliveira. No one. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean,
wow.
that's not a one-off, is it? I mean, it could be, but from what I'm hearing, that's not a one-off. That's just an example. That's from yesterday, I think. But even so, it's not even. It's not close, is it?
No, it's literally
the equivalent of being a foot over the front line.
It's halfway through. The line is halfway through his foot, so his foot's half over it. That's, I guess, a better way of putting it. Here's Porter. He comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who plays and misses, and Porter has the habit of just doing that almost once and over. It's bowled really well. Has 2 wickets so far, hunting a third, and you feel he's never too far away from it.
Interesting to look at the comparative scores in the second innings. You know, Essex were 128 for 5, Worcestershire were 119 for 5.
Here comes Porter in and bowls, and on 1 foot, well, D'Oliveira just classily pulls that ball behind deep square leg for 4. There was a player out there, but that was a lovely shot. 1 foot. Little Moulin Rouge kick there as well,
Yeah.
as he pulled that ball around along the ground. Yeah, it was very nice, wasn't it?
It was beautifully played. I was going to say the difference is in these 2 innings is whether Worcestershire can find their equivalent of Paul Walter.
Well, it's D'Oliveira at the moment. He just turns the next one into mid-wicket. Doesn't get a run there. Well, that has been such an outlier, that innings.
Look what you've done.
Oh, sorry.
Look what you've done. That's from Kevin Howells. Goodness me.
Oh, Kevin Howells has been listening. Isn't that wonderful? What a wonderful man. Here comes Porter. He's in. Oh, that's a nick. Is it? No, it's not. Oh, I thought that was the edge, and so did every single Essex player, taken by Fernandez, I should say, moving to his left. But I'm going to have a look at that. I thought he had got the inside edge, but it's moved between the bat and the thigh. Just looking again, it's flicked the pad, I think, as it's moved inside the bat, the edge of the bat. But boy, oh boy, how did that miss? They can't believe it, Essex. They were absolutely convinced that one was out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's difficult to say, isn't it? You sometimes, if you get an inside edge, it kind of accelerates, doesn't it? That one kind of died, which makes me think it maybe did flick the top of the pad. But a moment of jeopardy, that's for sure, as Rajitha begins a new over from the Graham Gooch end, and Matthew Waite is pushing this out on the offside. You know what? It's getting to that point, isn't it, where a partnership comes together, and just as you've said it about 3 or 4 times, just when you think they're beginning to get on top, a wicket goes, and they'll probably say that to each other out there. You know, come on, let's get through another 5 overs. It's really good hard cricket at the moment. Rajitha in, bowls, Waite on the back foot, pushes out on the onside this time. No runs. 18 overs left in the day after this, and they'll be ticking them off, Worcestershire. Of course, the extra half hour could be claimed.
It's not going to be the light for it, is
but
it?
they're probably, you wouldn't think so, would you?
No, it's really
Although they haven't
gloomy.
turned the floodlights on yet.
Yeah.
154 for 5. Rajitha down the hill, bangs another one in at Waite, ducks underneath it. Might cause the umpires just have a little glance to each other. That the light Steve O'Shaughnessy is just looking skywards, isn't he, with his white Panama hat on.
Yep.
They've looked at each other, the 2 umpires. The lights aren't on. Whether they'll ask for the lights to come on or not, I don't know. But it's getting a bit darker. Here comes Rajitha down the hill. Again, bowls, and Waite is in behind this, pushing it up to mid-on. Waite and D'Oliveira, the 2 men who were so much part of that rear guard down at Taunton in the first game of the season, when they batted together for so long and managed to do a lot of the work that went towards saving that game. And now they find themselves out there in a not quite the same situation, because there's so much time left in this game.
Yeah.
Here's Rajitha in, bowling, and Waite drives on the up, get a single, just goes wide of Tom Wesley, the captain, at mid-off. First run for some time. Matthew Waite moves on to 18, 155 for 5. It's really tense at the moment, and probably a little bit tenser than we were anticipating at tea when Cashiford just got out. But
I mean, they're
giving
still
it a go, these two.
Well, they are.
Giving it a go.
Long way behind, but I think the fight will be appreciated.
Another one at Oliveira here, just tucking this one away on the onside. And Snater, the fielder, coming in from mid-on, end of the over, 156 for 5. Oliveira has gone to 34. Waite has 18. Remember the target initially when they began this innings, 295 for victory.
Oh, and you'll know this more, Frank, from having been there and being around the team. But interesting the comments from Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire coach, wanting them to respond after a really disappointing performance up in Yorkshire. Well, at least seeing this here, that there hasn't been the capitulation thing that you saw up at Headingley.
No, I mean, they got a first innings lead here. I mean, they've actually played some decent cricket, probably not forced home that advantage perhaps as much as they wanted to.
Here's Porter to D'Oliveira, who aims to play that on the offside. The ball bounces in front of him, then bounces up and almost hits him in the face.
Something that Alex Gidman said when he was still head coach at Worcester, and I remember him saying it before even the COVID season. He said, and Worcestershire was still in Division 2, obviously not that year because of the conference system, but he said we've just got to become harder to beat, and I think that's very important.
Here's Porter, bowls to D'Oliveira, who flicks that to mid-wicket, but no run.
But it's tough, Division 1 is tough. And Worcestershire finished 6th last year. You could say they overachieved. They finished above some bigger counties. But it's tough to keep doing it, and you've got to be resilient. You've got to bounce back if necessary, and you've got to be consistent. All of those things are easy to say, not necessarily easy to do.
Here goes Porter getting into full stride, bowls, and that one cuts back in a little bit, and Oliveira arches his body out of the way of that one. Look, it's a funny thing. This might sound really silly, I don't know, because I haven't expressed it, but well, no, but I was thinking before,
Setting yourself up.
the first division feels tougher this year, just because the teams that have come up
I agree.
just look really good. Here's Porter, it's in over the wicket, defended, just backward of points.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Yorkshire looked really powerful last week against Worcestershire. Johnny Bairstow leading them, David Milan in the lineup, Adam Live, James Wharton is a very promising young player, good seam attack. They've signed Jack White from Northampton. They looked a really good side. Sussex absolutely flying, the other team that's come up under Paul Farbrace. I agree, it really does. It looks a really tough division, and it should be, shouldn't it? It's the best.
Yeah, it should be. I'm glad it didn't sound silly. Here's Porter, bowls and just defends on the back foot.
No, not at all. In contrast to those people that are listening and follow football, it's the second year running that all three teams that have been promoted from the Championship have gone straight back down again. So it's not happening in football. The gulf is so big, these teams are not coming in to the top flight and making an impact. So it gets harder and harder, but that's certainly not the case this year. I think Yorkshire and Sussex are both going to be, appear to be very much at home in Division 1.
Here's Porter, bowls, defended, out to mid-off, no run. Yeah, and watching Sussex in that first match. It's the end of the over, by the way, 156 for 5, Waite 18, D'Oliveira 34. Just John Simpson looks absolutely incredible, and he keeps going, doesn't he? Doesn't get out. That first week he was averaging something in the 80s since he made the move from Middlesex down to Sussex, and I couldn't imagine what it is at the moment. Someone out there is keeping a running tally, but it's very healthy.
Yeah, and he's not even only inside for his batting, obviously. That's the other thing. I mean, he's been a brilliant signing. But I think it's interesting what Paul Farbrace has done, because he went in there, and as soon as he got there, if I remember rightly, Rajitha into ball to Wait, who edges and is dropped at slip. It's a heck of a difficult chance. He cut it a wide one, he got a top edge, and Simon Harmer at second slip basically tipped it over the bar, goalkeeper style. That's the best way to describe it. Got a good hand on it, couldn't hold on to it, and they got a single. So a let off for Matthew Waite on 17. He goes to 18. Yeah, in fact, I think he goes to 19 scoreboard, a little bit behind, but a let off. But yeah, just go back to what I was saying about Sussex in a minute. As Rajitha bowls and D'Oliveira cuts at one that's a bit too close to him, and he rocks back, and might just be fortunate that he didn't get anything on it. But yeah, he went in at Sussex, and the first thing that he said was, we're not here just to make the numbers up. We're here to win games of cricket. We're here to compete. We're here to battle. We're here to win in all sorts of competitions. Paul Farbrace said that, and that's exactly what they started to do. Not straight away. Rajitha in bowl, short, D'Oliveira on the back foot, plays into the covers, and there's no run. But he changed the mentality, I think, and it's easier said than done. Lots of coaches come in and try and do it. Sometimes they succeed. It just seems that Farbrace has done it, and it also seems early days, very early days. Certainly didn't happen in the first game, but it seems that Darren Lehman is beginning to do the same thing at Northampton. Call it new coach bounce or whatever you like. It doesn't always last, but with Farbrace it really appears to. Rajitha in bowls, D'Oliveira leaves this time through to the keeper. Good over this from Rajitha, who's had that opportunity missed at second slip by Harmer. Doesn't miss many, Harmer. It was a real sharp flying catch above his head, but he got a good hand on it.
He was, well, I think Waite was fortunate that he'd flashed so hard, because it just travelled so quick to Harmer. It wasn't that it was so far above his head that he had to leap high, but it just came at him with real force and speed.
And cold hands as well. Rajitha again in, bowls, D'Oliveira on the back foot, plays behind square on the offside. They hurry through for a single. Charlie Allison comes round to field, and his throw at the stumps misses the stumps at the striker's end. Jordan Cox is backing up, coming in from the square leg boundary. I think Waite was home, but it might have been close if he'd have hit. But D'Oliveira again showing that Worcestershire need to just keep the scoreboard ticking over, keep the strike rotating, keep creeping up slowly. 158 now for 5. 3 slips waiting again as Rajitha is in and bowls, and Waite is getting another run this time, more certainly than his last one, turning it on the leg side, and it's Shane Snater running around from mid-on and shying at the stumps. This time he misses, and they take another single. 159 for 5 at the end of the over. The lights are on. Umpires have asked that. I read somewhere, and I don't know whether Nick will know about this or whether you will, Mel, that when the lights come on, if they start casting 4 shadows, then the umpires take that as an indication that it's too dark. Or you get the spinners on or whatever, and they have got that option.
Did you say 4 shadows or full shadows? 4. 4?
Yeah. In other words, 1 from each light.
Right.
I don't know whether that's just... it's something I read somewhere. I'm not even sure where I read it.
Okay, well, I can't see... any shadows. They haven't taken over.
I'm not suggesting it's a law or anything, but just the way that it's being interpreted. Anyway, it's a lot brighter with the lights on. Certainly looks it from here.
It's made a difference as Porter commences his over. He's in bowling over the wicket to Waite, who just turns that around to square leg, not particularly convincingly, where Allison does the fielding. Looking at those quick singles, thinking, you know what, D'Oliveira and Waite might just be also wanting to keep warm because he's cold.
Depends how nesh they are, I suppose.
Nesh. You calling me soft. You calling me soft. Here's Porter. Bowls a full ball. Oh, that is an edge, but it's bounced before it got to third slip. It's Critchley back there, who
bounced well in front of him, that one.
did. Yeah, it was a long way in front of him, but
encouraging, though, isn't it?
bit of
Still
interest.
encouraging. Yeah.
It's
Tough, isn't it?
it's just never it just never really settled into any point where you felt that batting has become comfortable.
No, never.
Really hasn't. I mean, Walter had
Making
to
Walter's
battle.
innings look better and better and better, isn't it?
It really is, and he had to battle for that as well. Times here's Porter, just jams the bat down at the very last second wait and goes into the offside. Yeah, just never a moment where you feel like anyone's really comfortable, and that is something that it wasn't always the prettiest of innings. You know, I've seen a lot of prettier hundreds, if that makes sense. But
Yeah.
who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? It's likely to be a match-winning one as Porter is in. That's whipped away fine. It's going to be fielded because, oh, there's a little misfield down there at deep fine leg, and that's going to allow them to come back for a second. You've got the binoculars out, Frank. Is that Rajitha out there?
Yeah, yeah.
Just perhaps feeling those cold hands, just misfield down near the rope, but just costs an extra run. Moves the score into 161 for 5, weight on 22. D'Oliveira on 35. Really, really hard working stuff from these two as Porter is in once more, defended straight back past the bowler in his follow through. Just creeping, and do you know what? This is going to be interesting, Frank, because Snater is warming up.
Sorry.
Snater's warming up. What are you laughing at? You're
Because I
getting
just
messages.
just had a message from my wife about the foreshadows.
I like your wife. I've never met her, but I like her. Here's Porter. That's just played out to mid-wicket. She thinks you're talking a little bit of rubbish, but she's put it in a bit of a fruitier way. And that's 2 runs off Porter's over. It's 161 for 5. D'Oliveira, who will take strike for the next over, is 35, and weight is from 22. I thought it might have been another message from Kevin Howells, who called you Frankie Poo.
No, he didn't call me that at all. He made fun of you saying that.
Oh, no,
That's
he
what
didn't.
it was.
No, he
Shane
didn't.
Now, here we go. So let's be serious. Shane Snater's coming back on.
Yeah, need to see
We're
this.
going to have to look at his back foot and how wide he gets on the crease, because there has been a suggestion, well, more than a suggestion, from 1 or 2 people who've been in touch with us that he's been getting away with bowling no balls, not with his front foot, but with his back foot breaking the return crease. Wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps. Brett D'Oliveira on strike, 161 for 5, and the Worcestershire 6th wicket pair battling hard. 15 overs left in the day. Here is Snater, bowls to D'Oliveira. That one's full, and he drives out into the covers, and there's no run. But it's hard work out there, as it has been for batsmen throughout this game.
Yeah, you just feel like they've earned every single run,
And
like
yet-
really earned it.
And yet, you don't feel like they've earned the right to feel comfortable.
Nope.
Because nobody has. Snater in, bowls, D'Oliveira cuts down to 3rd man. He would just get 1 run, as fielding is done by Noah Thane down at 3rd man. Good return from him. 1 to D'Oliveira. Certainly Snater nowhere near the return crease
No.
in this over so far. But according to a few people who have been watching on the stream, he has been getting very wide.
Well, certainly that screenshot that someone sent you.
I think that was from yesterday, to be fair, but
Yeah.
it certainly suggests that those who say he's been doing it today as well could well be right. Anyway, in he comes down the hill, arms pumping, Floodlights on, bowls to Waite, who cleanly works this one away off his pads. Good clip of the ball, but straight to Jordan Cox at mid-wicket. Lights definitely taking effect.
How many shadows?
Well, actually, in all seriousness,
Yeah.
there aren't any, are there?
No, not really.
So, maybe as it gets darker, there will be, and maybe there's some sense in it. Snater bowls, Waite drives, up to mid-on, and there's no run on this occasion again, as the fielding is done by Charlie Allison, brother of Ben, who may yet have a part to play in this game.
Yeah.
Due to bat at 10 for Worcestershire.
Oh boy.
On his return to his old stomping ground, 162 for 5. And Snater is in again and bowls, and Waite drives, and again Allison is the fielder at mid-on, and there's no run. I went next door an hour or two ago, and we were talking about the game as a whole, this game as a whole, and whether 295 was too big a target, and it was quite early on in the Worcestershire second innings, and I think there was a general agreement in the press box that, you know how you say sometimes it's a 200 pitch or whatever, it's a 300 pitch or whatever you might say. Snater bowls short, Waite on the back foot, plays defensively into the covers, and there's no run. End of the over, 162 for 5. But we said, well, it is a 200 pitch. You know, it's that's kind of what it is. And I know we said the scores had increased, but 179, 202, Worcestershire now 162 for 5. 317, the Essex second innings just looks too many, doesn't it? And that probably actually indicates that Worcestershire didn't bowl quite well enough in that second innings.
I felt
they got away.
Yeah, I felt yesterday afternoon was where Worcestershire lost their way, and up till that point, I mean, they were ahead of the game in some points, and they were certainly in it. But just yesterday afternoon, they just didn't quite bowl well enough as an entire bowling unit. Obviously, Waite did well, but they just let it get away from them a bit. Here is Porter. He's in, bowls. That's a nice looking on drive by D'Oliveira, but it only goes as far as Snater. Takes it on his knees at mid-on. Yeah, that was just the point where it did kind of get away with them, but full credit goes to Paul Walter too for how well he batted. It has been the outstanding innings of the game. He just stood out for sure. Here's Porter. As he turns around, gets into his full stride, and oh, he's gone. D'Oliveira leans back, and he has just carved that straight to Paul Walter at first slip. All that hard work is so good playing late and off the back foot, D'Oliveira, but it all comes to an end. And
that was a really good catch, I think. Really sharp catch.
Yes.
And he would have seen it quite late because it kind of came off the face as D'Oliveira was cutting. Well, not off the face, but that was a really sharp catch by Paul Walter. Big man, high up to his right, just plucked it out of the air. It was a very, very good catch, and a very, very good partnership comes to an end. Didn't quite reach 50, but how hard did they have to work for those runs? Ethan Brooks is the new batsman. Horrible time to come in, and I think Mel going to nip away and make way for Nick. Thanks, Mel, for your commentary this afternoon, and
see you next week.
See you next week. Well, you know, maybe tomorrow, but it's not looking.
I'm not going to be here tomorrow regardless, so we'll see you next weekend.
At New Road.
At New Road.
Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Mel Farrell. Off to do some work for the cricketer, and Ethan Brooks comes out to join Matthew Waite. A little punch of the gloves from Brooks as he joins Waite, and a lot of work to do if Worcestershire are going to take this game into the final day. It was beginning to look as though they would. Now it is again looking as though they may not, and Essex might wrap it up tonight, thanks to that sharp catch by Paul. He's been stood there all day, nothing has come his way, and when it does, he just throws out a hand. What a grab that was. Here's Porter again in to bowl to the new man, Brooks, who is forward, and off the mark straight away with 4 down to third man, pushing quite hard at that one, and it races away to the boundary. So Porter picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings, and he has bowled very, very well. Paul Walter continues to have a very, very big impact on this game, and Brett D'Oliveira's innings of 36 is ended. He played very, very well, the Worcestershire captain. He faced 92 deliveries. That in itself is quite an achievement on this pitch. Porter bowls outside the off stump. This one skids through quite low to the wicket-keeper. So Brett D'Oliveira, 92 balls, 5 fours, 36 runs, and I would venture, Nick, that he'll play a lot worse than that and make a lot more runs in various.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard work, wasn't it? I mean, 43 in 19 overs and 3 balls between the partnership, and that. Yeah, it felt like that, but they were frustrating Essex. Porter was delighted to get that wicket.
Bowls now, and Brooks feels for that one outside the off stump, and doesn't make any contact with it. Fortunate not to do so. The light is not great, even with the lights on. It's a difficult time for a young man to go out there, but Ethan Brooks batted at 4 in the first couple of games, but has dropped down the order since Rob Jones has come into the side. It's a tough time to go out.
That's why that wicket of Kashif Ali was so important, because he was scoring relatively quickly.
Yeah. Porter again in bowls, short to Brooks, who drives off the back foot into the covers, and that is the end of a successful over for Jamie Porter. Brooks has 4, Waite has 22. Worcestershire are 166 for 6, and we have 13 overs left in the day, unless an extra half hour is claimed.
Yes, and I imagine that will just be too gloomy to play unless Essex decide they want to bowl 8 overs of spin or whatever, but you would have thought that the odds against us seeing all 13 of these overs, I'll say, are probably against anyway, but that's a really big wicket. I don't think Essex would have been getting anxious necessarily, but what it was such a very stoic rear guard by those two. But had Kashif Ali still been in, then essentially you would have had a partnership where he was keeping things ticking along a little bit quicker at his end, and that would have kept Worcestershire just a little bit closer to this 295 target. So Snater with 3 slips and a shortish cover, bowls a bouncer, and it's just ducking underneath it. Waite leaves it alone. 22 from 58. He's played very well. They're still plying him with the bouncers, but he's dealt with them all pretty well. I can't remember him really being in trouble with one. I think he might have had one from Snater when Snater was bowling from this end, which came off his glove and went before.
Went over the keeper, he did.
Cover gone a little, well, still fairly short. Mid-off, mid-on, 3 slips. So a bit of an in-out field, everybody else on the boundary. Yes, certainly a shortish cover being deployed as that's played back down the pitch, and there's no run. So we've got a deep square leg out, we've got a fine leg out. And I reckon out of our sight, they must be looking at the overall numbers. There's probably going to be a 3rd man on the boundary out of our sight. So Gareth Roderick out 2nd ball for naught. Jake Libby 14, Kashif Ali 50 from 91 balls. Rob Jones 4, Adam Hose 21, Brett D'Oliveira 36. And they're 6 down, 3 of them to Porter. This is played up towards that short cover, and there is no addition to the score. But it's been a good hard fight from Worcestershire, but undermined at various points by some of the dismissals, losing an opener just before the lunch break, and then losing Kashif Ali just before the tea break. Very, very tough, and would have sort of adjusted the thinking in the dressing room at the intervals, as this is played off the back foot. It's a nice looking stroke, but well fielded. And Waite remains on 22 with Brooks 4. And Snater 1 for 46 in his 18th over.
Yeah, good tumbling stop by Charlie Allison.
Yeah, Charlie Allison's acquitted himself pretty well with the bat. He's looking for that sort of really big score, but he's taken his opportunity pretty well. As he's played, just run down off the open face for a single down towards that third man who was out of our sight, Noah Thane, who's come in. Yes, you feel that when Dean Elgar does return, then the likely scenario is that Paul Walter would continue in the role of opener. But Charlie Allison's had a habit of sort of getting in, and not quite converting so far.
He's looked the part.
Yeah, that's a good sign, isn't it? It really is. Mel, now it would be right if she was saying it was pretty cold, because it is pretty chilly, because it's quite gloomy, and there's a bit of a breeze that's got up as well, so it really is pretty gloomy here as Snater bowls, and that's just played again, just going forward and just steering it away into the offside. No run to Brooks, who stays on 4. Waite has 23, 167 for 6, 128 required, and yes, that 317 you were saying just looks a little bit big in the context of and Paul Walter at 100 on its own, looking like a big difference, a likely difference between the two sides here.
Yeah, absolutely. Stick with what I said. It's a 200-ish pitch really, and all the innings bar the Essex second innings suggesting that that is the case, and the reason they got so many more is that 100 from Paul Walter, who took an excellent catch in Jamie Porter's last over to dismiss Brett D'Oliveira, and leans with his hands on his knees now at first slip as Porter bowls to Waite, who is on his toes pushing defensively into the covers.
So I'd say the majority of games now either gone to stumps early or got bad light, or in some cases rain. But one of the games that's got an early close at Hove, Dan Lawrence 117, Ben Folkes 47, big partnership between those two, 390 for 3, sorry.
Porter in again, bowls to Waite, he's forward, pushing out into the covers.
Yeah, they've so far
no run.
Put on 153 after Ollie Pope was out for 103. So Surrey just 45 behind, but it is stumps there, so you can't see anything other than the draw in that match.
Waite on 23, he's faced 63 deliveries. That tells you A, how well he's applied himself, and B, how tough it's been out there. Porter bowls, he's forward, pushes out on the onside this time. Snater fields and there's no run. He was missed at slip, although it feels almost harsh to say that, because it was such a sharp chance to Simon Harmer.
It was, yeah.
Short ball from Rajitha, cut at it, and it flew off the top edge. And although Harmer got a good hand on it, he couldn't hold on to it. It was like a goalkeeper tipping it over the bar, but he took a lot of pace off it because they only got a single. Didn't race away to the boundary, but it was a life. As Porter is in again and bowls short to Waite, who has received his fair share of short deliveries, and he ducks underneath that one, and through it goes to the keeper.
The weather this evening seems to be better in the north, because they're still playing at Chester Street. Yorkshire 87 for 2, 33 behind Durham, but Durham are going to have to break a partnership there between Adam Lythe and David Milan to have a hope of getting their first win of the season, but still in with a chance in that game.
Porter is in again and bowls, and Waite is forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler, who does his own fielding. It's gloomy now, I think, here, even with the lights on. I think it's pretty gloomy. I'm not sure how much longer the umpires will go before they get the light meters out and take a reading. I might be misinterpreting things, but it looks a good deal darker to me now than it did when they first put the lights on. Here's Porter again, number 44 on his back. He's in, he bowls. Ooh, and Waite just drops it down the onside. Fancied a single, but not going to take it. End of the over. Brooks will be on strike. There's a maiden from Porter. 167 for 6. Worcestershire still needing a further 128 runs to win. All day tomorrow to play, as well as the remaining overs today, and there are 11 left today.
Yeah.
But whether we'll get them all in because of the light, we don't know. But this has been a really hard-fought Division 1 game of cricket, no question about that. Paul Walter's innings stands out like a beacon in the dark with that 104, and the way things are going, it may well prove to be the match-winning contribution from Walter. Snater to continue.
And he's got 3 slips. He's going to come into bowl to Brooks. Up to the wicket now from the Graham Gooch end. That's hit uppishly but safe and goes through, cover for 4. So that's well, we haven't seen too many boundaries actually since Kashi Valley got out, so that was a good stroke, good back foot force from Brooks, who goes from 4 to 8, and it's 171 for 6.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it? Brooks goes to 8, 2 boundaries, and he's only faced 5 balls, but that was a nice shot, which will make him feel a lot better.
Yeah. And here comes Snater again, running towards us, gathering gloom, heavy cloud cover. Has played better ball and played defensively up into the offside and gathered in by Charlie Allison, one of 3 one-savers on the offside. Raining at Southampton, not yet at the close, but I imagine prospects not too good for a resumption. Somerset 103 for 1. They've had one of their better days since probably the first 2 days of the season, to be honest. Somerset 103 for 1. They bowled Hampshire out for 336. They're still 49 behind. Tom Lammonby 22 and Sean Dixon 55 together at the moment. So that's cutting into the right-hander. Goes through to Fernandez. Left alone, no shot offered. If you were to say what's the most likely result other than the one we think we're going to get here in Division 1, it surely has to be at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 115 for 4, still 159 behind Notts. Josh Tung's got a couple of wickets. I mean, they are looking pretty strong, Notts. Whether they can put it together over a season remains to be seen. It's played up into the offside, up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 171 for 6, but they have made a very impressive start, albeit slightly odd game management, I thought, in that match against Essex, where they sent Carver Rain, who's been getting stacks of runs for them, and they sent him in when they could have put a night watchman in, and he got out, and that really stopped their momentum in the game. And in the end, they had to bat to beyond lunchtime on the 4th day, which rather killed the match. So this is played defensively up into the onside, and there's no run, but they've got he's getting a lot of runs. That is Hasib Hamid, who carried his bat today, one of the stories of the day. Former England opener, 138 not out from 240 balls with 18 fours, carrying his bat, and he's had a good start to the season. 171 for 6. The target 295, so it's 124 away. You feel it needs a staggering cameo from someone that comes off. Probably not in this light. Here's Snater again, bowls, and just a bit of bounce there, and reacting quite smartly. Brooks just plays it down to ground, and there's no run. Snater just throws the ball to mid-off. Umpires not yet seem to be looking to consult, but Simon Harmer's going to come on, which might be a clue the way things are going.
Yeah, I think that's a good move from Tom Westley.
He'd like to stay out there.
1 for none so far, of course, with his off spin. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none. That wicket just before tea. I think it's a good move. I think even with Armour on, it's still gloomy. And look now, you can see some shadows on the players, which is suggesting that maybe that whatever it was I read was actually born out of sense and can't see 4 shadows from each player, but definitely shadows being cast by the players in the floodlights. I don't know what. There's no rule about it. I don't know whether it's nonsense or whether it's a rule of thumb or something like that the umpires use. But anyway, Charlie Allison is putting on the armour to go in at Boot Hill. Short leg in front of square on the leg side. Slip in place. That's where Harmer got his wicket earlier. And he bowls to Waite, who's forward, pushing out on the offside now. Don't think you were here last year, Nick, when Ethan Brooks made 70 for Worcestershire in that unlikely victory, but he and Harmer had a really good battle. I'll explain a bit more about it in a minute. Harmer bowls, tosses this one up and drives Waite. Good bowling. It's really nice to see him just bowling it slowly and tossing it out, looking to try and turn it back through the gate, inviting the drive. It really is traditional off spinning from Harmer. He bowls again and Waite is forward. And Brooks also joined battle very briefly with Harmer in the first innings when Harmer only bowled 2 overs, but he loves to reverse sweep, Ethan Brooks. He plays both the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep with a lot of regularity and confidence. Harmer bowls, Waite on the back foot, just cuts this one to backward point, and there's no run. And Harmer didn't like it last year because he kept doing it. But I suspect, being Harmer, that he's already got a plan for it, and it might be to go round the wicket.
Yeah, we might see the 2 in opposition.
Yeah, he will like the challenge, I think. And he bowls now, and Waite works this one away on the onside. But Snater is quick across the ground at mid-wicket.
Well, was showing really good fight for me in this innings. I mean, obviously, I think it is going to be a tough season after last year when he overachieved, if you like. But good signs in terms of a determination in the side.
Harmer bowls, Waite in behind this, pushes again to Snater at mid-wicket. Another maiden, 3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for none, Simon Harmer. And Worcestershire still battling away, 171 for 6. And the umpires are now having a chat.
Yeah, mentioned the weather better in the north, so they're still playing at Old Trafford, where Lancashire probably wish they weren't, because Leicestershire are 210 ahead with 2 first innings wickets left, 473 for 8. Peter Hanscom 138 not out, so they'll be leaving Lancashire to bat for probably 2.5 sessions tomorrow. Not what the Lancashire fans would have envisaged at the start of the season, I would have thought. Stumps at Lords. Middlesex in a very strong position. Glamorgan still 85 behind at 186 for 5. That's going to be an important win for Middlesex, who need to kickstart their season. We haven't mentioned Derby and Northants too much, but it's Northants just about in the lead, but it's looking like a draw because Northants made 500 for 8. Derbyshire 307 and 191 for 3, so they're 2 behind with 7 second innings wickets left. So maybe something will happen in that game. Maybe it won't. We'll wait and see. Here's the start of a new over with Brooks on the strike and Snater to bowl to him. Haven't seen Majita for a while. It's clipped away around the corner for... They're going to come back for the second run. I think it was always on. There's a bit of hesitation, but there was a little bit of hesitation which could have caused a problem. In the end, the throw came to the bowler's end. Well, Worcestershire, I say, it has been a good fight, and that does, bode well for them. For the season. Home game coming up against Durham, who certainly won't lose their current match against Yorkshire, but might still have a job on to win it. So 173 for 6 and 10 now to Brooks with that 2, and that's outside the off stump and just cutting back into the right-hander and gathered in by Fernandez. So yeah, Derbyshire, Northants just with the edge at the moment, but quite a long way for that game to develop to get any chance of a result. And I think that just about wraps up what is going on. We've got close of play also at Canterbury. Gloucestershire 112 for 2, 191 ahead of Kent, and that's driven away and gets through mid-on and goes for 4. Good crisp drive. I thought it was going to be stopped by the fielder there, Regita, but I think he might have just dived over the top of it, and it's gone away for 4. He gathers it in at the boundary now, but it was a slightly over pitch ball and well driven for 4 runs, and Brooks, who can play his strokes, has gone to a runnable 14. And yes, this is what it's just about dived over the top of it, maybe just a little bit wide of the fielder. 177 for 6 as this is driven, and again a nice looking stroke, and this time Regita does get it and throws up the stumps and hits, but by that time Brooks is safely in at the bowler's end. So Gloucester 112 for 2, so 191 ahead of Kent. Kent earlier 393, and we almost had our second opening bat getting through to carrying his bat, but Ben Compton in the end was 9th out for 178. Grant Stewart made 51, and Kent have had a pretty decent start to the season, but they'll have their work cut out to be chasing a big target in that one, I'm sure. Interesting to see how they approach it tomorrow. The weather might affect things around the country tomorrow, one suspects. Snater bowls, and that's just turned away just wide of mid-wicket. They go for a quick single, which is quite tight, but in the end, good running, and through for the single. So 179 for 6, and weight 24, Brooks 15 at a runner ball. Relatively expensive over this, 8 runs have come from it. And here's Snater again, up to the wicket, bowls. Oh, that one lifts a little bit as deliveries are still doing that. Takes the glove, and he's wringing his hand there, Brooks. I think he's okay. Just takes his glove off and have a chat to his partner. So at the end of, I say, a relatively expensive over, 179 for 6, 116 required to win. 8 overs theoretically left. I just can't see us getting through that unless the light changes dramatically. Maybe Critchley might come on at that Graham Gooch end. It's going to be harder to continue. And so that just about brings you up to date with what's going on elsewhere. There is in fact a test match going on, and Zimbabwe looking to try and re-establish themselves. Had a pretty good day. Bangladesh 191 all out in select, and Zimbabwe 67 for no wicket, so they've done pretty well.
Yeah, it's properly gloomy now, I think, as Harmer starts a new over, bowling to Waite. Lovely loopy off spin from Harmer, great control, ball dropping on Waite, and he just pushes forward, plays it down on the onside. Harmer is in again and bowls, and Waite again is working this one with the spin to Snater at mid-wicket.
Frustrating, Frank, isn't it? You start to think a target of 230, 240 might have been.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Harmer in, bowls, and Waite pushes out on the offside.
This is where Noah Thane's innings was important as well.
Yeah.
He might just play second bidding to Paul Water, but it was very important because Essex a little bit jittery at one point.
Yeah,
perhaps
I
just
agree.
Trying to do too much.
Harmer in again, bowls, and Waite on the back foot, plays this hard down into the ground. Allison fields at short leg, and Worcestershire will look back on moments earlier in the game and little sessions, little mini sessions, and think that possibly that's where the game got away from them. Harmer bowls quicker, and Waite on the back foot plays defensively to mid-on. It's not lost yet, that being said, but I would say that hasn't been much between the sides in many ways, really. Harmer again bowls, and Waite is forward, and another maiden over from Harmer. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for none, his figures. But there hasn't been a great deal between the sides, but one man, the only left-hander in the game, has made 100.
Yeah,
and he could have been out for naught because he chipped the ball over mid-on off a leading edge to get off the mark. That's what it's all about, fine margins, making it pay. And they're still trying out there, Ethan Brooks and Matthew Waite. It is really dark now.
Yeah. 7 overs to go. As I say, just looking around the country, most of the other venues where they are playing are in the north, and generally everything in the south has finished. So just about surviving here. Floodlights on. And Thane is going to have a bowl, so we're staying with seam. Exploratory overs from Matt Critchley. He's still at third slip at the moment. And it's going to be Brooks on 15 from 16 balls. He got wrapped on the glove the last time he faced. Here's Thane to bowl a full length delivery, which is driven nicely and well stopped at mid-off, because that was quite well timed. And good piece of fielding to make sure that it didn't get past. From Tom Westley out there. So Essex have had a pretty good day. But, I think they got the runs they would have wanted, or settled for what they. I think they said at the start of it they were looking for another 100, and they more or less got it, didn't they? As this is played defensively from the crease up towards Allison at short cover. So they got what they wanted, and then it was rounded off with that wicket just before the lunch break. But Worcestershire fought extremely hard, not given it away. Thought that the game might end today. I mean, it still technically could, but odds against. As Frank was saying, it's been a very hard-fought game, as this one is on the pads and worked away for a single by Brooks, who's played pretty well since he went out there. And, well, he'd need to reprise his effort of last season, I guess. But every time we think Worcestershire managed to just give themselves a glimmer of hope, they've lost a wicket. And that's been true of Cashy Valley, the time Cashy Valley got out, and then the last dismissal as well. Here is Thane again. That's a bouncer, which is left alone.
Not the most sensible delivery in this light, I would.
No, if you want to stay out there, you don't want to bowl too many of those. It was fairly harmless outside the off stump. So Thane walking back to his mark. 180 for 6.
Seems darker now than when we came off on the first night, I would suggest. But it can't be, because they must be measuring it in some way.
Here's Thane again, bowls and clipped away past the square leg umpire for a single. There is a deep square leg out there. So weight 25. Brooks is there on 16, and we've got one ball left of this over, and then in theory 6 more overs to go at 12 minutes past 6 on this Easter Sunday evening. Chelmsford has escaped most of the weather problems around the country so far, but this game will probably be over before they have problems tomorrow afternoon in the forecast. So this is run down off the open face for a single to end the over. Brooks with that goes from 16 to 17. He'll keep the strike. It's 182 for 6, and 113 more needed. Worcestershire would at least like to get that down below 100 before another wicket falls down. But in reality, they've been short of the really big partnership that they need to get this target in these conditions.
And Brooks now will be on strike against Harmer. So I wonder how long it will be before we see a sweep or a reverse sweep. Got a short leg in, got no slip in. Man coming back at long on. Man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Man back for the reverse sweep. No slip. It's quite interesting. As Harmer bowls and Brooks is forward, pushing out on the onside. He'll enjoy this challenge, Ethan Brooks, but it's that's quite a surprising field, isn't it, Nick? When you look, you've got short leg as the only close catcher. Harmer into Brooks bowls, and Brooks is down the pitch and works it away to
perhaps his reputation has preceded him. You know?
Oh, definitely.
Immediately he's come in.
Harmer's playing,
yes,
playing cat and mouse with him here.
Yeah.
and he won't have been discouraged to see him come down the pitch like that. Might just try and slide one past the outside edge. He bowls and Brooks is forward. Oh, and edged, I think, past the keeper. Might have been a slip catch, especially. Oh, it's leg by, so no bat on it, but done him in the flight there, and it went past where slip would have been and down for a leg by. And now there is a slip coming in, and it's a more conventional field. Hit him outside the line.
Yes, because I was thinking it was an LBW shot, but he's outside the line.
Armour bowls to Waite, who cuts behind square down towards third man. They'll get 2, and Harmer, having not conceded a run, suddenly has conceded 2, but it's been utterly miserly. Halfway through his 5th over, 1 for 2 so far. Worcestershire creeping along. 185 now as Harmer bowls, and this runs an inside edge, and it runs quickly down to Rajitha. That short fine leg. Absolutely gripping stuff here as Worcestershire tried to take it into the last day. Harmer over the wicket, bowls a little bit shorter, and Waite works it with the spin to that man Rajitha again at backward square leg, and that is the end of the over. Noah Thane peels off his sweater, ready to bowl again. The light continues to worsen, but the floodlights doing their job. Worcestershire hanging in there at 185 for 6. Another 110 required if they're going to win. Unlikely, but they're battling to take it into day 4.
Yeah. Yes, and it has been a very good effort, I say, with that sort of dispiriting setbacks of losing a wicket off the second ball of the innings, and then losing Kashif Ali, who was going along so well just before tea.
Another consultation between the umpires about the light. Light meters are out, I think. And
might
they're
be
going
it.
to take a reading from the stumps at the striker's end. Bail is removed, light meter is put onto the stumps. Both umpires looking at it, waiting for the reading to be confirmed. I'm looking through the binoculars, and they are coming off. So it will go into the last day, because I can't see them coming back out. And they are coming off with Worcestershire 185 for 6, which means, as I say, they are still 110 runs short of their victory target. Matthew Waite has batted with great fortitude. He's on 27. Ethan Brooks is on 17, and it looks very much as though we will be back tomorrow.
Yep, Jamie Porter, the pick of the bowlers for Essex, 3 for 36 from 18 overs. I think Shane Snape has deserved a bit better than his 1 for 59 in 20 overs. He certainly caused problems throughout. Noah Thane will feel that he should have more than the 1 wicket, having bowled the delivery of the day to Castle Kashif Ali with a no ball. The other wicket going to Simon Harmer, and that was off the second, I think it was in his second over. He hadn't conceded a run. It was just before tea. It was a really important wicket of Kashif Ali, and one of the most important deliveries of the day, Frank, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was, because Kashif had played with a little bit of fluency. Started off quite awkwardly, but had got in, found the boundary 9 times actually, and played some very sweet shots. His second 50 of the season, hasn't gone on to anything much bigger. Brett D'Oliveira then played really well for 36, I think faced 92 deliveries, and Matthew Waite once again proving what an outstanding all-rounder he is becoming in this Worcestershire side. 27 not out, may not sound a great deal, but he faced 87 deliveries, and Ethan Brooks played quite nicely when he came in 2 for 17. Worcestershire have, as you suggested, shown a fair degree of fight and application in taking it to day 4. Not confirmed yet, but almost certainly will. And they live to fight on. Their chances are still alive And well, there hasn't been, as we've kept saying, there has not been that much between the sides. If you take out Walter's 100 and throw in a, you know, I suppose both sides will point to things that have gone their way and may not have done, but there's not been a great deal between these sides. To think that there's still 110 runs in it, I don't think there's been a huge amount between them. But Walter's innings, as I keep saying, it just stands out, doesn't it? And ironically, well, not ironically, but interestingly, he is the only left-hander in the game.
Yeah,
so
there should have been some more.
Really, really possibly quite telling, given the way that the ball has seamed around and moved away from the right-handers.
Well, not officially stumps yet, but away from the umpire to the dressing rooms, and that is stumps.
Right.
We can tell from the body language. And so that is it on day 3. That's the least surprising event of the day, I think. 185 for 6, 110 needed. Frank and I will be back tomorrow morning at 10:55, so join us on Easter Monday for that. We'll see how things pan out. Essex, we expect an Essex victory, but well, what can Worcestershire do with this 7th wicket pair in particular? We'll wait and see. That's it. Enjoy your Easter Sunday evening. Thanks for being with us today, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.